My fiancé's mother laughed at my modest dress, called me the help at dinner. I smiled, then revealed her financial ruin in front of everyone. The moment I stepped through that mahogany door, I knew I had made either the best decision of my life or the worst mistake imaginable. Elizabeth Montgomery's face twisted into something between a smile and a grimace, like she had just bitten into a lemon while trying to pose for a photograph. Her eyes traveled down my simple navy dress, my modest flats, my drugstore earrings, and I watched her mentally calculate my net worth and find me worthless. She leaned toward her son, my fiancé Ethan, and whispered something she thought I couldn't hear. But I heard every word. She said I looked like the help who had wandered in through the wrong entrance. And that's when I knew this dinner was going to be very, very interesting. My name is Clara Davis. I'm 36 years old and I have a confession to make. For the past 18 months I've been keeping a secret from the man I was supposed to marry. Not a small secret like eating the last slice of pizza and blaming it on the dog. Not a medium secret like the fact that I still sleep with a stuffed animal from childhood. No. My secret was that I make $45,000 a month. Before taxes, it's even more obscene. After taxes, it's still the kind of number that makes accountants do a double take and ask if there's been a mistake. I'm a senior software architect at one of the largest tech companies in the Pacific Northwest. I've been writing code since I was 15, sold my first app at 22, and have been climbing the corporate ladder ever since. I hold 3 patents. I've spoken at international conferences. I have stock options that would make your eyes water. And Ethan thought I was an administrative assistant who could barely afford her rent. I never actually lied to him. When we met at a coffee shop 18 months ago, he asked what I did and I said I worked in tech. He nodded like he understood, then asked if I handled the scheduling for the executives. I smiled and said something vague about supporting the team. He filled in the blanks himself, and I just never corrected him. Why would I do something like that? Why would I let the man I was dating, the man I was falling in love with, believe I was struggling financially when I could have bought his car 10 times over? Because I learned something a long time ago from the most important person in my life. My grandmother raised me after my parents passed when I was 7. She lived in a modest house in a quiet neighborhood, drove an older car, shopped at regular grocery stores, and never wore anything flashy. She taught me to cook simple meals, to appreciate small pleasures, and to never judge my worth by the number in my bank account. And what I didn't know until she passed when I was 24 was that my grandmother was worth several $1,000,000. She had built a small business empire in her youth, invested wisely, and chosen to live simply because she believed that character was more important than appearance. She left me everything along with a letter that I still keep in my nightstand. In that letter, she wrote something I've never forgotten. She said that a person's true character only shows when they think no one important is watching. When they believe you have nothing to offer them, when they think you're beneath their notice, that's when you see who they really are. So, when Ethan invited me to dinner at his parents' estate, when he hinted that this might be the night things got serious, when he mentioned that his mother was very particular about first impressions, I made a decision. I would give the Whitmore family the test my grandmother had taught me. I would show up as the simple, unassuming woman they expected. I would wear modest clothes and drive my old car and speak humbly about my circumstances. And I would watch how they treated someone they thought couldn't help them. Someone they thought was beneath them. Someone they thought had nothing to offer. And before you judge me, before you think I was being manipulative or deceptive, let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered what your partner's family really thinks of you? Have you ever had that nagging feeling that the smiles are fake and the compliments are hollow? Have you ever wanted to know the truth, even if it might hurt? I wanted to know. I needed to know because I wasn't just considering marrying Ethan. I was considering marrying into his family. And families, as my grandmother also taught me, are forever. Now before I go on with this story, I just want to take a quick moment. If you're enjoying this so far, would you please hit that like button and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there? I love reading those comments, seeing people from all over the world tuning in at all hours. It means more to me than you know. Okay, back to the story. The Whitmore estate was exactly what I expected and somehow still managed to surprise me with its excess. The driveway alone was longer than some streets I've lived on. The gates were raw iron with gold accents because apparently regular iron wasn't pretentious enough. The lawn was manicured with a kind of precision that suggested someone measured each blade of grass with a ruler. As I drove my 15-year-old Honda CR-V up that pristine driveway, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rear-view mirror. Simple makeup, hair pulled back in a low ponytail, My grandmother's small gold studs in my ears, the only jewelry I wore. I looked exactly like someone who didn't belong here. Perfect. Ethan met me at the door with a kiss that felt slightly performative, like he was doing it for an audience. His eyes flicked to my dress, my shoes, my lack of accessories, and I saw something in his expression that I had never noticed before. Embarrassment. He was embarrassed by how I looked. I filed that observation away for later. Inside, the house was a monument to new money trying desperately to look like old money. Crystal chandeliers hung from every ceiling. Oil paintings and gilded frames lined the walls. Though I noticed they were prints, not originals. The furniture was expensive but uncomfortable looking, chosen for appearance rather than function. And there, standing in the foyer like a queen surveying her kingdom, was Elizabeth Montgomery. She was in her early 60s with the kind of face that had clearly seen several excellent surgeons. Her blonde hair was styled in a perfect helmet that probably required industrial-strength hairspray to maintain. Her dress was designer. Her jewelry was real. And her smile was absolutely completely fake. She extended her hand to me like she was granting an audience. I shook it and felt the limpness, the dismissal, the complete lack of warmth. Then she made that comment to Ethan, the one about me looking like the help, and I smiled and pretended I hadn't heard a thing. The evening was about to get very interesting indeed. If I had known what I was walking into that night, I might have worn armor instead of a navy dress. But then again, I've always believed that the best armor is information. And I had done my research. The Whitmore family owned a chain of car dealerships across 3 states. Not the flashy luxury brands you see in movies, but respectable mid-range vehicles that appealed to regular families. Ethan's father, Benjamin Stone, had inherited the business from his own father, and had spent the last 30 years expanding it. Elizabeth had married into the family at 23 and had immediately set about climbing the social ladder with the determination of a woman who knew exactly what she wanted. They had 2 children. Ethan, my fiancé, was 36 and worked as a marketing manager at a company that had nothing to do with the family business. This was apparently a sore point with Benjamin, who had expected his son to take over the dealerships. And then there was Victoria, the older sister, who was 40 and treated the family fortune like her personal piggy bank. I had found all of this through public records, social media, and a few well-placed Google searches. I had seen photos of lavish parties, society events, and charity galas. I had read articles about Elizabeth's philanthropy, though a closer look revealed that most of her donations came with significant tax benefits and publicity opportunities. Elizabeth Montgomery made a sound that was supposed to be sympathetic, but came out sounding like a drain unclogging. She said how difficult that must have been growing up without proper guidance. I said my grandmother provided all the guidance I ever needed. Victoria leaned forward, her diamonds catching the light from the chandelier overhead. She asked what my grandmother had done for a living. I said she had been a businesswoman. Victoria's eyebrows rose slightly. She asked what kind of business. I said small ventures. Nothing too exciting. The truth, of course, was that my grandmother had built a company that she eventually sold for several $1,000,000. But that wasn't the kind of truth that would serve my purpose tonight. Elizabeth moved on to the next topic. She asked about my current job. I said I worked in tech. She asked if I was a secretary. I said I was more of a support role. Elizabeth nodded knowingly as if this confirmed everything she had already decided about me. She said that was nice, that every team needed support staff. Ethan shifted uncomfortably in his chair but still said nothing. And that's when Victoria decided to bring up Sophia Larson. Sophia Larson. The name dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water, sending ripples across the table. Victoria said the name so casually as if she were mentioning the weather or the quality of the soup. She said she had run into Sophia last week, that she was doing wonderfully, that her family's business was thriving. I watched Ethan's face carefully. Something flickered there, quickly hidden. Guilt, nervousness. It was gone before I could identify it. Elizabeth picked up the thread with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting for this opportunity. She said Sophia had always been such a lovely girl, so accomplished, so well suited to their family's lifestyle. She had been Ethan's girlfriend for 3 years. Did I know that? I said I didn't. Elizabeth smiled. She said it was such a shame when they had parted ways. Everyone had expected them to end up together. Sophia's family owned an import company that dealt in luxury vehicles, which would have been such a perfect match for the Whitmore dealerships. The implication was clear. Sophia had been the right choice. I was not. I looked around the dining room and noticed for the first time that there were photographs on the wall behind me. I turned slightly in my chair and saw a gallery of family moments, Christmases, birthdays, graduations. And in at least 4 of those photographs, A beautiful dark-haired woman stood next to Ethan, her arm linked through his, her smile radiant. Sophia Larson. Elizabeth followed my gaze and said nothing, but her satisfaction was almost palpable. Victoria twisted the knife a little deeper. She said Sophia Larson was still single. Actually, such a surprise that no one had snatched her up yet, almost like she was waiting for something or someone. I turned back to the table and smiled. I said she sounded like a remarkable woman. This was clearly not the response Victoria had expected. She blinked momentarily, thrown off balance. Elizabeth recovered first. She said yes, Sophia was remarkable. And then with the subtlety of a sledgehammer she added that she hoped I wouldn't feel too out of place in their world, given my more modest background. I asked what she meant by modest. Elizabeth's smile grew teeth. She said she understood that not everyone was born into certain advantages. That some people had to work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives. That there was no shame in being common. Common. She had called me common. I felt something shift inside me. But I kept my expression neutral. I had come here to learn the truth about these people, and the truth was becoming very clear indeed. Ethan finally spoke up. He said his mother didn't mean anything by that she was just being protective of him. Elizabeth patted his hand and said, "Of course she was protective. A mother always wants the best for her son." The unspoken conclusion hung in the air like smoke. "And you are not the best." Benjamin cleared his throat and attempted to change the subject. He asked about my hobbies, whether I had any interests outside of work. I said, I enjoyed reading, hiking, cooking simple meals. Nothing fancy. Victoria laughed and said that was adorable, like a child listing their favorite activities. Charles, the family friend, spoke for the first time since we'd sat down. He said he thought there was something to be said for simple pleasures, that his own grandmother had lived a modest life, and been the happiest person he had ever known. Elizabeth shot him a look that could have curdled milk. Charles ignored her and continued looking at me with that strange searching expression. He asked what my grandmother's name had been. I said, Eleanor Davis. Charles's eyebrows rose slightly, but he said nothing more, just nodded thoughtfully and returned his attention to his soup. The rest of dinner continued in much the same way. Elizabeth and Victoria took turns asking questions designed to remind me of my place, which in their minds was somewhere far beneath them. Ethan occasionally made weak attempts to defend me, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. Benjamin stayed mostly silent, watching the proceedings with the tired resignation of a man who had learned long ago that arguing with his wife was pointless. And through it all, Charles watched me. By the time dessert arrived, I had learned everything I needed to know about the Whitmore family. They were snobs of the highest order, the kind who measured human worth in dollars and social connections. They saw me as an obstacle to be removed, a problem to be solved, a mistake Ethan had made that needed correcting. But I had also learned something else. Something I hadn't expected. Ethan was not the man I had thought he was. The Ethan I had fallen in love with was kind and attentive and seemed genuinely interested in me as a person. But this Ethan, the one who sat at his mother's table and let her tear me apart without a word of real protest, was someone different. Someone weaker. Someone who cared more about his family's approval than about defending the woman he claimed to love. I wondered which one was the real Ethan. I was about to find out. After dessert, Elizabeth announced that we would have coffee in the sitting room. The men drifted toward the windows to discuss business while Victoria excused herself to make a phone call. Elizabeth said she needed to speak with the housekeeper about something and would join us in a moment. This left me alone with my thoughts and a perfect opportunity. I excused myself to find the bathroom. Ethan pointed me toward the back of the house down a long hallway lined with more pretentious artwork. I walked slowly, taking in the details. The house was impressive from a purely financial standpoint, but it felt cold, empty, like a museum that no one actually lived in. The bathroom was easy to find, but I wasn't really looking for it. What I was looking for was information, understanding, some clue that would help me make sense of the evening. I found something much better. As I walked past a partially open door, I heard voices. Elizabeth's voice, and Victoria's. I stopped. Every instinct told me to keep walking, to respect their privacy, to not eavesdrop like a character in a soap opera. But something in Elizabeth's tone made me pause. Something sharp, urgent. I moved closer to the door, staying in the shadows. Elizabeth was saying that we needed to deal with this situation quickly, that Ethan couldn't be allowed to make this mistake. Victoria agreed. She said she couldn't believe he had actually brought her here, that she had thought this was just a phase, like his vegetarian period in college. Elizabeth said this was more serious than a diet. This woman could ruin everything. I felt my heart beating faster. They were talking about me. Of course, they were talking about me. But what came next was what really made my blood run cold. Victoria said the timing couldn't be worse. She said they needed the merger with the Larson family to go through. And Ethan needed to be with Sophia for that to happen. Larson, that was Sophia's family name, the luxury car importers. Elizabeth agreed. She said the dealership was in trouble, that they needed the Larson partnership to survive the next fiscal year. I felt the floor shift beneath me. The Whitmore dealerships were in financial trouble. I had suspected something from my research, but this confirmed it. Victoria continued. She said Ethan was supposed to keep Sophia interested while they worked out the details. That was the plan. Sophia's family would invest in the dealerships, and in return, they would get access to the Whitmore distribution network. Elizabeth said Ethan had assured her that he was keeping his options open with Sophia. Options open. While he was proposing to me, I leaned against the wall, my mind racing. This wasn't just snobbery. This wasn't just a family who didn't like their son's girlfriend. This was calculated, strategic. Ethan wasn't just a weak man who couldn't stand up to his mother. Ethan was using me. She was naive, trusting, probably just grateful that someone like Ethan had noticed her at all. Elizabeth laughed and agreed. I stepped back from the door, moving silently down the hallway. My hands were shaking, but not with hurt, with anger. They thought I was stupid. They thought I was naive. They thought I was so desperate for love that I would accept whatever crumbs they threw my way. They had no idea who they were dealing with. I found the bathroom, splashed some cold water on my face and looked at myself in the mirror. The woman looking back at me was not broken. She was not devastated. She was thinking. I had come here tonight to test Ethan's family, and they had failed spectacularly. But the test had revealed something I hadn't expected. Ethan himself was part of the problem. He wasn't just caught between me and his family, he was actively deceiving me. The question now was what to do about it. I could confront him. I could walk out there right now and tell everyone exactly what I had heard. I could create a scene, expose their plans, and leave this house forever. But that would be too easy. Too quick. They would dismiss me as emotional, dramatic, bitter. They would tell themselves that I was just proving their point about me. If I was going to respond to this betrayal, I would do it my way, on my terms, with a plan that they would never see coming. My grandmother had taught me many things, but one lesson stood above all others. She said that when someone underestimates you, they have given you a gift, the gift of surprise. Elizabeth and Victoria had just given me the greatest gift of all. They had no idea what I was capable of. I fixed my makeup, smoothed my hair and walked back to the sitting room with a smile on my face. The game was just beginning. When I returned to the sitting room, something had changed. The furniture had been rearranged slightly, the lighting adjusted. Elizabeth was standing by the fireplace with a look of barely concealed anticipation. Benjamin had positioned himself near the doorway, looking uncomfortable. Victoria was pretending to examine a painting, but I caught her glancing at Ethan with a smirk, and Ethan was standing in the center of the room looking nervous. Too nervous. He turned when I entered, and his face broke into what was supposed to be a loving smile. He walked toward me, took my hands in his, and said he wanted to ask me something. I felt the trap closing around me. Ethan said that he knew we hadn't been together very long and that his family could be a little overwhelming at first, but he said he knew what he wanted. He said he wanted me and then he got down on one knee. The ring he produced was large and flashy, exactly the kind of thing Elizabeth would approve of. It was also, I noticed, immediately of questionable quality. The diamond was cloudy, the setting uneven. It was the kind of ring that looked impressive in dim lighting but would reveal its flaws in the harsh light of day, much like the man holding it. Ethan asked me to marry him. Behind him, Elizabeth was beaming. This was clearly the plan. The first step in their strategy. Get Ethan publicly committed to me, then find a way to dispose of me later. In the meantime, they would use the engagement to keep Sophia Larson waiting, dangling the promise of Ethan while they worked out their business arrangements. I understood all of this in the space of a heartbeat. I also understood that I had a choice to make. I could say no. I could reject this proposal from a man who was using me in front of a family who despised me. I could walk out with my dignity intact and never see any of them again. But that would end the story too soon. I thought about what I had heard in the hallway. I thought about their plans to invent some scandal about me. I thought about how they saw me as stupid, naive, disposable. And I thought about how satisfying it would be to show them exactly how wrong they were. So I said yes. Ethan slipped the ring on my finger and Elizabeth began clapping like she was at a theater performance. Victoria offered her congratulations with all the warmth of a January morning in Alaska. Benjamin shook Ethan's hand and told him he had done well. Charles caught my eye from across the room. There was something in his expression, something knowing, like he suspected that this story had a few more chapters to go. I smiled at him and he smiled back. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of champagne and false congratulations. Elizabeth talked about engagement party planning. Victoria discussed venues. Benjamin mentioned business opportunities that might arise from the union of our families, though he stumbled over this, clearly unsure what my family could possibly bring to the table. Ethan stayed close to me, playing the role of devoted fiancé with surprising conviction. If I hadn't heard what his mother and sister had said, I might have believed it. But I had heard, and I would never forget. When the evening finally ended, Ethan walked me to my car. The night air was cold and clear, and for a moment we just stood there in the driveway looking at each other. He asked if I was okay. He said he knew his family could be a lot, but he promised they would warm up to me eventually. I said I understood. I said I was just tired. He kissed me goodnight, and I drove away from the Whitmore estate with his ring on my finger and a plan forming in my mind. The next morning I started my research. If there's one thing my job has taught me, it's the power of information, data, documentation. I spend my days analyzing systems, finding weaknesses, optimizing solutions. I was about to apply those same skills to the Whitmore family, and what I found over the next few days confirmed everything I had heard and then some. The Whitmore dealerships were indeed in financial trouble. Not just a rough patch, but serious structural problems. They had expanded too quickly during the boom. Years, taken on too much debt, and now the bills were coming due. Their main franchise agreement was up for renewal, and the manufacturer was looking at other options. The partnership with Sophia Larson's family wasn't just strategic, it was desperate. But that wasn't all. As I dug deeper, I found something else. Something that the Whitmores probably thought was hidden forever. Victoria had been embezzling from the family business. The amounts were small at first, hidden in expense reports and petty cash accounts, but over the years they had added up. Hundreds of thousands of dollars siphoned off to fund her lifestyle while the company struggled. I printed out everything I found. Legal documents, financial statements, records of suspicious transactions, and then I started making phone calls. My grandmother's name still carried weight in certain circles. The business contacts she had cultivated over decades remembered the Davis family with respect. When I reached out, they were happy to talk. One of those contacts happened to know Charles Blackwell. And Charles, it turned out, had his own history with the Whitmore family. They had cheated him on a business deal years ago. Nothing illegal, just unethical enough to leave a bitter taste. He had been waiting for an opportunity to even the score. I was about to give him that opportunity. Before we continue, I just want to say something from my heart. This channel means so much to me, and every single like, every comment, every subscription helps more than you know. If you're enjoying this story, would you please take just 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button? It really makes a difference. Thank you. Now back to what happened next. The next few weeks were an exercise in patience and performance. I played the role of the happy fiancé with the skill of an award-winning actress. I attended family dinners at the Whitmore estate. I listened to Elizabeth's passive-aggressive comments with a smile. I watched Victoria flaunt her designer clothes and expensive jewelry, knowing exactly where the money had come from. And I watched Ethan. He was different now. Or maybe I was just seeing him clearly for the first time. The attentiveness I had once found charming now seemed calculated. The compliments felt rehearsed, and his phone, which he guarded with increasing vigilance, buzzed with messages that he quickly hid from view. I knew who was texting him. I had seen the name flash across his screen more than once. Sophia Larson. One evening I told Ethan I was working late. Instead, I parked near the restaurant where he was supposed to be meeting a client. He wasn't meeting a client. He was meeting her. I watched through the window as they sat together at a corner table, their heads close together, their body language unmistakably intimate. At one point, he took her hand across the table. At another, she laughed at something he said and touched his face. I took photographs, not because I needed evidence for any legal purpose, but because I wanted to remember this moment. I wanted to remember exactly who Ethan Whitmore really was. He wasn't just weak. He wasn't just a mama's boy. He was a liar and a cheat, actively maintaining 2 relationships while his family orchestrated the outcome from behind the scenes. The rage I felt in that moment was white-hot and purifying, but I didn't act on it. Not yet. Instead, I went home and added the photographs to my growing file. Charles and I had been meeting regularly, always in secret. He had his own documentation of the Whitmore's questionable business practices. He knew people who had been hurt by their dealings over the years. He was more than willing to help bring them down. But he asked me why. He said he understood his own motivations, but he wanted to know mine. Was this just about revenge, or was it something more? I thought about his question for a long time before I answered. I said it wasn't about revenge, it was about truth. I said the Whitmores had spent their lives using their money and position to manipulate people. They treated anyone they deemed beneath them as disposable. They were raising Ethan to be the same way, and they would keep doing it to others long after I was gone. I said someone needed to show them that their money couldn't protect them from consequences. Charles nodded slowly. He said my grandmother would be proud. That was the moment I knew I had made the right choice. The engagement party was set for 4 weeks later. The Whitmores were hosting it at their estate, inviting everyone who mattered in the business community. Elizabeth was treating it like a coronation, an opportunity to show off her perfect family to the world. She had no idea what was coming. I spent those 4 weeks preparing. A string quartet played tasteful classical music near the fountain. Waiters in crisp uniforms circulated with champagne and hors d'oeuvres that probably cost more per bite than some people's hourly wage. Elizabeth had outdone herself. This wasn't just a party. This was a statement. I pulled up in my usual Honda CR-V, watching the valet's expressions as they tried to reconcile my modest vehicle with the parade of Mercedes and BMWs that had preceded me. One of them actually asked if I was with the catering company. I smiled and handed him my keys. The walk from the parking area to the main tent felt like a runway. With every step, I shed the persona I had been wearing for the past 4 weeks. The nervous girlfriend, the grateful fiancé, the simple woman who should be thankful for Elizabeth Montgomery's grudging acceptance. Tonight I was Clara Davis, the real one. My dress was a deep emerald green, custom fitted by a designer whose name was whispered in fashion circles with reverence. My jewelry was understated, but unmistakable to anyone who knew quality. My grandmother's diamond pendant hung at my throat, a piece that had been appraised at more than most cars cost. My watch was a limited edition that only 50 people in the world owned. I had spent the past 18 months hiding who I was. Tonight, I would stop hiding. The first person to notice me was a woman I didn't recognize. Someone's wife or girlfriend standing near the entrance to the main tent. She looked at me, did a double take, and then whispered something to her companion. They both stared. I kept walking. The second person to notice was Benjamin Stone. He was greeting guests near the bar, performing his duties as host with the tired enthusiasm of a man who would rather be watching golf. When he saw me, his welcoming smile froze in place. His eyes traveled from my face to my dress to my jewelry and back again, and I watched confusion replace his practiced hospitality. I said good evening and thanked him for hosting such a lovely party. He stammered something about being glad I could make it, his eyes still trying to solve the puzzle I presented. I moved on before he could ask any questions. The main tent was filled with perhaps 100 guests, a carefully curated collection of business associates, society figures and family friends. I recognized some faces from my research. The regional manager from the car manufacturer, several competing dealership owners, a journalist from the local business publication, and there, holding court near the champagne fountain, was Elizabeth Montgomery. She was wearing a cream-colored gown that had probably cost a small fortune, though it was clearly off the rack despite her best efforts to suggest otherwise. Her jewelry was impressive by normal standards, but unremarkable by the standards of true wealth. She was laughing at something one of her guests had said, her head thrown back in that practiced way that suggested she had learned to fake amusement at finishing school. She hadn't seen me yet. I collected a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and made my way through the crowd, stopping to introduce myself to several guests along the way. Each interaction followed the same pattern. Confusion at my appearance, surprise when I mentioned I was Ethan's fiancée, renewed confusion when my dress, my jewelry, my manner didn't match whatever they had been told about me. Word was spreading. I could see it in the whispers, the sidelong glances, the phones being subtly checked as people tried to figure out who I really was. Good. I finally reached Elizabeth's circle just as she was finishing a story about her recent charity work. She turned to greet the newcomer with her standard frozen smile. And then her face went through a remarkable transformation. First confusion, then recognition, then disbelief, then something that might have been fear. She said my name like a question. I said, "Good evening, Elizabeth," and thanked her for throwing such a beautiful party. Her eyes were moving rapidly, taking in every detail of my appearance. The dress that cost more than her monthly household budget, the pendant that had been featured in a jewelry magazine, The watch that she had probably never seen outside of an advertisement. She asked where I had gotten these things, her voice carefully controlled, but unable to hide the tremor beneath. I said they were just a few pieces I had been saving for a special occasion. Victoria appeared at her mother's side, summoned by some invisible distress signal. She looked at me and her expression went through the same journey Elizabeth's had. Confusion, recognition, disbelief. But Victoria recovered faster. She said the dress was interesting, her voice dripping with false sweetness. She asked if it was a rental. I told her the designer's name. I said he was a friend who had made it specifically for me. The designer's name hit Victoria like a physical blow. This was someone who dressed celebrities, who had a waiting list years long, who didn't make dresses for administrative assistants who could barely afford their rent. She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out. I excused myself to find Ethan. As I walked away, I heard Elizabeth hiss something to Victoria about finding out what was going on. I heard Victoria's confused response, saying she had no idea that this didn't make any sense. I smiled to myself and kept walking. The first phase of the evening was complete. The seed of doubt had been planted. Now it was time to let it grow. Ethan found me before I found him. He emerged from a cluster of guests near the bar, his face pale and his eyes wide. He had clearly heard the whispers, seen the looks, tried to reconcile the woman standing before him with the woman he thought he knew. He asked what was going on. He asked where I had gotten the dress, the jewelry, the transformation. He asked why I looked like a completely different person. I said, I looked like myself. He stared at me, and I watched something shift behind his eyes, not understanding exactly, more like the first crack in a wall that had been hiding an uncomfortable truth. He asked if we could talk privately. I said later. I said, this was our engagement party after all. We had guests to attend to. Before he could protest, I took his arm and steered him toward a group of business associates. These were the men and women who ran the automotive industry in our region. The people whose opinions actually mattered to the Whitmore dealership survival. They had been watching my entrance with undisguised curiosity. I introduced myself properly this time. I gave my full name, Clara Davis, and mentioned my position at my company. I watched their expressions change as they recognized the company name as they realized who I actually was. One of them, a silver-haired man who ran a competing dealership chain, said he had heard of me. He said his nephew worked in tech and had mentioned my name in connection with some innovative software solutions. I said that was very kind of him. Another guest, a woman who handled mergers and acquisitions for a major investment firm, asked if I was related to Eleanor Davis. I said she was my grandmother. The woman's eyebrows rose. She said my grandmother had been a remarkable businesswoman. She said, the Davis name still carried significant weight in certain financial circles. I could feel Ethan tensing beside me. He had no idea what any of this meant. He'd never asked about my family beyond the most superficial questions. He had assumed poor meant unimportant, and he had never bothered to look deeper. His mistake. The evening continued, and with each conversation, the truth spread further. People were talking, checking their phones, confirming details. The narrative was shifting beneath the Whitmore's feet, and they didn't know how to stop it. Charles arrived about an hour into the party. He found me near the rose garden, momentarily alone, while Ethan was pulled away by his father for some urgent conversation. Charles said the manufacturer's representative was here. He said the man had been very interested in the documentation Charles had shared with him earlier in the week. I asked if he was ready. Charles said he had been ready for years. We talked for a few more minutes, finalizing the details of what would happen next. Then Charles melted back into the crowd and I returned to my role as the happy fiancé. Elizabeth found me next. She had regained some of her composure, though I could see the strain around her eyes. She pulled me aside with a grip that was stronger than necessary and demanded to know what I was doing. I asked what she meant. She said I knew exactly what she meant. She said the dress, the jewelry, the stories I was telling people about my grandmother and my job. She said she wanted to know what my game was. I said there was no game. I said I was simply being myself. She said that was impossible. She said Ethan had told her about my circumstances. She said I was a secretary who lived in a studio apartment and drove a car that belonged in a junkyard. I said Ethan had made certain assumptions. I said I had never actually told him those things. Elizabeth's face went very still. I said I worked in tech, which was true. I said I had a support role, which was also true since architects support the development teams. I said I had never claimed to be poor. I said I had simply never corrected their assumptions. She asked why. I looked at her directly. I said, My grandmother taught me that a person's true character only shows when they think no one important is watching. I said, I wanted to know who the Whitmore family really was. Elizabeth's face drained of color. I said, now I knew. Before she could respond, the string quartet stopped playing. Benjamin Stone's voice came over the speaker system, announcing that it was time for the official toasts and speeches. Elizabeth looked at me with something that might have been fear. I smiled and walked toward the stage. The main event was about to begin. I set down my champagne glass and walked toward the stage. The tent was silent except for my footsteps. Every eye was on me. The whispers had done their work. Everyone knew that something was happening, that this engagement party was about to become something else entirely. I climbed the steps and stood beside Ethan. He reached for my hand, but his grip was uncertain. Questioning, Elizabeth handed me the microphone with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She said she was sure I wanted to say a few words. I looked at the microphone in my hand. I looked at Ethan. I looked at Elizabeth, who thought she was in control. I looked at the crowd filled with people who could make or break the Whitmore family's future. I said, yes, I did want to say a few words. And then I began to speak. I said I wanted to thank Elizabeth for the warm welcome she'd given me. I said I wanted to acknowledge the Whitmore family for showing me exactly who they were over the past few weeks. Elizabeth's smile flickered. I said, when I first came to this house, I made a decision. I decided to let the Whitmores see a simple version of me. A woman without expensive clothes or impressive credentials. A woman they might consider beneath their notice. The crowd was utterly silent. I said I wanted to see how they would treat someone they thought couldn't help them, someone they thought had nothing to offer, someone they thought was, in Elizabeth's words, common. Elizabeth's face went white. I said what I had found was illuminating. I described the dinner where I had been compared unfavorably to my fiancé's ex-girlfriend. I described the whispered insults Elizabeth thought I couldn't hear. I described being called the help, being called common, being called a gold digger by people who knew nothing about me. Ethan was staring at me now, his face a mask of horror. I said, and then I heard something I wasn't supposed to hear. I described the conversation in the study. I described Victoria and Elizabeth discussing how to remove me from Ethan's life. I described learning that I was just a placeholder, someone to keep Ethan occupied while the family arranged his real future with Sophia Larson. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I said, I discovered that the Whitmore dealerships were in serious financial trouble. I said, I learned they were desperate for a merger with the Larson family to survive. I said I found out that Ethan had been keeping his options open with Sophia the entire time we were together. I pulled out my phone and showed a photograph on the screen. Ethan and Sophia at the restaurant holding hands across the table. I said this was taken 2 weeks ago while Ethan was supposedly working late. The crowd erupted in whispers. Ethan grabbed my arm. He said this wasn't what it looked like. He said he could explain. I said he had already explained. I said I had given him the chance to be honest the night before and he had chosen to lie. I turned back to the crowd. I said there was more. The tent had become completely silent again. Every person in that crowd understood they were witnessing something unprecedented. The comfortable rules of society events had been suspended. The masks were coming off. I said I had spent the past few weeks researching the Whitmore family business. I said I had found some interesting things. I mentioned the financial records, the overextended credit, the declining sales, the franchise agreement that was about to be terminated. Benjamin Stone's face had gone gray. I said I had also found evidence of something more serious. I looked directly at Victoria, who was standing near the back of the tent, frozen in place like a deer caught in headlights. I said Victoria Stone had been embezzling from the family company for years. I said the amounts had started small, but had grown over time. I said the total was now in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Victoria's husband turned to look at her with an expression of pure shock. Victoria shouted that was a lie. She said I had no proof. She said I was just a bitter woman trying to destroy their family. Charles stepped forward from the crowd. He said he had proof. He walked toward the stage carrying a folder that I knew contained years of documentation, bank records, expense reports, transaction histories, everything needed to prove exactly what Victoria had done. He handed the folder to the manufacturer's representative who had moved closer to the stage with the look of a man whose worst suspicions were being confirmed. Charles said he had been waiting a long time for this moment. He said the Whitmores had cheated him on a business deal 15 years ago, and he had never forgotten. He said when Clara had approached him with evidence of their current misdeeds, he had been happy to contribute what he knew. Elizabeth found her voice. She said this was outrageous. She said we had no right to make these accusations. She said she would sue us for defamation. I said she was welcome to try. I said everything I had shared was documented and verifiable. I said the financial records were public information available to anyone who knew where to look. I said the evidence of Victoria's embezzlement had been compiled from sources that would hold up in any court. I looked at Ethan, who was still standing beside me, looking like a man whose entire world had collapsed. I said there was one more thing. I reached up and removed the engagement ring from my finger. The cloudy diamond caught the light, revealing all its flaws. I said I would not be marrying Ethan Whitmore. I said I had never intended to. Not after I learned the truth about him and his family. I said the only reason I had said yes to his proposal was to give them enough rope to hang themselves. I handed the ring back to Ethan. I said he should give it to Sophia. I said she was clearly the one he actually wanted. Ethan's face crumpled. He said that wasn't true. He said he had feelings for me. He said the thing with Sophia was just business. Something his mother had arranged. I said that was exactly the problem. I said he had let his mother arrange his life, his relationships, his future. I said he had never once stood up for me when his family attacked me. I said he had lied to my face about Sophia even when I gave him the chance to be honest. I said a man who couldn't be honest with the woman he claimed to love was not a man I wanted to marry. The crowd was absolutely silent. I turned to face them one final time. I said I was Clara Davis. I said I was a senior software architect who had built a career through hard work and integrity. I said I made more money in a month than most people made in a year. And I lived simply because my grandmother had taught me that wealth was not the measure of a person's worth. I said the Whitmores had shown me their true character. They had revealed themselves as people who judged others by their bank accounts and social status. They had treated me with contempt because they thought I had nothing to offer them. I said that was the kind of character that would eventually destroy them with or without my help. I set the microphone down on the podium and walked off the stage. The crowd parted for me like water. No one spoke. No one tried to stop me. Behind me I heard the chaos begin. I didn't look back as I walked through the tent, but I could hear everything. Elizabeth's voice, high and desperate, trying to salvage the situation. She was saying there had been a misunderstanding, that I was clearly disturbed, that none of what I had said was true, but the damage was done. I could hear the manufacturer's representative speaking into his phone, his voice clipped and professional. I could hear other guests murmuring, some already heading for the exits, wanting to distance themselves from the disaster unfolding before them. I reached the edge of the tent and paused. Victoria had cornered her husband near the bar, trying to explain, trying to justify. His expression was stone. He was looking at her like he had never seen her before, like the woman he had married had been replaced by a stranger wearing her face. Benjamin was slumped in a chair, his head in his hands. The patriarch of the Whitmore empire, brought low by the exposure of secrets he had probably suspected but never wanted to acknowledge. And Ethan. Ethan was standing alone on the stage, the rejected ring still clutched in his hand. He was looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Anger, grief, regret. It didn't matter anymore. I walked out of the tent and into the cool night air. The stars were bright overhead, indifferent to the human drama playing out beneath them. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air that felt cleaner, somehow lighter. Charles found me by the fountain a few minutes later. He said it was done. He said the manufacturer had already made the call. The Whitmore dealerships would lose their franchise agreement by the end of the month. I asked if he felt satisfied. He said satisfaction wasn't quite the right word. He said it felt more like relief, like a debt that had finally been paid. I understood what he meant. He asked what I would do now. I said I would go home. I said I would sleep well for the first time in weeks. I said I would wake up tomorrow and continue building the life I had created for myself. The life that had nothing to do with Ethan Whitmore or his family. Charles nodded. He said my grandmother would have been proud of me tonight. I felt tears prick at my eyes, unexpected and unwelcome. I said, I hope so. He handed me a business card. He said if I ever needed anything I should call. He said he owed me one. I tucked the card into my purse and thanked him. Then I walked to the valet station, collected my old Honda CR-V from a very confused attendant, and drove away from the Whitmore estate for the last time. In my rear-view mirror, I could see guests streaming out of the tent, the party dissolving into chaos. I could see Elizabeth gesturing wildly, still trying to control a narrative that had slipped completely beyond her grasp. I turned my eyes back to the road and didn't look again. The drive home was quiet. I didn't turn on the radio, I didn't call anyone. I just drove through the night, letting the miles put distance between me and everything that had happened. When I finally reached my modest apartment, I sat in the car for a long moment before going inside. I thought about Ethan. About the man I had believed he was, and the man he had turned out to be. I thought about how close I had come to marrying him, to binding my life to his, to becoming part of a family that would have treated me with contempt forever. I thought about my grandmother and the lessons she had taught me about character and worth. And I thought about the future. My future. The one I would build for myself on my own terms with people who valued me for who I was, rather than what I could give them. I got out of the car and went inside. My apartment was small and simple, just the way I liked it. I made myself a cup of tea, changed out of my designer dress, and sat by the window in my old comfortable robe. The city lights sparkled below me. Thousands of lives playing out in thousands of windows. I was just one of them. Nothing special, nothing extraordinary, and that was exactly how I wanted it. 1 week later, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my morning coffee when my phone buzzed with a news alert. The headline read, "Whitmore Automotive facing closure after franchise termination." I read the article slowly, absorbing the details. The manufacturer had officially ended their partnership with the Whitmore dealerships, citing concerns about financial management and ethical practices. Without the franchise agreement, the dealerships couldn't sell new vehicles. Without new vehicle sales, the business couldn't survive. The article mentioned that several former business partners had come forward with their own complaints about the Whitmore family's practices. It mentioned that an internal investigation had revealed financial irregularities that were now being reviewed by authorities. It mentioned that Victoria Stone had been asked to step down from her position in the company pending further inquiry. It did not mention me. I had asked Charles to keep my name out of it, and he had honored that request. The story would be about the Whitmore's own misdeeds, not about the woman who had exposed them. I didn't want fame or recognition. I just wanted the truth to come out. And it had. I finished my coffee and looked around my small kitchen. The same kitchen I had been sitting in a month ago when I had first driven to the Whitmore estate to meet Ethan's family. The same kitchen where I had made the decision to test them to see who they really were beneath their polished surface. So much had changed since then, and so much had stayed exactly the same. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Ethan. He said he needed to see me. He said he could explain everything. He said he had made mistakes, but he still cared about me. He asked if we could meet for coffee just to talk. I looked at the message for a long moment. Then I deleted it without responding. Some doors once closed should stay closed. I stood up and walked to my window looking out at the morning sun rising over the city. It was going to be a beautiful day. A day for new beginnings, for moving forward, for building something better. My grandmother's pendant hung at my throat, warm against my skin. I touched it gently, thinking about the woman who had taught me everything I knew about character and worth. She had lived her life simply, not because she had to, but because she understood that the things that truly matter can't be bought. Love, integrity, self-respect, the knowledge that you have acted according to your principles, even when it would have been easier to compromise. The Whitmores had thought they could buy their way through life. They had believed that money and status made them better than everyone else, entitled to treat people however they wanted without consequences. They had been wrong. I turned away from the window and got ready for work. My regular job at my regular company, doing the work I loved with people who respected me for my skills and character rather than my bank account. The story of the Whitmore family would continue to unfold in the coming weeks and months. There would be investigations and legal proceedings. There would be consequences and repercussions. The empire they had built on a foundation of arrogance and deception would crumble piece by piece. But that was their story now, not mine. My story was just beginning and it would be written on my own terms, in my own words, according to my own values. That was the lesson my grandmother had taught me. That was the truth I had carried with me through every moment of the past month. A person's worth isn't measured by their bank account or their social status or the opinions of people like Elizabeth Montgomery. It's measured by their character, by the choices they make when no one is watching, by the way they treat people who can't do anything for them. The Whitmores had failed that test completely. And I had finally found the answer I had been looking for. The answer was that I didn't need their approval. I didn't need Ethan's love. I didn't need anyone's validation to know my own worth. I already knew who I was and that was enough. My husband confessed to an affair with my sister, getting her pregnant. He suggested I stay and be the primary mother, while she finishes school. I, 35F, can no longer pretend everything is normal. Last week marked 5 years of marriage for Lucas, 37M and me. Those 5 years were hard. We tried for 3 years to have a baby. 4 statewide fertility clinics were visited. I gained weight and had hives from hormones. Lucas gave samples in sterilized rooms with old periodicals. We wasted nearly Math B, Phi, 50, $0 on ineffective therapies. When my period started, I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the floor until my legs went numb. Lucas knocked on my door to check on me. Despite not being, I would say yes. We gave up 2 years ago. Sunday morning, Lucas sat me at the kitchen table and said we needed to talk. He stated he couldn't continue. He couldn't handle seeing me fall apart every month. I concurred. Without children, we moved forward. Once, I offered adoption. Lucas shut it down instantly. A non-blood child, he added, could not be raised. He stated it wouldn't feel real. Didn't push. I was too exhausted to argue. Mia, 30F, my younger sister, has always required help. When she was 20, she quit community college to live with a garage sale car parts salesman. That romance lasted 8 months. Another plasma donation facility employee was a gambler. Another who claimed to be developing a cryptocurrency business but largely smoked cannabis in his room. I can't count the times my stepmother Elaine has saved Mia. I was 12 and Mia was 7 when Elaine married my father. Mia was 2 when her biological mother departed. Elaine raised us. It cost her twice to send Mia back to school. Mia quit twice. Mia told her family she was returning to school last year for a business degree. Her goal was an MBA. Elaine was cautiously optimistic. I gave it little thought. Mia has said this previously. Lucas and I own a Benfield Pines home. It has 4 bedrooms and a huge lawn. Buying it 3 years ago. We plan to fill it with kids. The extra bedrooms now collect dust. Lucas is a commercial realtor. The man makes good money. When fertility treatments became full-time, I quit 2 years ago. After we gave up, I didn't work again. Lucas advised me not to. He advised me to contemplate my next steps. I've been trying to figure that out for 2 years. Sometimes I send resumes but nothing happens. Last week was our 5th wedding anniversary. Lucas booked accommodations at Lantern House. It serves 7 little courses and leaves you famished. Lucas proposed inviting relatives as Elaine was visiting her sister. I liked the idea. Elaine, Mia, and Lucas's mother, Margaret, 61F, was invited. Lucas's younger brother David, 32M, and his wife Rachel, 33F, came. Rachel is a business attorney. She has a 2-year-old kid with David, her husband of 4 years. It was 7 p.m. for dinner. My dress was navy blue. Since it fit again, I hadn't worn it in a year. We arrived at the restaurant around 6:45. Elaine was there. She hugged me and called me pretty. Mia was 10 minutes late. She wore pants and a sweater. After, Margaret, David, and Rachel arrived. Sitting at a huge table in the restaurant's back, Lucas sat at the head. I sat his right. Sitting across from me was Mia. First course released. It was foam with fish underneath. Margaret said portions were too little. David jokingly suggested a drive-through on the way home. Everyone laughed. Lucas ate little. I inquired about his well-being. He reported being fine. His tone was harsh. I stopped asking. The second course arrived. Lucas stood with his wine glass. I expected a toast from him. Smiled at him. He ignored me. He regarded Mia. He then announced something. He said he and Mia fell in love over 8 months. The words didn't make sense at first. Margaret gasped. Elaine stood up so fast her chair toppled back. Lucas chatted. He reported Mia's 12-week pregnancy. He said the family will finally get their baby, which was a blessing. I regarded Mia. She regarded her plate. Her cheeks was flushed, but she stayed silent. Lucas continued. He said he and Mia had discussed and planned it. Our house would house Mia. To help with baby care, I would stay. Mia could concentrate on her degree. Lucas promised a family arrangement. Family appeared 4 times in his sentence. Margaret started crying, but not because she was sad. She thanked Lucas. Years ago, she prayed for a grandchild. She said God worked mysteriously. David took his head in his hands. Rachel stared at Lucas like she'd never seen him. Elaine left the restaurant. The door slammed. I rose. It felt like my legs were detached. Rachel grabbed my arm as I approached Lucas, pulling me back into my chair. Finally, Mia looked up. She said my name. I didn't reply. So I tossed my water glass at Lucas. Missed. Broken glass fell behind him. The waiter asked if everything was okay. Lucas said no problem. He dropped money down and said we were leaving. Homeward travel took 20 minutes. Sitting in the passenger seat, I watched the window. Lucas remained silent. I headed straight to our bedroom when we arrived home. Locked the door. I heard Lucas moving about the house. Neither came to the door. My stomach churned as I sat on the bedroom floor. I reached the bathroom in time. I remained an hour. Lucas was not in the bedroom when I left. I checked the guest room. He was sleeping with the door closed. I stayed up that night. I continued thinking about Lucas's words. Wanted me to stay. He wanted me to watch the child. His child. Mia's child. I considered spare bedrooms. I pondered about our childbearing expenses. I remembered Lucas saying he couldn't love a non-blood child. Her baby would be his blood. My blood would be in the infant. Niece or nephew. I wondered if it would work. Maybe I could. I was unemployed. I had nowhere else to go. Lucas was right, I had nowhere to go. Lucas knocked on the bedroom door the next morning. I opened. He requested a conversation. Yes, I said. We sat on bed. He acknowledged the announcement's shock. He said he should have told me privately. Why he did it publicly. He thought having the family there would help. He professed love. Mia loved me, he said. He said we three could do this. He suggested I be the baby's mother. Mia had no parental instincts. His words sounded like a compliment. I inquired when it began. He said 8 months ago. Mia delivered books Elaine wanted me to have. I saw a doctor. Lucas worked from home. They chatted. Then they texted. It increased. Just occurred, he said. He denied planning it. He loved her? I asked. He denied knowing. He called it complicated. I asked him what would happen if I rejected his idea. We would figure it out, he added. He didn't sound like he was trying to figure anything out. I requested some time to think. Fair enough, he said. Left the room. I spent the morning on the bed. Phone rings around midday. It was Elaine. My location was requested. I told her I was home. She promised to pick me up. Update 1. 2 hours after calling, Elaine arrived at the residence. In the bedroom, I wore the same thing. I was unshowered. Lucas worked. Elaine didn't knock. My spare key from years ago was utilized. She entered the bedroom and sat next to me. She was silent at first. She announced our departure. I told her I doubted I could. That was not a question, she said. She took things from my dresser and put them in a suitcase. It took 2 hours to pack. Elaine packed 6 boxes and 4 suitcases. She piled everything into her car. Lucas returned home as we removed the last box. After parking in the driveway, he got out. Asked what was occurring. Elaine informed him of my departure. He insisted we discuss this. Elaine stated nothing was worth discussing. Lucas approached the door. He stated I couldn't leave. Elaine told him to move. He did not. Elaine stated she was phoning her lawyer on her phone. Lucas's expression changed. Stepped aside. I've been with Elaine for 3 weeks. She has a smaller home. No more than 2 bedrooms. I sleep in her guest room. The walls are yellow. There are flower paintings everywhere. Every morning, Elaine makes breakfast, toast and eggs. Sometimes pancakes. Not once does she ask how I am. She simply presents food and waits for me to consume. Mia texts me. In the first week, she sent 43 texts. Most said the same. Sorry, she said. Her intention was not to cause it. She claimed Lucas pursued her. She attempted to stop it but failed. She claimed the infant was innocent. She accused me of selfishness. Then messages changed. Name-calling began. I was jealous, she said. I was bitter because I couldn't have kids, she stated. She claimed I was destroying her happiness. I haven't answered any texts. Elaine ordered me to save. Lucas calls. He no longer leaves voicemails. His initial communications were lengthy explanations. He declared his love for me. The infant could not replace what we lost, he remarked. He believed I would understand Mia's desire for help. Then messages ceased. Now he calls and hangs up on voicemail. David and Rachel visited Elaine's residence 2 weeks ago. Nobody told me they were coming. Elaine answered the door and led them into the living room. David sat down to apologize. He wished he had spoken at supper. He claimed astonishment. Rachel remained standing. She crossed her arms in the middle of the room. Lucas called the day after I left, she claimed. He asked her to represent him in divorce. I threatened him, he told her. He said I was unstable. She advised him to switch lawyers, Rachel said. Rachel agreed to represent me. She promised to do it for free. David nodded. He claimed his sibling was insane. Lucas was unrecognizable to him. Rachel retrieved documents from her backpack. Divorce paperwork. The process had begun, she said. She only wanted my signature. I signed. Rachel promised Lucas service within a week. Lucas received office service. Rachel called to tell me. He called her later, she said. Family should help family, he said. Rachel claimed she supported family. Not him. Lucas hasn't called since. Elaine has been talking. Someone started sending me texts from folks I hadn't spoken to in years. Cousins, high school friends, Elaine's churchgoers. Each stated the same thing. They reported hearing it. Apologies were made. They contradicted Lucas and Mia. I scarcely recall a high school woman who told me she spotted Mia at the grocery store and left. Lucas appeared sad at a gas stop, according to another. Elaine has been called by Margaret. Elaine doesn't respond. Margaret leaves voicemails. She said Elaine was turning the family against Lucas in the first. In the second, she said the kid was a gift, and we were ungrateful. In the third, she declared she would never forgive Elaine for ruining her son's relationship. Elaine removed them all. I resumed job hunting. I updated my resume with Elaine. I had 3 interviews in 2 weeks. One was for a dental receptionist. One was for a law firm administrative assistant. One was for insurance customer service. At least I'm trying, but none of them have responded. Breakfast is now my daily habit. Elaine makes it, but I get up alone, Mia wrote again yesterday. It was different. She said Lucas was not who she thought he was. She called him controlling. He pressured her to move into the house while I was away. She said. He talked about the infant as his property, she added. She contemplated abandoning him. I ignored that message too. Elaine claimed Mia was manipulating me. Elaine said Mia always does this when things go wrong. Update 2. The divorce proceeds. Rachel predicted completion in 3 months. Lucas initially resisted. He suggested mediation. Rachel declined. Lucas claimed I abandoned the house. I left because of his infidelity, Rachel stated. Because he told me, Lucas denied an affair. That didn't work, Rachel remarked. After that, Lucas stopped fighting. Got a job. The law firm administrative assistant role. I started 2 weeks ago. Pay is low yet sufficient. Elaine offered to let me remain as long as I wanted, but I'm looking at flats. A 1-bedroom is 15 minutes from the legal company. It should arrive next week. Mia remains with Lucas. Her house move was a month ago. Margaret informed Elaine. Margaret called Elaine to update her. Margaret claimed Mia was adapting. Lucas decorated one of the extra bedrooms for the nursery, she claimed. Margaret announced a baby shower. She was disconnected by Elaine. David phoned me last week. He mentioned Lucas was struggling. He stated Lucas called late at night. Lucas informed David that Mia was not who he believed she was. Lucas stated Mia demanded. She wanted him to purchase her a car. She urged him to fund her classes. She asked him to employ a cleaning service to avoid housework. Lucas sounds exhausted, David said. Lucas also asked about me, David said. I was asked if I was dating. David told him that wasn't his business. Elaine has totally stopped talking to Mia. Mia tried to visit Elaine's residence 3 weeks ago. She was denied entry by Elaine. Mia cried on the porch. She requested her mother. Elaine declared her choice. Mia went. She failed to return. I saw Lucas 2 weeks ago. It was unplanned. My grocery shop visit. In the frozen food aisle. I spotted him first. I reversed my trolley. He must have spotted me because he followed. He caught me in cereal aisle. Said my name. Continued walking. He took my arm. I backed off. He requested a conversation. Let go. I said. He did. He spoke nonetheless. He admitted error. He said Mia was not who he thought. She allegedly used him. He declared his love for me. We were asked to try again. No. I said. I told him to get away. One moment, he stood. Then he left. Lucas wanted to hire a private eye to watch me, Rachel said. The investigator called Rachel for confirmation. Rachel said the matter was a divorce only. The investigator said Lucas said I hid assets. Rachel claimed no hidden assets. The investigator apologized and declined the case. I learned this from Rachel over coffee. Lucas was desperate, she said. Her due date is 3 months. Margaret posted about it online. Elaine showed me posts about baby clothes, becoming a grandmother, and being blessed. Elaine felt nauseous. I quickly skimmed the posts. My date was last week. A legal company employee invited me to supper. His name is Daniel, 38M. The mailroom employs him. A informal bistro hosted us. Nothing flashy. We discussed work. The kids from his previous marriage were mentioned. He didn't inquire about my divorce. I appreciate it. He walked me to my car at night. He wanted to see me again. I said May. No decision yet. Update 3. The divorce ended last month. Got half of everything. Selling the house. Lucas said he should keep it because Mia and the baby lived there. Judge was unconcerned. Lucas must buy or sell me. Selling was his choice. House is for sale. Rachel predicted a speedy sale. Mia gave birth 6 weeks ago. A boy. Margaret uploaded photos. Elaine saw. I didn't look. David said Lucas was overloaded. Baby cries non-stop. Mia helps little. She tells Lucas she's exhausted. Lucas does most of it. Lucas looks 10 years old, observed David. Lucas and Mia quarrel. Margaret informs David. Margaret says they're too loud. Neighbors also complained. Mia wants out. She has nowhere to go. Her return is denied by Elaine. Mia's old acquaintances avoid her. She's stuck. Last month I moved into the apartment. It's small but mine. 1 bedroom, kitchen with window, bathroom with good water pressure shower. Elaine moved me. David and Rachel joined. We ordered pizza after unpacking. Felt normal. I still see Daniel. Not serious. Every week, sometimes twice, we go out. This guy makes me laugh. He doesn't inquire about my background. Not asking about his. Works for now. Lucas texted me 2 weeks ago. Sorry, he said. He stated he ruined everything. He wants to return. I didn't reply. I blocked his number afterward. Elaine dined with us last night. I cooked spaghetti. We dined at my modest kitchen table. She said she was proud of me. I assured her she was essential. That's false, she said. She claimed I was stronger than I expected. No arguments with her. I start classes next month. Business management. I decided to finish what I started years ago. The law firm covers half. Going part-time. It will take 3 years, but I have time. Mia messaged me last week. She apologized again. She knew I wouldn't forgive her. She claimed she regretted everything, and wanted me to know. I erased the mail after reading. I have nothing to say to her. I'm okay. That best describes it. I'm not where I expected to be at 35. But I'm out of that house. I'm not on the bathroom floor. Not waiting for Lucas to return. I'm not worried about Mia texting, just in my apartment with my work and next classes. Move on to the next story. Story 2. I saw my fiance's cousin at a family meal as a one-night stand from years ago. Then her 5-year-old son entered looking like me. 4 days ago, my fiance's reaction astonished me when I told the truth. One evening changed my life. I, 30M, and my fiancée Jackie, 27F, were invited to supper at her parents' house. This wasn't rare, since we started dating 3 years ago. We've eaten there several times. This supper was special since Jackie's cousin Sophie, 34F, was visiting from out of state with her husband Daniel and 5-year-old kid Luke. Jackie talked about Sophie a lot, but I had never met her. We never met on Sophie's previous visits owing to distance and my job schedule, even though they grew up together. Jackie was eager to meet us. She recounted their childhood and how Sophie was always her older sister. About 6 p.m., we arrived at Jackie's parents' house. After greeting us with hugs, Her mom led us into the main room where everyone was. I thought Sophie's husband Daniel was talking to Jackie's dad. As we entered, I noticed her, a woman on the couch looking up. After seeing us, her expression altered. Her smile dipped and her eyes narrowed. Something about her was familiar, but I couldn't identify it. Jackie introduced. After she introduced me to Sophie, I shook her hand and noticed she stared at me too long. Her recovery was swift. And she mentioned meeting me. However, she kept looking at me throughout the chat. Jackie's mom brought Sophie's son, who had been playing in the backyard, 20 minutes into our visit. I nearly fainted when the youngster ran in dirty from playing. Seeing him was like seeing myself at that age. He had the same nose, chin, and smile-crinkling eyes. He had Sophie's traits, but little of Daniel, who stood beside her with his arm around her shoulders. Then it hit me. My mind returned to a night about 6 years ago. I spent most Saturdays in a downtown bar. I approached a pretty woman drinking alone. We left after conversing and drinking. I was impressed by her confidence and drink-for-drink matching. I brought her home. I convinced her we didn't need protection when inebriated. On my phone, I showed her my recent blood test results. I was often tested due to my lifestyle, and she said she was clean too. She left before I woke up the next morning. I never saw her again, acquired her number, or thought about her until Jackie's parents' living room. The woman was Sophie. I fell into a cold sweat when I realized. I spilled alcohol over myself because my hands shook. Jackie inquired whether I was okay, and I murmured about feeling sick. The timing was perfect 6 years ago, 9 months before Luke was born. Now that I seen him, I was sure. My biological son. I kept looking at Luke during supper. Each time I saw him, I saw myself more. His fork holding, mannerisms, and laughter. Sophie saw me watch him. Her look is unreadable. The food tasted like cardboard, so I scarcely spoke. Jackie kept looking worriedly at me, but I ignored her. My thoughts raced. I wondered if Sophie visited Jackie the weekend we met. Was Jackie in the pub that night? Did she know Sophie and I's relationship? Has Sophie told anyone? Does Daniel know? These questions consumed my mind, making it impossible to concentrate. I made a toilet break after dinner while everyone went to the living room for coffee and dessert. I looked in the mirror after splashing cold water on my face. The man staring at me seemed unusual. A life with Jackie for 3 years was the best of my life. Future plans included having children in a few years. I felt like my past had caught up with me unexpectedly. I was lousy with ladies until Jackie. I used them and threw them away. I never made any lasting relationships between conquests. Jackie took a while to trust me because of my past. We met at a mutual friend's wedding, and she saw through me. It took nearly a year to convince her to date me, proving I had changed. After she gave me a chance, I've never looked back. I looked at my mirror and wondered if all that progress was about to end. Would Jackie leave me if she discovered her cousin's son was mine? That thought made me sick. My favorite experience was with her. 4 months. Until our wedding. Her parents already consider me a son. I get along with her whole family. The apartment we've shared for 2 years has become our home. When I returned to the living room, Jackie was playing with Luke, and watching them with no knowledge was painful. Sophie sat across the room, her eyes flitting between us, and I knew she recognized me. I was a wreck when we left. Jackie accepted my food poisoning explanation for my sweaty, pallid appearance. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't concentrate, or face people. I alternated panic and numbness in bed all day. I repeated it the next day. Jackie thought I had a stomach bug and brought me soup and pills. Her compassion made me feel worse. Indecision has incapacitated me for 4 days. No idea what to do. Should I tell Jackie? Should I confront Sophie? Should I stay quiet and hope it passes? Luke's birthday is almost exactly 9 months after Sophie's visit, according to our calendar. The time is great. Timing and appearance help me identify him as mine. $95. $. I'm afraid of losing Jackie. When we started dating, she struggled with my promiscuity. Discovering I fathered her cousin's child may be too much for her. This circumstance fits her strong ideas on trashy behavior. With Sophie and her family back in our lives, I can't bear to keep this secret. No, I never cheated on Jackie. This happened before I met her, but a bombshell may make it irrelevant. Luke seemed content with Sophie and Daniel. They reside several states away, so we rarely see each other. However, knowing I have a son who doesn't know I'm his father, and is raised by another man is eating me up. Jackie is my everything. We've discussed having kids in 3 or 4 years after settling into our careers and marriage. That I have a child who is her cousin's son seems harsh. No idea what to do. Risk losing Jackie by telling her everything. Address Sophie privately. Maintain the secret and remember it forever. I injure someone with every decision. Jackie, Luke, Sophie, her husband, or me. This can't be avoided without pain. I've been sleeping poorly for days and can't keep calling in sick. I must decide. But dread paralyzes me. Update 1. First, thanks to everyone who commented on my initial post. Reading your responses gave me the strength to do what was right despite my fear. Thanks to user The Truth Seeker 499, whose comment about secrets being out prompted me to act. I told Jackie everything 3 days after my original post. I couldn't handle the anxiety. I hadn't slept well in the week. From rarely eating, I'd lost 5 pounds and had difficulties focusing at work. I felt crushed by the secret. I requested a conversation with Jackie after supper. Sitting on our bed, I held her hands. Before I said anything, I cried. Jackie looked worried but kept quiet, letting me gather. I told her everything about recognizing Sophie at dinner, remembering our 6-year-old one-night fling, and seeing Luke and thinking he was probably my biological kid. I told her how worried I was that she might leave me over this. I felt terrible, but I didn't know about Luke until dinner. Jackie sat silently holding my hands as I explained. After I finished, she breathed deeply and asked why I hadn't told her after supper. I mentioned that I needed time to comprehend everything and was afraid of losing her. She was furious. I waited so long to inform her and made it clear that she expected immediate honesty in the future, no matter how tough. But she clutched my hands and vowed she wouldn't leave. Our relationship wasn't betrayed because this happened before we met. He added, "We've dealt with your past before, and we'll figure this out too." The relief I felt was overwhelming. For the first time in a week, I could breathe again. Jackie wasn't done. She stated we needed to talk more about my old lifestyle now that my history had appeared at her parents' dinner table. She accepted my broad past without details when we initially met. She wanted to know everything to avoid surprises. I agreed, but revisiting my mistakes wasn't enticing. Jackie decided to contact Sophie to get her perspective after our conversation. Jackie called Sophie many times the next morning. No reply. She texted many times. Nothing. Sophie replied with one text late that afternoon. "Let go. Please." Jackie asked whether they could at least text or talk. Same response from Sophie. "Let it go. Please." Sophie likely recognized I told Jackie the truth. Jackie was wounded by her cousin's silence, but after talking, we decided to follow Sophie's wishes for now. We prioritized each other for our wedding. Sophia altered her wedding RSVP from yes to no the day after this text exchange. Jackie was sad, but I was relieved. The thought of Sophie, Daniel, and Luke at our wedding stressed me out. Jackie and I began our deeper discussion about my background after the crisis subsided. Though painful and uncomfortable, it improved our bond. Even if it was uncomfortable or shameful, I answered her inquiries honestly. Jackie thanked me for my honesty and said she was confident there would be no shocks afterward. Sophie and Luke's issue persists. Whether Daniel knows the truth is unknown. Sophie's feelings are unknown beyond her wish to avoid discussing it. Most critically, we don't sure what to do with Luke. Jackie found old images that showed Sophie and Daniel had been together for at least 10 years, thus she was dating him when our one-night affair happened. An already problematic scenario became more complicated. Just for now, we're taking things day by day. After this storm, our friendship is stronger and wedding planning begins. Jackie's patience and dedication to our future are appreciated. My physical anxiety symptoms from that dreadful week have decreased, showing that telling the truth was proper. In the comments, some wondered how I feel about fatherhood. Well, I don't know. Luke is like us, yet his father, Daniel, reared him from infancy. His 2 loving parents seemed to make him happy and well-adjusted. Would my involvement as his biological father help him or cause him anguish and confusion? Jackie and I will examine these questions in the following weeks and months. We're honoring Sophie's wish to move on, but we may review it later. We may need to talk more directly about what's best for everyone, especially Luke. Jackie and I plan to move out of state for work in a few years. That will further remove us from Sophie's family, which may be best. I wonder if Luke will ever ask about his parentage. If that day comes, I aim to handle it with more grace and honesty than before. Update 2. 2 months have passed since my last update, and I have some news. Our wedding is 2 months away, and preparations are underway. Jackie and I have been busy with venue, catering, and guest list decisions. Sophie and Luke's dilemma aside, we've concentrated on our future together. Jackie got a parcel 3 weeks after my last update. Sophie sent us an expensive set of crystal glasses and a card for our wedding. The card read, "Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. Sorry we can't attend. Love, Sophie, Daniel, and Luke." It didn't address our predicament or the meal or text exchange. A standard wedding present and card. Jackie called her parents to ask about Sophie's wedding absence. Sophie told the family Daniel had a job commitment they couldn't break. Jackie's mom thought it was weird since Sophie had been so eager about the wedding, but she didn't question it. Sophie began replying to Jackie's texts a week later. Normal cousin things, not linked to our circumstance. Photos of Luke's t-ball game, employment updates, and TV show comments. She seemed to be striving to sustain their connection while ignoring the elephant in the room. Jackie felt conflicted. She cherishes her friendship with Sophie and was upset by the initial stonewalling. She thinks they're lying about what happened. We agreed that Jackie would keep talking to Sophie for now. Sophie may eventually address the issue directly. I've been thinking about Luke. Some commenters on my previous blogs branded me selfish for not declaring paternity and fighting for custody or visitation. Let me address that. Luke is 5. His father, Daniel, reared him from birth. I could tell they get along from our quick meeting. Daniel liked the boy and was patient. Luke appeared joyful and settled. Would Luke benefit from his environment being flipped? To discover his dad isn't his biological father? An unknown stranger, claiming fatherhood and demanding his life? I doubt it would. Jackie has learned from family chats that Sophie and Daniel are financially stable and successful. They have a great home and outstanding schools. The family vacations and gives Luke sports and other chances. Jackie and I are still building our careers. Student loans and a 1-bedroom apartment are ours. We're not ready for kids. We'll wait a few years to start a family. I'm not avoiding blame. If I had known about Luke earlier, I would have helped. I didn't know. An established family looks to be operating well. Disrupting that may be harmful. I still think about him. His few images on Jackie's family's social media sites are examined. I wonder about his personality, interests, and whether he acquired any of my talents or peculiarities beyond his appearance. Maybe he'll see our resemblance in family photos and ask questions. Sophie may have told Daniel something. Jackie and I have discussed what we would do if Luke reached out to us as an adult. We promised to tell him the truth while respecting Sophie and Daniel's parenting. We would explain that our distancing wasn't out of concern but because we thought it was best for him. In other developments, Jackie and I met with our first financial advisor to prepare our future. We talked about paying off college loans, saving for a house, and having kids. Our advisor asked if we had other financial obligations. Jackie stared at me, and I hesitated to decline. Though I had no legal commitment to Luke, the moment felt dishonest. Even with a truce, these minor events remind me that this matter isn't settled. Commenters inquired if I've explored paternity testing. Answer: yes. I've considered it, but I can't request one without upsetting our fragile balance. Luke resembles me so much that I'm 95% sure he's mine. The time is great. For now, I'm assuming paternity. While realizing I may be wrong, I still feel guilty about my prior behavior. My one-night fling with Sophie was just one example of how I treated women then. I'm grateful Jackie let me prove my change every day. This example shows how our past acts can have lasting effects. Update 3. 6 months have passed since my previous update, and our lives are back to normal. Jackie and I married in a wonderful ceremony with family and friends. Sophie, Daniel, and Luke sent another present and a card congratulating us but did not come. Jackie's family asked why their absence, so we cited Daniel's work. The wedding was lovely despite the strain. Jackie looked beautiful, and I couldn't believe my luck watching her go down the aisle. We forgot about it while honeymooning in Costa Rica for 2 weeks. It was perfect time to focus on each other and our future. Reality re-emerged when we returned. Jackie's promotion at work will force us to move next year earlier than expected. Moving farther from Sophie's family is both a relief and a squandered chance. Part of me wishes proximity will lead to a conclusion, while part of me appreciates the distance. Jackie's parents held a reunion 2 months ago. Sophie's family attended, marking their first appearance since that terrible supper. Jackie and I discussed it extensively beforehand. We were polite but didn't force interactions. We would discuss the problem if Sophie wished. Without it, we'd respect her limits. The reunion started awkwardly. Sophie avoided being alone with us, and Daniel looked unconcerned. He talked to me about sports and work like we were casual acquaintances, which I suppose we are. Luke ran with the other kids, stopping to show Daniel what he found or did. Watching them interact was heartbreaking and comforting. Painful because I was seeing father-son moments I would never experience, yet reassuring since they had a great bond. I briefly had Luke to myself throughout the reunion. I was seated near where he tripped and scraped his knee. He was helped up and asked whether he was okay. He nodded boldly, trying not to cry. I wiped the dirt off his knee with a tissue from my pocket and told him he was tough. He thanked me with eyes like mine before going off to play again. Perhaps 30 seconds. Yet the interaction affected me greatly. Sophie watched me from across the yard later that day. Our eyes locked briefly before she glanced away. Jackie and I were having buffet food when she approached us a few minutes later. She inquired about our new home and move. Strange but polite chat. Before leaving, she whispered, "He's happy. That's what matters most." And rejoined her family before we could react. She never acknowledged the situation beyond those 6 words. Jackie and I discussed them extensively on the way home. We assumed it confirmed our suspicions. Sophie knows Luke is my biological son but continues her family with Daniel. Her statement tried to reassure and ask for continuity. Her desires were honored. The rest of the reunion and the months since have been friendly but distant with Sophie's family. Jackie still texts Sophie periodically, keeping the conversation light and on daily life rather than the reality. Jackie and I seriously considered having children last month. Our financial condition will improve with the promotion and move, so we're ready to move sooner than planned. The discussions have been stimulating, but complicated. Jackie asked me how I felt about fatherhood, and I swallowed hard before saying I was excited. We understood deep down that I am one biologically. Sophie sent Jackie a Christmas card yesterday. Luke, 6, was missing his 2 front teeth in his school portrait. We look more alike now, especially in his smile. Jackie asked me to preserve the photo. I refused. But Mom put it away with the other family photos, after I stared at it for a while. I think about Luke less, but more intensively, as we plan for our next relocation. Maybe he'll learn the truth. Daniel may know our suspects. I wonder if we did the right thing by listening to Sophie's request. Our lives are continuing forward for now. The new house, Jackie's promotion, and our family plans keep us focused on the future. We promise to be honest with Luke if he contacts us later. While waiting, we shall respect the boundaries. However unsaid, I think we made the right choice for everyone, especially Luke. The family is stable and kind. Disrupting that for biological entitlement would benefit me, not him. When someone else is doing it well, it's sometimes best to let them do it. This is my last update until something major happens. Thanks to everyone who advised and supported me through this difficult period. Your opinions assist Jackie and me overcome an unexpected issue. After years of supporting my sister, I finally realized she was using me when she humiliated me at her 30th birthday party. I heard my sister tell her friends when I arrived early to help set up her birthday party. I hate my pitiful sister thinking we're close. You just said what? My sister Lauren and her 5 best friends turned around shocked as I held the custom cake I spent 3 days making in the doorway. She had asked me to decorate her 30th birthday party, so I came in early with my key. However, she had started the party without telling me. "Oh my God, you're here." Lauren's face went from laughing to worrying, but Brianna kept laughing. "Tell her what you said about Christmas." Brianna continued as Lauren shook her head quickly. "She said you bought her that expensive necklace thinking it meant something. The Tiffany necklace I saved 8 months for, and how you cried when she gave you a gift card." Everyone laughed again. I carefully placed the cake on the counter to protect my hand-sculpted fondant roses. "You asked me to help early." Lauren rolled her eyes and poured more wine. "Drop off the cake, please. Don't bother inserting yourself." Her pal Sophie nodded. "She always complains about your best friend behavior. Always griping. My sister complained about me every night when she called to complain about her job. You call me daily." Angry Lauren laughed. "You're free therapy. A real therapist costs money." She consulted friends. She believes I value her love life advice. Jenna added more as everyone laughed. Do you remember her offering to do your makeup for Brad's wedding? Lauren moaned. After watching 2 YouTube videos, she felt qualified. Beautiful work. You said. Lauren drank wine. Was I supposed to say? Your little hobby made you proud. Her friend Amber joined. Which sister made your weird graduation scrapbook? Yes, Lauren pulled something from under the coffee table. I spent 3 months making a scrapbook of our childhood photos. Look at this sad thing. She opened it to a page where I wrote about my pride in her. Listen to this caption. My amazing sister inspires me daily. Everyone laughed. I felt your pain. You don't have real friends, so I act close. She pointed to friends. I have real sisters. I just share DNA with you. Amber poured more wine for everyone but didn't offer me. Tell her about the wedding. Since Lauren lit up with cruel excitement. I'm engaged soon. This surprised me. Chris proposes next month. Since I chose the ring, I know. She smiled meanly at me. My maid of honor won't be you. Knowing this would hurt me. Her friend smiled. My maid of honor is Brianna. Sophie, Amber, and my college roommate are bridesmaids. She paused for effect. You're not invited to the bachelorette party. Her bachelorette party had been on my mind for years. I'm your sister. Lauren got up and approached me. Exactly. Not my friend, but my sister. Differences exist. She checked my cake. Like this cake. Trying too hard. Bakers are professionals for a reason. Fingering the frosting ruined the design. You insist on making everything about you. Sophie spoke. She threw you that surprise party you said you didn't want. My surprise party was after she said she felt forgotten on her birthday. You liked it. You cried joyously. Lauren chuckled. I cried in shame. You invited random high school friends I haven't seen in years. She regarded her pals. She thought I'd want to see them. As the doorbell rang, more guests arrived for the real party. Lauren hard grasped my arm. Leave the cake and go. The decorations I bought were examined and set up yesterday. My entire place is decorated. Lauren shrugged. A kid's party. It seems. Redoing it anyway. I spent hours arranging streamers, but her friends took them down. The worst part is? Lauren spoke loudly for arriving guests. She believes our parents' deaths bonded us. After 4 years without our parents, we promised to always support each other. That trauma bonding is fake. Real friends provide emotional support. Our Aunt Catherine arrived for the party. What's happening? She saw my face and ruined cake. Lauren immediately changed pitch. Oh. Aunt Catherine. My sister dropped the cake. No, she can't stay. After drinking too much, Amber blurted out. Lauren said she's tired of imitating her sister. Aunt Catherine darkened. Pretending? She regarded Lauren. Due to your inability to pay, your sister pays half your rent. The crowd fell silent. Lauren flushed. Aunt Catherine stood between Lauren and me, her voice breaking through the party noise enough to draw newcomers to the doorway. Lauren's red face turned white instantly. The crowd behind Aunt Catherine kept growing, and they all heard every word. Lauren tried to laugh like a joke, but it sounded fake. Aunt Catherine kept talking, and everyone in the apartment knew. I'd never seen her look at Lauren, like a stranger instead of her niece. The room was silent except for a phone buzzing and Lauren's friends' uncomfortable looks. Brianna and Megan were debating whether to speak or stay silent. Tina put her wine glass down and stared at the floor. Lauren opened her mouth to speak but said nothing. After retrieving my purse from the door, I began gathering decorations. I paid for half-down streamers and banners. While Lauren stood frozen in her living room doorway, Aunt Catherine followed me into the hallway and put her hand on my shoulder. The ruined cake was behind her on the counter. She broke fondant roses with her finger. Aunt Catherine's voice was quieter but firm when she told me to stay with her tonight and talk about this. I nodded because my voice wasn't working, right? As we approached the elevator, I heard Lauren talking to her friends. Her voice grew louder and defensive. The elevator doors closed before I heard her excuse on this occasion. I finally cried at Aunt Catherine's. Crying that makes you gasp and shakes. She made tea in her kitchen while I sat on her couch, failing to stop crying. I held the warm mug when she sat next to me. I told her how Lauren called me every night to complain about her job, coworkers, Chris, and everything. How I thought we were close, that those calls meant something, and that I was helping her. I paid half her rent for 3 years because she said her job didn't pay enough. Aunt Catherine listened quietly, nodding or making small sounds to indicate she was hearing me. I told her about the necklace, scrapbook, and other things I'd made or bought, thinking Lauren would care. I couldn't stop talking despite my broken voice. Aunt Catherine scrolled through her phone and showed me Lauren's text from the past year. Messages asking for money. Discussing expensive dinners with Chris, and planning weekend trips. The words on the screen hurt my stomach more. She said Lauren was using me. That sisters didn't do this. And hearing it out loud made it more real. I barely rested in Aunt Catherine's guest room. I just stared at the ceiling and replayed every conversation with Lauren. Almost crying in the office, I held it together until I could hide in the bathroom. Emma's apartment across town was my after-work meeting. Though older than mine and Lauren's, the building was well maintained and had character rather than modern fixtures. I saw the empty room that was smaller than mine, but the rent was cheaper and it felt clean and simple. No memories on the walls, no furniture I bought thinking I was building a home with my sister. Emma clearly explained house rules. Simple respect for shared space. She mentioned her typical home schedule, liking quiet after 10 on weeknights. Everything felt balanced and fair, like she saw me as an equal, not a tool. I accepted and shook hands like adults doing business. She gave me an extra key and said I could move in whenever. Key felt lighter than one I left at Lauren's. I held my phone for 20 minutes in Aunt Catherine's guest room, before opening my messages that evening. Without overthinking or softening the words, I typed the text to Lauren. No, after information, just moving out and paying this month's rent. She could pay for it herself or find someone else. I sent it before I could delete and improve it. The response came so quickly she must have been staring at her phone. All caps saying I was selfish and ungrateful, and abandoning her when she needed me. More texts. Angrier than the last. Blamed me for ruining her life and being dramatic about nothing. My hands shook as I placed my phone face down on the nightstand. Aunt Catherine's front door banged at $9. C.00. Mathram PM dollar. Audible from the guest room upstairs. Lauren's high-pitched, crying voice repeated my name through the walls. I stayed in bed as Aunt Catherine walked to the door and told Lauren she couldn't come in. Lauren said she didn't mean those things, that her friends were drunk and encouraged her, and that I abandoned her over a misunderstanding through the floor. She repeated her text's excuses with tears. Aunt Catherine's calm voice prevented Lauren from being the victim. Lauren's car started and drove away after about 12 minutes of talking. My chest was tight throughout, almost wanted to run downstairs and fix things. The other part knew instinct was the issue. Aunt Catherine returned inside and found me on the guest bed. It was obvious that I was fine, so she sat next to me. She cut through my confusion and guilt by saying Lauren wasn't taking responsibility, just upset about losing her free ride. Clarity helped, but I felt guilty for feeling guilty, like I betrayed Lauren by seeing the truth. Aunt Catherine patted my shoulder and reminded me that real apologies don't blame or excuse. I nodded and tried to believe her, even though years of habit made me want to call Lauren to settle things. Bags, boxes, and town trips dominated the weekend. Aunt Catherine drove up Saturday morning and loaded my stuff from Lauren's apartment while she was out. We planned it that way to avoid another fight, or Lauren guilting me into staying. Most of my stuff fit in Aunt Catherine's trunk and back seat. Self-purchased clothes, books, and kitchen supplies. I didn't have energy to argue about who paid what percentage or who deserved the couch, so we kept the furniture we split costs on. Emma helped us move everything to her apartment. We three worked efficiently without talking. On Sunday afternoon, I had my clothes in the closet and books on the shelf in my new room. Space felt empty but mine. It has no shared history or broken promises. Monday morning before work, I banked. The desk clerk politely requested my ID and account numbers without asking why I was removing someone from my accounts. She quickly processed forms and showed me where to sign. Lauren's name disappeared from the household account we set up 3 years ago, which I automatically transferred rent and utilities into. I deleted that account and opened one in my name. The paperwork took less than 30 minutes, and I felt lighter after leaving the automatic doors, like cutting a rope that had been pulling me underwater. Lauren texted me from a different number since I blocked her main one. A message said Chris's mother wanted to meet me to settle things before the engagement. This was just a minor conflict to resolve. I was supposed to help Lauren look good to her future in-laws and pretend everything was fine. After blocking the new number, I blocked Brianna, Megan, and Tina in my contacts. Every number from the party night. Everyone who laughed as Lauren tore me apart. After hovering over the delete button, I watched each name disappear from my phone. I was tired of being controlled and made smaller so Lauren could feel bigger. As I removed names from my life, my chest felt lighter. Emma left for her hospital shift at 6 a.m. most mornings. Her hallway footsteps were quiet as she tried not to wake me. Though I usually heard her, I stayed in bed, grateful for the consideration. I had the apartment for long periods after work because she worked 10-hour shifts 4 days a week. She took off other days. After I returned, she'd be cooking dinner or reading on the couch and ask if I wanted to join her without pressure. We settled into a rhythm of being together without interacting. Some nights, I worked on my laptop at the kitchen table while she watched TV, and the silence was pleasant. Emma would stop what she was doing to listen when I needed to talk about Lauren, the party, or my anger. She only gave advice when asked. Let me vent until I ran out of words without offering any solutions. Having someone who gave me space but supported me was different from Lauren. A stranger called 2 weeks after I moved out. Something compelled me to answer. The landlord of Lauren and my apartment, Carly Jackson, spoke. She seemed tired and annoyed when she asked if I'd quit the lease without notice. My stomach dropped because I knew what Lauren told her. I said I gave written notice, paid my rent through the month, and left a forwarding address for any deposit return. Carly paused before asking why Lauren said I'd disappeared and left her with the full rent. I inhaled and told her that Lauren was financially capable of paying the full amount and that I'd been covering half because she said she couldn't. That was BS. Carly made a note and said she'd seen Lauren driving a new car in the parking garage last week. A BMW, she said, wondering how someone with little money could afford a luxury car. Confirmation hit me hard. Lauren was lying about her finances and taking my money to buy herself expensive things, but I was too trusting to question it. When I thanked Carly for calling and hung up, my hands shook. My anger was sharp and hot, unlike my hurt. Lauren wasn't simply cruel at the party. She stole from me for months, possibly years. Aunt Catherine called me that night to recommend Dr. Olivia Davis, a therapist. She said Dr. Davis specialized in family trauma and helped several friends through difficult relationships. Aunt Catherine suggested the appointment for the following week, and I was tired of being angry all the time. My other cousin said Lauren made weight-related comments to his girlfriend at Thanksgiving, which made everyone uncomfortable. My uncle said Lauren borrowed money from him last year and never paid it back, then got angry when he asked. As others shared their stories, I realized Lauren's cruelty wasn't unique. Multiple family members were dismissed and mistreated by her. Because she was my sister, I thought I had to put up with anything. Everyone had distanced her, set boundaries, and stopped expecting her kindness. I was the only one trying to have a close relationship with someone who'd repeatedly rejected me. Rachel stopped me after eating to tell me Lauren had called her 3 days earlier for money. Lauren claimed I abandoned her and she couldn't afford rent, alleging I left without notice. Rachel said she told Lauren no and suggested she get a second job like I did when I supported us. Lauren got angry and hung up, which wasn't surprising. She called relatives for money while driving a BMW, which made my blood boil again. Despite losing me, she hadn't changed her behavior or learned anything. She wanted to use someone else who would give her money and emotional support without expecting anything in return. I was glad my family saw through her manipulation and didn't fall for her victim act like I had. 5 weeks after moving out, I woke up without a tight chest for the first time in months. I no longer had nightmares about Lauren laughing at me as I explained myself. Now they only came once or twice a week. And I could sleep afterward instead of staying awake until morning. I started cooking dinner with Emma on weekends. Not fancy, just pasta or stir-fry. But it felt good to share a kitchen with someone who didn't judge my vegetable chopping or tell me I was doing everything wrong. She invited me to meet her friends at a bar one Thursday night, but I almost declined because meeting new people scared me after Lauren. Her friends were nice when I went. They asked about my life and seemed interested. Nobody tracked who bought drinks or talked more. Nobody asked why I moved or for details I wasn't ready to share. Andrew, one of her friends, told a funny story about his sister drama, and everyone laughed. Walking home that night, I realized I hadn't thought about Lauren in 3 hours. I opened my email the next morning and saw a strange address. Please read this. I opened it and saw Lauren's name at the bottom. I blocked her main account, so she must have created another. Despite knowing better, I read the 12-paragraph email. It started with a genuine apology for 2 sentences. I was tearing the family apart by not talking to her, she wrote. She claimed she was drunk at the party and didn't mean it. The next paragraph accused me of being too sensitive and not understanding that friends vent. I was making things worse by lying to family about her. She wrote. I stopped reading halfway and clicked delete. Although my hand shook. I clicked. The email vanished and I closed my laptop. Without reading the rest, I knew it wouldn't get better. I mentioned the email to Dr. Olivia Davis in therapy that week. In response to her question, I said Lauren's apology felt wrong but couldn't explain why. Dr. Olivia drew a middle line on a notepad. One side was a real apology, the other a fake. She said genuine apologies acknowledge harm without excuses. They don't say but or blame the victim. I was drunk or you're too sensitive are excuses for fake apologies. Lauren's email had both. Dr. Olivia asked me to count how many times Lauren took responsibility versus blamed or excused me. I realized the email was fake apologies stacked. This framework helped me overcome my guilt. I wasn't mean by not responding. Protection from a non-sorry person. Something strange happened when I checked my bank account that week. I had more cash than expected. Not having Lauren's half of the rent every month left me with money after bills. After years of living on a tight budget, I forgot how it felt to have extra money. My credit card account showed $math BBS $800 in debt, mostly from emergencies over the past year when Lauren needed something, so I put it on there. I settled the balance immediately. I opened a savings account and put $math BBS $200 in. I stared at the screen because I'd never saved. Every extra dollar went to Lauren, or paid for expenses she couldn't afford. Now I was saving money to build something instead of just surviving. Catherine called Sunday afternoon to invite me to tea. At her house, she sat me at her kitchen table with a serious face. She told me Lauren temporarily moved back in with her and Chris because she couldn't afford the apartment. It upset Chris's parents because they didn't want Lauren to live with him before getting engaged. The situation caused Chris and his family to fight. Catherine said Lauren was stressed and snapping at Chris and complaining. Hearing this made me feel good. Lauren was finally paying for taking me for granted, but I was mostly sad and tired. Hearing that my closest family member was struggling didn't help me feel better after losing her. It reminded me that our relationship was never real. I told Dr. Olivia I felt guilty for being glad Lauren was punished in my next therapy session. Dr. Olivia leaned forward and said something memorable. The sister I thought I had, the one who valued me and cared about me, was never real. Lauren showed me who she was at that party. I was grieving the sister I imagined, not the sister who actually existed, which explained why I was so confused. A month after the party, Jenna sent me a message on social media. Jenna apologized for laughing at me and encouraging Lauren to be cruel. Watching Lauren spiral after I left made her realize how toxic their friend group was. She said she'd pulled back from Lauren and was trying to be a better person. I read the message twice, then closed the app without responding. Maybe Jenna was sorry and learned something, but I didn't owe her forgiveness or my time. She humiliated me in front of a room full of people. On Wednesday, my boss called me into her office and I felt sick. When I sat down, she smiled and told me I was being promoted to senior associate. She said my performance over the past month had been outstanding, that I'd shown initiative and focus that impressed the whole team. The promotion came with a raise and better benefits. I thanked her and tried to act professional, but inside I was screaming with excitement. Without Lauren's drama, nightly phone calls, and crisis management, I could focus on my career. I was progressing and building something for myself instead of treading water while supporting someone who didn't appreciate it. That weekend, Emma and I were watching TV when she muted a commercial and started talking about getting a cat. I was surprised. After everything with Lauren, I never had a pet, so sharing responsibility for something felt scary. But then I realized Emma was asking me to build something positive with her to make this apartment feel like home instead of just a place I escaped to. She was asking us to take care of our cat together. I said yes before I could overthink it. On Sunday morning, we walked through rows of cats in cages. Most ignored us or hissed, but one orange tabby pushed his face against the bars and meowed at us. The shelter worker said his name was Marmalade and he'd been there for 3 months because people wanted kittens. Emma opened the cage and the cat immediately rubbed against her hand, purring so loud we could hear it across the room. She looked at me and I nodded. We filled out the adoption papers and the worker helped us load the cat carrier into Emma's car. On the way home, Emma suggested renaming him after his color. Back at the apartment, we set up his litter box and food bowls. Toast sniffed everything and marked territory. Watching Emma and me work together to make him comfortable, sharing this responsibility in a healthy way where we both contributed equally, showed me what balanced relationships look like. Nobody was keeping score. The next day at work, I was eating the salad I'd packed when the receptionist called my extension and said someone was here to see me. Before I could ask who, I heard Lauren's voice in the background getting louder. I grabbed my phone and walked to the lobby, where Lauren was crying near the front desk. I told the receptionist to call security and stepped back toward the hallway. Lauren followed me, saying I was being dramatic and we were sisters and she just needed 5 minutes. Security arrived within seconds, 2 guys I recognized from the building. I asked them to escort Lauren out because I didn't want to talk to her. Lauren started crying harder and reached for my arm, but one of the security guards gently blocked her path. She kept saying my name as they walked her out. My coworkers were staring at their desks, and I felt hot. I returned to my office and closed the door, sitting in my chair with my hands shaking so hard I had to put them flat on the desk to stop. Every time I replayed Lauren crying in the lobby, the shaking came in waves, but underneath it was pride. I'd held the boundary. My boss knocked on my door around 3 that afternoon and asked if I had a minute. I followed her to her office, expecting a lecture about personal drama at work, but she closed the door and asked if I was okay. I briefly explained that it was a family situation and apologized for the disruption. But she waved off the apology and said she'd already talked to security about updating their system with Lauren's photo, so she couldn't get in again. Having my workplace actively protect me from Lauren felt validating. I told my boss I didn't want to take the day off, but she nodded and said her door was open if I needed anything else. That week in therapy, Dr. Olivia and I started a new project. She asked me to talk about my parents' death and Lauren's betrayal separately to process them as separate traumas. As I talked, I realized I'd never properly grieved my parents because I was too busy keeping Lauren afloat. When Mom and Dad died, Lauren fell apart immediately, and I planned the funeral, handled the estate paperwork, made sure Lauren ate and showered, and went to work. Dr. Olivia showed me that Lauren had weaponized our parents' memory to keep me tied to her. I thought I was being strong, being the good sister, but I was just delaying my grief. The trauma bond Lauren dismissed as fake was real for me, just not mutual. On Saturday morning, I drove to the cemetery for the first time in a year. I'd avoided going because Lauren always wanted to go together and make it a big emotional thing. I parked near the entrance and walked through rows of headstones until I found theirs side by side under an oak tree. I apologized for letting Lauren use their memory to not protect what they wanted for us. The crying felt cleaner than at home, like it was washing something out instead of just expressing pain. I stayed there for almost 3 hours, talking, crying, and sitting in silence. I left feeling lighter but sadder, grieving them properly instead of through the lens of taking care of Lauren. The next week, Aunt Catherine called and invited me to dinner. I drove to her house after work and found her making lasagna, my mom's recipe. We sat at the kitchen table and she casually mentioned that Lauren and Chris had broken up. Chris expected Lauren to split expenses like normal couples. But Lauren expected him to support her like I did. When he refused and his parents got involved, the relationship fell apart. Aunt Catherine said Lauren was devastated and returned to living with her temporarily. I felt vindicated watching Lauren face consequences for expecting everyone to carry her, but I also felt sad because she was my sister, and she was hurting, even if it was her own choice. I discussed the breakup and my mixed reactions with Dr. Olivia in my next session. She helped me understand that Lauren was facing consequences, while also acknowledging that those consequences were due to Lauren's behavior. I didn't fix Lauren's problems or manage her emotions about the natural results of treating people badly. The guilt I felt was a trained response from years of being Lauren's emotional support system, not actual wrongdoing. Dr. Olivia asked me what I wanted my relationship with Lauren to look like in the future. I said I didn't know yet, that I needed more time to figure out who I was without her constant needs. 4 months after the party, I woke up on a Wednesday and went to work as usual. I made coffee, made toast, checked my emails, and drove to work. It wasn't until lunchtime that I realized I hadn't thought about Lauren all morning. In fact, I hadn't thought about her in 5 days since briefly mentioning the breakup to Emma. Lauren apologized and understood if I never spoke to her again. I read the letter twice, looking for the catch, the hidden blame or manipulation, but it seemed genuine. I folded it back into the envelope and set it on the coffee table, unsure what to do. I read parts of the letter to Dr. Olivia in my Thursday session and discussed how I might respond, if I wanted to. She asked what I wanted from Lauren, what I needed to feel okay about potential future contact. I said I wasn't ready yet, that the letter could sit while I figured out what I wanted. The letter showed Lauren was working on herself, but I didn't have to immediately welcome her back into my life. I could take my time and reconnect when I was ready, not guilted into it. Dr. Olivia nodded and said that was healthy, that I was protecting my own healing instead of Lauren's feelings, and that the letter could wait as long as I needed it. 2 weeks after Lauren's letter, my uncle's birthday party invitation arrived, and I noticed that Lauren's name wasn't on it, just mine, addressed to me at Emma's apartment. This meant Aunt Catherine had informed the family of my new address. I called my uncle to confirm my attendance, and he seemed happy to hear from me. He asked how I was doing, how the new place was going, and never mentioned Lauren. It felt deliberate, like everyone had agreed not to mention her unless I did first. On Saturday afternoon, I drove to my uncle's house with a gift I'd chosen, not worrying about Lauren's opinion or the wrapping. Walking up to the front door, I felt nervous, like I was tested, but when my aunt opened the door and hugged me longer than usual, the tension eased. Inside, my cousins greeted me warmly and positioned themselves near me, creating a buffer zone of support. The party was small, just close family, and everyone seemed eager to make me comfortable. My uncle thanked me for the gift, asked about my job, and listened instead of talking about himself. I ate lunch on the back patio with my younger cousin and Aunt Catherine, who kept looking at me. Nobody mentioned Lauren, but her absence hung over everything like weather nobody wanted to acknowledge. I appreciated the support, but it made me sad. After lunch, my cousin Lily pulled me aside near the garden, away from the others. She looked uncomfortable but determined, twisting her bracelet around her wrist. Lily told me Lauren had been calling her, asking if I was okay and what I was up to. She said Lauren sounded genuinely worried, not manipulative or fake, just concerned. I felt a complicated mix of emotions because part of me wanted to know Lauren cared, but another part realized I needed distance. Lily said Lauren had asked her to tell me she was respecting my boundaries, wasn't going to contact me directly, but she wanted me to know she was thinking about me. I thanked her and asked her not to tell Lauren about my life. Lily nodded and squeezed my hand, understanding without saying more. Lauren asking about me through family instead of showing up at my apartment or workplace showed that she was listening to me and giving me space, even though it was hard for her. That restraint was more meaningful than her 5-page apology letter because it showed she was trying to change her behavior, not just her words. I returned to the party feeling lighter, like knowing Lauren was struggling with our separation but respecting it made the boundary feel less cruel. 4 months later, I sat at my desk with paper and a pen, toast curled up on the chair next to me. I'd been thinking about Lauren's letter for weeks, reading it multiple times and checking every sentence for hidden meanings or manipulations. I wrote back to mark this moment in my healing process, not for Lauren, but for myself. I explained this wasn't forgiveness, just acknowledgement. I thanked her for her apology and her taking full responsibility without excuses. I told her I needed more time and space, maybe a lot more, but I recognized she was working on herself and that mattered. I spent 3 hours writing the letter because I kept stopping to make sure I wasn't being too harsh or soft, giving her false hope or unnecessary cruelty. I explained my boundaries, what I needed from her if we ever had contact again, and what I wouldn't accept anymore. I didn't promise anything or suggest a timeline for reconnection. After reading it twice, I sealed it in an envelope before second-guessing myself. Walking to the mailbox felt like closing one chapter of my life, and accepting that the next chapter might not include Lauren. Dropping the letter in the slot made me feel relieved and sad, but mostly clear. My company sent me to a marketing conference in Chicago 3 weeks later, my first work trip since everything happened. It was nice to be in a new city, where no one knew about my sister drama or family issues. I focused on the conference sessions, took notes, and networked with other professionals in my field. My boss chose me for this trip because of my recent excellent performance, which felt validating for reasons unrelated to Lauren. During breaks, I explored the city, ate at restaurants I chose, and enjoyed the freedom of making decisions. I was genuinely engaged in the conference's new marketing strategies and digital trends, asking questions and contributing ideas. One evening, I had dinner with colleagues from other companies and talked about career goals and industry changes. I realized I was building a professional identity and network separate from my role as Lauren's sister or caretaker. Being away from everything helped me see my life with fresh eyes. I had healthy friendships with Emma and her circle. I was advancing in my career. I was processing my grief with Dr. Olivia's help. I was okay, maybe better than okay. That realization hit me hard in a hotel room overlooking the Chicago skyline. I ate lunch with Rachel from a Boston firm on the last day of the conference. I'd spent so long defining myself in relation to Lauren, managing her needs and emotions, that I forgot I could exist for myself. She casually asked about my family, and I gave a brief, honest answer without falling apart. I told her my sister and I weren't close right now, keeping my tone neutral and matter of fact. Rachel nodded and moved on to other topics without pressing for details or offering unwanted advice. I didn't know strangers my trauma or story. I could acknowledge it without making it the center of every interaction. Later, waiting for my flight home, I saw how far I'd come in 4 months. From sobbing in Aunt Catherine's guest room to calmly discussing my family situation with a stranger without shaking my voice. I wasn't pretending to be okay or forcing positivity. I was building a life that worked for me, one where Lauren's absence allowed me to discover who I was without her. Toast ran to greet me at the door, meowing and rubbing against my legs. Emma had left my favorite snacks on the kitchen counter with a welcome home note that made me smile. I unpacked my suitcase and looked around at the throw pillows we'd chosen, the photos on the walls, and the plants Emma was teaching me to keep alive. I was living here because I wanted to, not because I had nowhere else to go. I was building a life I liked instead of one based on managing Lauren's needs and moods. Emma came home from work an hour later and we made dinner while I told her about the conference. She asked good questions and seemed genuinely interested in my professional growth, celebrating my successes without making them about her. That evening, sitting on the couch with Toast watching a movie, I felt content for the first time in years. This was what healthy relationships looked like: reciprocal care and support. Aunt Catherine called the next week and invited me to lunch at her favorite downtown cafe. We met on Saturday afternoon, and she hugged me tight before we went inside. Over sandwiches and coffee, she asked how I was doing, genuinely, and I told her my progress. She heard me carefully, nodding, and asking follow-up questions to show she understood my situation. Then she gently brought up Lauren, watching my face for signs I wanted her to stop. She said Lauren was doing better, working 2 jobs, seeing her therapist regularly, and taking responsibility for her life. Aunt Catherine didn't push me to reconnect or say I owed Lauren anything. She was just planting a seed, asking if I'd be willing to see Lauren eventually. I stirred my coffee and thought about what I wanted. I told Aunt Catherine maybe someday, but I wasn't ready and might never be ready, and I needed her to be okay with that. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand, saying she supported whatever I decided and wouldn't pressure me. The conversation was important because it acknowledged that reconciliation was possible without imposing its own timeline. While scrolling through my phone in bed that night, I realized I hadn't checked Lauren's social media in weeks. I used to check her posts multiple times a day, tracking her life and activities, wondering what she was doing and if she was thinking about me. I was reading books I wanted to read, taking an online photography class, and planning a weekend trip with Emma to visit her family instead of worrying about Lauren. That shift felt monumental, like I'd finally stepped out of her shadow and into my own light. In my Thursday session with Dr. Olivia, we discussed healthy boundaries with Lauren if we ever had contact again. Dr. Olivia helped me imagine limited structured interaction with clear consequences if Lauren reverted to old patterns. We discussed meeting in public, keeping conversations focused, and having an exit strategy if things went wrong. Dr. Olivia stressed that I could set the terms of any future relationship and that I didn't owe Lauren the closeness we used to have just because we were sisters. This framework made the possibility of future contact less scary and more manageable. I could imagine seeing Lauren again without absorbing all her problems and emotions. They protected me while allowing for the possibility that Lauren had changed. Dr. Olivia reminded me that I could always change my mind, that seeing Lauren once didn't mean committing to ongoing contact. I felt empowered by this control. Emma and I reviewed the lease renewal papers at the kitchen table. She asked if I wanted to stay another year, saying she hoped I would but wouldn't pressure me. I looked at the apartment, thought about the life I'd built here, and decided I wanted to stay. Signing that paperwork felt significant, like I was committing to this new life I'd created. I decided to stay in this space, this roommate, this version of my life where I came first. Emma signed her section, then I signed mine, and we celebrated with ice cream and a movie. Later that night, I thought about how much had changed in 3 months. From standing in Lauren's apartment with a ruined cake to signing a lease on a home where I felt valued and safe felt like years. I still needed therapy and had complicated feelings about Lauren and our family, but I was happy where I was. It was real because my happiness was based on my own choices, relationships, and growth, not Lauren's changing or apologizing or wanting me back in her life. I scheduled the tattoo appointment for a Tuesday afternoon so I could think about it without rushing back to work. The artist explained my design, a phoenix rising, small enough to fit on my inner wrist and remind me that I'd survived something hard. Lauren had always said tattoos were trashy and made women look cheap, and I'd listened to her even though I'd wanted one since college. The needle hurt more than I expected, but in a good way. Like it was marking something real. I watched the ink take shape on my skin and thought about how I was making this choice only for myself. When it was done and wrapped, I paid with money I'd saved from not covering Lauren's expenses. Thanksgiving came faster than expected, and Aunt Catherine called to confirm I was coming to her place for dinner. She mentioned Lauren would be there, too, and said it gently like she was giving me the option to back out, but I told her I'd come anyway. Emma offered to come with me for support, but I told her I needed to do this alone. I drove to Aunt Catherine's house with Toast's carrier in the back seat because I was dropping him off at a friend's first. The whole drive, I practiced staying calm in my head. Lauren was sitting at the far end of the living room with a plate of appetizers when I entered. We made eye contact, and nodded, a strange formal acknowledgement that we were in the same space but wouldn't pretend everything was fine. Aunt Catherine seated us at opposite ends of the table during dinner, which felt deliberate but necessary. I talked with my uncle and cousins, passed dishes, laughed at jokes, and was aware of Lauren across from me, but not consumed by it. She looked thinner, tired, and I felt a small ping of concern that I didn't let grow. After dinner, Lauren and I were in the kitchen at the same time, both reaching for coffee. She poured hers and asked if I wanted any. This tiny gesture felt huge given everything. I said yes, and we stood there for a minute, not sure what to do next. She told me she was working 2 jobs, one at a retail store and one doing administrative work on weekends, and that she had found a studio apartment she could afford on her own. Her voice was matter of fact, not asking for praise or sympathy. I was glad she was doing better, managing on her own, and I meant it without wanting to take care of her again. She nodded and said she was sorry again, quieter this time, and I accepted it without forgiveness or promises. I stared out the window at the dark streets while driving home with Aunt Catherine and felt a strange lightness in my chest. We weren't close and probably never would be again, but we weren't enemies standing in a kitchen pretending the other didn't exist. I didn't need Lauren's friendship to be okay anymore. I had Emma, and Toast, and Aunt Catherine and my job and this whole life I'd built separate from my sister. Our relationship would never be what I thought it was when I was standing in her apartment holding that ruined cake. However, I had rebuilt my life from those broken pieces and was happy with it because Lauren's loss forced me to find myself. I didn't need anything else. My wife screamed, "Apologize or divorce." I left with 3 words and never looked back. My wife's suffering began from there. The sound of my wife's voice reverberated around our kitchen like a throne itself. "David, if you don't apologize to my son right now, we're going to end up getting a divorce." The words struck me so forcefully that I could feel them in my MERS. With her arms crossed, her chin up, and her eyes bright, Sophia stood by the sink. Her eyes were brilliant with that obstinate sparkle that she got when she convinced herself that she was right and that the world could just accommodate. Under the cabinet lights, which were located behind her, cast a harsh light on the mess that was on the countertop. Bags of groceries, a bag of pretzels that was only partially open, and my pill organizer were all sitting in the same spot each time, serving as a subtle reminder that I was no longer 24 years old. In addition, there was Ethan, her son, who was 28 years old and was still wearing his cap backwards inside the house, as if the house were a fraternity. He was resting against the doorframe in the corridor. In fact, he wasn't even putting on an act of regret. A sneer appeared on his face as if he was already aware of how this situation would finish. It was as if he had seen Sophia do this to other individuals in the past. The old David was the one they were waiting for. The individual who took it in order to find serenity. The person who mended the faucet that was leaking while remaining silent about it. It was the person who paid the bills and pretended that the disrespect was nothing more than a nuisance. The air became more dense. This is not poetic. Weighty. Extremely thick. The kind in which you have the sensation that your shirt is sticking to your back and your lungs are resisting the need to take a complete breath. The refrigerator made a low hum. The clock that was mounted on the wall over the microwave ticked as if it had something to demonstrate. I looked directly at my wife, the lady I had married 7 years ago in a small church outside of Cedar Falls, Iowa. At that time the pastor had mispronounced my middle name and we had a good laugh over it later in the parking lot. When there was a long line at the VFW fish fry, the woman who used to hold my hand was the one who did it. For example, there was a woman who used to cry in my pickup truck because she was so afraid that her son would never return home. Now she was ranting at me as if I were an employee who was doing inappropriately. "I'm sorry, David," but she yelled even louder. "Have you heard me?" I didn't turn my gaze away. First, I didn't blink at all. I did nothing but wait for the silence to continue until Ethan's grin began to flicker, indicating that he was becoming bored. In the back of my mind, I heard my father, William Carter, who was born and raised in Grundy Center. It was as if I was hearing a voice from another existence. This is the kind of man who could mend a combine with nothing but shame and baling wire. If a man begs today, he will pay for it forever. My jaw became very tense. My left shoulder, which had been affected by arthritis for many years, was the location where I felt the pain. Almost as if my body itself had become weary of keeping everything together. I cast my gaze directly at Ethan, passing by Sophia. After being let go from his sales position in Des Moines, he had moved back into our home 2 months previously for a brief period of time during which he had been there. After all, Sophia was the one who said it. There was a variation in Ethan's interpretation depending on who was listening. On occasion he was terminated from his position. At other times, it was management that was toxic. One time I overheard him over the loudspeaker explaining to a friend that he had left the company because he refused to sell his soul. This was what I was aware of. When he arrived at our house on Prairie Lakes Drive, he brought with him 2 duffel bags, a PlayStation, and an attitude that was so huge that it could fill the entire ranch-style house. Additionally, as he remained in our home for a longer period of time, Sophia's bravery and honesty shrank, and eventually everything in our house began to revolve around Ethan's moods. When he slammed a door, the supper was a hushed affair. In the event that he rolled his eyes, Sophia would apologize to him as if he were the one who had been hurt. Her handbag was the first thing she reached for if he wanted cash for gas. This evening had begun in the same manner as any other winter evening. When the windows were pressed against the cold of Iowa. The furnace is operating continually. I am still wearing my work boots and I smell like the dust from the factory and the oil from the machine. When I got home, I would look forward to seeing Meatloaf on the local news. Instead I came into Ethan giggling at something on his phone while Sophia was sitting at the table with a stack of mail. Sophia was holding the stack of mail. One of the envelopes was already open. On it was written my name. I felt as though I was being accused by the Blackhawk Credit Union emblem which was staring up at me. "Oh, what is that?" I inquired about it. Just comments were said by Sophia. She did not glance at me. I heard Ethan snort. It's as if he doesn't already know that he's on the verge of bankruptcy. I halted this. My apologies. It seemed as if Ethan were in a movie when he slowly stood up. I continued. You're acting like you don't know. You're always on my mom about money, like you're some hero because you pay the bills. Sophia finally looked up at that moment, and the expression on her face was not one of apology. The admonition was given as if I was the issue since I had poked the bear that she had been feeding herself. Ethan, she whispered in a low voice. However, it did not have any bite to it. With his hands resting on the table, he leaned forward. What are you aware of, David? The way you behave as if you own everything is getting old for me. It's not your tiny factory where you work. Moreover, this is the home of my mother. What about you? He took a quick look at the photograph that was framed and displayed in the corridor. At James Lake, my father was seen wearing a flannel shirt and holding a crappie. Ethan's lip tightened up. Not only that, but your cherished elderly gentleman quit flashing his ghost around like a badge. He has not arrived. He is no longer there. And you continue to be little more than a maintenance person. That is what caused it to happen. This is not an insult to me. At 2 a.m, when a conveyor belt is falling, I've heard men chat more loudly in the break room than they normally would. I am able to have a hit. On the other hand, my father was the kind of man who never talked to anyone by raising his hand, and continued to educate 50% of the county on what constitutes decency. There was no reason for Ethan to speak to my father. I moved closer to the object. Make sure you don't bring up my father. Suddenly Ethan's eyes lit up. Or, what is it? Sophia jumped up from the chair, her palms facing outward like if she were trying to break up a brawl in a club. Stop what you're doing, David. Just halt, if you please. It was he who initiated it, and I detested the fact that my voice sounded worn out, harsh, and older than I actually felt on the inside. When Sophia turned her back on me, that was the moment when she decided to press the nuclear button. I beg you to tell my son that you are sorry, or we are going through with a divorce. To the extent that the previous 7 years could be reduced to a switch that she could turn in order to maintain Ethan's comfort. We had arrived at this point. A loud noise, 2 brilliant hearts, and the lights in the kitchen. When Ethan was in the corridor, he was smiling as if he had already won. The nostrils of Sophia became tense. While continuing to smile, Ethan folded his arms and said, "Say it." At that moment, I looked back at my wife and said, "Go ahead, David. Tell me you're sorry." When I looked for the woman I married, I looked for her face. For the person who had previously stated to me, "I just want a peaceful home." For the one who promised me we'd be partners. What I witnessed was someone standing between me and her kid, selecting him once more without even being aware that she was doing it. Not once did I yell. No. I did not criticize anything. I didn't give Ethan the joy of watching me finally cave in to his demands. I have just expressed the one and only truth that's still in my mouth. I am finished with this place. With a blink, Sophia appeared as though she had not yet absorbed the English language. What is it? My old brown Carhartt jacket was waiting for me as I turned around and walked to the coat rack. I found my keys hanging on the hook. I was the one who took them. When I went to retrieve my duffel bag from the closet, it was only partially packed because I had been on a work trip that never took place, as the cosmos knew. Sophia called David and voice climbing was heard. Don't you dare to say that. A momentary delay at the entrance allowed me to take one more look behind me. Ethan's sneer trembled slightly, as if he had just become aware that the game might be about to change. Neither of them received another word from me. When I went outside, the cold forcefully struck my face. The snow glistened like shattered glass as a result of the illuminated porch. A cloud of white air was produced by my exhalation. I walked to my truck, got inside, and then I closed the door behind me. In a way, the fragrance of the cab was reassuring because it smelt like stale coffee and motor grease. I was sitting there with my hands on the driving wheel, peering at the window of our living room, where the curtains moved as someone moved inside. Then, my phone began to buzz. To Sophia. I chose not to respond. I shifted the truck into reverse and backed out of the snowy area, the tires making a crunching sound. While I was driving toward town, passing the black outlines of cornfields that were sleeping under the cold, a single thought settled in my chest like a stone that was heavy and settled sure. During that evening, when I was sitting in my truck in the parking lot of the VFW, I became aware of something that they had not yet recognized. There was a place that I needed to go. Unfortunately, I hadn't made it there yet. That night, I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. The couch that Tom had was old and had a depression in the middle. It was the kind of couch that could recall every man who had ever slept on it. The wheezing sound that the furnace made as it turned on and off brought to mind the sensation of my own knees on chilly mornings. On Highway 20, a semi-truck was seen lowering its gears somewhere outside. It sounded like a lengthy sigh as it reverberated deep within the darkness. While I was lying there, I was staring at the ceiling fan and watching it wobble. I was thinking about the way Sophia's expression had become more stern when she presented me with that provocation. Not so much angry as certain anger, as if she had a genuine belief that I would give in. I gave up on getting any sleep by 6 o'clock in the morning and sat down at Tom's kitchen table with a mug of coffee that had the flavor of something that had been reheated an excessive number of times. He was watching the local news on his small television. There is nothing about a 56-year-old man who just walked out of his own house with a duffel bag and his dignity damaged. There is nothing about snow totals because schools have been delayed. A old John Deere hoodie was worn by Tom when he entered the room, and he scratched his eyes. According to Helly, you have a similar appearance. I feel even worse, I responded. When he poured himself coffee, he did not exert any effort. That was one of the things that I liked about Tom. There were times when he learned to let quiet speak for itself. The table was where my phone was buzzing. To Sophia. It was not touched by me. After that, there was yet another buzz. Tom gave the phone a quick glance before turning his attention back to me. Will you respond to that question? Not at this time. He gave a single nod. Very astute. The first of the texts arrived in the middle of the morning. It is 7:42 in the morning, Sophia. We need to have a conversation. It is 8:03 in the morning, Sophia. Yesterday evening you made Ethan feel ashamed. It is 8:17 here, Sophia. It is hard for me to accept that you just left in such a manner. Without a doubt there was no, "Are you okay? Have you left the house?" These were nothing more than allegations cloaked in concern, which was the way Sophia had learned to handle situations involving her son. Around 10 o'clock a fresh message appeared on the screen. This is 10:11 a.m. Sarah. If you do not return home, I will have to consult with a legal professional. I was fixated on that one for a considerable amount of time. Solicitor. There was a heavy feeling in the air, like if a door had just slammed somewhere in the distance. There was Tom leaning on the counter. Feeling hungry? No, not really. It's a shame. A dish of eggs and bread was placed in front of me by him. In any case, eat. When one is hungry, decisions are more difficult to make. I pried a couple bites out of my mouth. It was not hunger that caused my chest to feel tight. Rather, it was something else. Anxiety, perhaps. Alternatively, the gradual revelation that this was more than simply a quarrel. As a line, this was it. While Tom was washing the dishes, my thoughts wandered back to a bygone era, one that was more gentle. To be honest, Sophia and I had not always been like this. We were married for the first time when Ethan was 21 years old and lived in a different state. Following a heated argument with Sophia, which resulted in her trembling on the couch, he had hurriedly left the room. Despite her conviction that she had lost him for good, mascara streaked. I remembered that night clearly. Sophia had sat in my truck in the H-E Park parking lot, gripping the seatbelt with both hands like it was the only thing holding her upright. "I failed him," she whispered. "I pushed too hard. He'll never come back." I'd reached over and taken her hand. "Kids come back," I said. "Especially when they know there's still a place for them." A year later, Ethan did come back for Thanksgiving. Then for Christmas, and when he finally moved home again, I was the one who said, "Let's give him a chance." I was the one who was responsible for cleaning out the back room. I was the one who told Sophia he just needs time. That recollection burned now, like pressing on a scar you didn't realize you had. By lunchtime I found myself holding my phone, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. "I'm sorry. Let's talk." The phrase sat there, spelled out, shimmering softly on the screen. For a moment, I imagined driving back, apologizing, swallowing my pride for the sake of the marriage, sitting across from Ethan at the kitchen table while he smirked and pretended to forgive me. Peace at any price. My thumb hovered over send. Then Tom spoke, his voice, casual but sharp enough to cut through my thoughts. "You know my buddy Steve," he said. I looked up. "The guy from Cedar Rapids?" "Yes, we are the same age as you." A similar ultimatum was once presented to him by his wife. He expressed regret. Thought he was being the larger guy. Tom shook his head slowly. "She learnt something that day." "What?" "That if she pushed hard enough, he'd buckle. Took her 5 years to clear out his retirement and left him with a leased apartment and a terrible back." The room went quiet. I looked back at my phone. The words were still there. "I'm sorry. Let's talk." In my head, my father's voice came back clear as if he were sitting across from me at that table, cap pulled low, hands wrapped around a mug. "A man who begs. Today pays forever." I exhaled long and slow. Then I deleted the message. The screen went blank. Tom didn't smile. He just nodded once like he'd seen this moment before and respected the weight of it. That afternoon, while Tom went out to run errands, I drove downtown to Blackhawk Credit Union. The building sat on the corner like it always had. Brick, sturdy, unpretentious. The kind of place that remembered your name if you'd been there long enough. Inside, the heat hit me along with the smell of old carpet and fresh coffee. A young teller smiled politely. I asked to see someone about past refinancing documents. "Name?" she asked. "David Carter," I said. "Account ending in 481. She typed, glanced at the screen, and her eyebrows lifted just a touch. "One moment, Mr. Carter." I sat in a chair near the window, watching cars crawl past on icy streets. My hands rested on my knees, steady now, not calm, but focused. A man in his 40s with wire-rimmed glasses came out and shook my hand. "David, haven't seen you in a while. I need copies of the refinancing paperwork from 2 years ago," I said. "The full packet." He nodded. "The ones from when your father passed?" "Yes. That'll take a few minutes," he said. "You want coffee?" I declined and waited. As I sat there, something shifted inside me. Not anger, not even resolve. Clarity. Sophia had always assumed I handled the boring stuff. Bills, paperwork, contracts. She signed where I pointed, trusted me to keep things running, and she'd never once asked what any of it meant. When the man returned with a folder thick enough to thump on the desk, I felt a strange calm settle in my chest. I didn't open it right away. I just rested my hand on the cover and thought about the way Sophia had looked at me in the kitchen. So sure I had nowhere to go. They assumed I'd come crawling back to save my credit at my house. My marriage. They were wrong about one thing, and that one thing was going to cost them everything. I opened the folder in my truck, not inside the credit union. Some things deserve privacy. The paper smelled faintly of toner and old files the way official documents always do. I spread them across the passenger seat, smoothing the corners with my palm like they might talk back if I handled them rough. There it was. The refinance paperwork from 2 years earlier. The notary stamp, the signatures, mine neat and steady. Sophia's rushed and slanted like she'd been thinking about something else. I remembered that afternoon clearly now. Sophia had been distracted. Ethan was calling again, angry about something, convinced the world was unfair. While standing at the bar and tapping her pen, she had quickly glanced over the documents. Is this all standard? She said. She had inquired about it. Yeah, I responded. Just protection stuff. Fine, she murmured, already half turned away from me. You always handle this. That was true. He talked about contingencies, about how second marriages sometimes got complicated, about how protecting assets wasn't about mistrust. He said that people don't plan to fall apart. They just don't plan for when they do. At the time, I thought I was being careful and responsible. Now I realized that I'd been building a door that I never thought I'd walk through. He was a gray-haired advisor at the credit union who had known my father. He explained things slowly and without drama. He had been a quiet man who had previously explained things to me. He had been a familiar face to my father. The language was plain once you looked at it without fear. The house, the refinancing, the asset structure tied to accounts in my name, the protections that kicked in if shared funds were misused or if someone attempted to leverage property without proper authorization. Nothing sneaky, nothing illegal, just thorough. I sat back in the truck and let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. I wasn't trapped. I drove back to Tom's place and spent the rest of the afternoon reading everything twice. I made notes in the margins with a pen. Tom handed me the ink, scratching loud in the quiet room. I didn't feel clever. I felt sober. That night, Sophia called again. I watched the phone buzz across the coffee table like it was alive. I didn't answer. As an alternative, I poured myself a glass of water and stood by the window. The snow fell slowly and steadily, covering tire tracks and erasing evidence. It was the first time since I had walked out that I felt something that was close to solid under my feet. The following morning, I scheduled an appointment with a local family attorney, whose name I had heard at the VFW more than once. He was not a shark, but he was steady. He listened more than he talked, which I appreciated. When I was finished, he leaned back and folded his hands. He said, "You didn't set this up to hurt anyone. You set it up to protect yourself." I nodded. He was the kind of man who explained things in terms that you could take home and sleep on. We sat in his small office above a hardware store which was located downtown. After that, he continued, "Making assumptions about your wife." I remarked, "That appears to be the central idea." A grin was on his lips. It was not a really impressive strategy by the time I departed. It was not yet time for vengeance. It was little more than preparation. Patient preparation in a quiet and legal mode. My father used to do things in a certain way. I went online and checked my accounts that afternoon. All of the components remained unharmed. It was just numbers sitting where they had always been sitting. There were no sirens or alerts. Finally, in the late evening of that day, my phone rang. A number that is already known. The call was left on my voicemail. The sound of Ethan's voice was piercing and loud, as if he were walking away from the phone when he phoned. "Hey David," he said with a huge amount of sarcasm. "We need to talk right now. There's some kind of issue with the accounts. Mom's freaking out. So if this is some kind of stunt, you made your point. Make your selection." My eyes were fixed on the television. A stunt. After 10 minutes there was yet another voicemail. The same number but a different tone. "So, pay attention. This time," Ethan said slowly. "One is misunderstanding the situation. I had just been attempting to take care of a few things when all of a sudden the car stopped working perfectly. It's not typical at all. This has to be fixed by you." Neither did I move. Another ringing sound came from my phone an hour after that. To Sophia. On this occasion I responded. "David." Her tone of voice was firm and under control. "It seems that there is a problem with the account." I sat back in the high recliner and stared up at the ceiling as I relaxed back. What exactly is the problem? Apparently it is frozen over. There was something that Ethan was attempting to pay for, but it was denied. "What do you pay for?" A brief pause transpired. She spoke softly and whispered, "A boat. A well-used boat for fishing. It was an excellent deal according to him." I lowered my gaze and closed my eyes. A vessel of fishing. Without a doubt it was. "You didn't even think to ask, did you?" I stated that. "Please come, David." She reacted angrily, but then she calmed down. "Not at this moment in time." The bank's phone rang. Apparently, they required your authorization to proceed. I held my silence for a long time. Rather than punishing her, to allow the truth to be heard, I asserted that I had not delegated any authority. She responded, "Well, you need to," as she felt a growing sense of frustration. "This is completely absurd. We can't allow accounts to just become inaccessible in this manner." "Sophia," I said, maintaining a steady tone in my voice. Your son made an attempt to use funds that were provided without my permission. She stated that he resides at this location. It is his family. I repeated, so am I. There is yet another pause. The one that is heavier. When she said this, the old certainty began to creep back in. We'll talk about this when you come home, she declared. I responded by saying that I would not be returning home. When the line was cut off. The calls came in waves over the course of the subsequent 2 days. Ethan was first furious, then he appeared to be pleading, and finally he pretended to be reasonable. Messages were also left by Sophia. A clipped and demanding tone was used for the first. The second was tense with anxiety and tension. After 3 days I noticed that her voice had begun to crack in a way that I hadn't heard in years. She spoke softly into the phone. David, as she spoke. I don't understand what's happening. Please call me. I listened to each one of them once and then I set the phone down with the face facing down. This was not something that I was enjoying. That took me by surprise. What I experienced was something that was more akin to relief. Everything that they had been living with, including the shouting, the entitlement, and the assumptions, had at long last come to a head with something solid. No, I am not yelling, and I am not making threats. This is the truth about paper time. In the evening of the third day, when the sun was setting behind the snow-covered roofs, I picked up my phone and typed a single message. We are going to have a public conversation. Before I had a chance to question my own judgment, I sent it. My thoughts turned to how peculiar it was that all of this, years of stress, months of animosity, and a single yelled ultimatum, all coming down to paperwork and patience as the screen began to fade. I had no intention of engaging in a fight. It was not my intention to beg. I was going to rest my case and let the facts speak for themselves. In the presence of everyone who was significant. In the morning of the following day, at 7:18, the first voicemail arrived. With the same chipped mug in my hands and the same gloomy Iowa sky pressing against the window, I found myself once again seated at Tom's kitchen table. During the time that I waited for the notification, I let the phone to ring on its own. Brand new voicemail. It took me some time to pay attention. Initially, I completed my cup of coffee. It seemed to be significant. At the moment that I finally hit the play button, Ethan's voice erupted from the speaker. He spoke out in a terse manner. David, what the hell is wrong with you? In the background I could hear the sound of wind, as if he were walking about outside. That card was refused in front of people, and they asked, "You think you can just lock us out of our own money?" when they saw it. Would you have any clue how I seemed as a result of that? Unconsciously I was able to picture it. While Ethan was standing in some marina office or sports goods store, his credit card was sliding back over the counter, and the clerk was smiling at him in a manner that was both friendly and embarrassed. Just a little bit I felt sad for him. Not quite. Ethan continued by saying, "You are performing some kind of power move there. This is something that you always do. Despite the fact that you are acting cool and as if you are the brightest guy in the room, you are actually being petty. Over here Mom is completely losing her head. With that, congratulations. You come out on top. It is now time to correct it." The communication abruptly ended abruptly. After putting the phone down, I looked at the surface of the table. As a result of decades of use, the wood grain has become smooth. When the Wi-Fi connection was lost, I reminded myself of the several occasions on which Ethan had spoken the phrase, "Fix it in my house," when he was unable to start his car, and when life did not give him what he believed he deserved, in other words. The second voicemail arrived a little under an hour after the first one. The same number, but not the same voice. "Okay," Ethan responded, this time in a more deliberate and cautious manner. "Look, maybe I came in hot earlier. That's on me. This got blown out of proportion." I was able to hear him breathing. It seemed as though he was selecting his words. "We can work this out. You don't need to make it a whole thing. Just unlock the account and we'll talk. I'll even apologize if that's what you want." There was the solution. The offer, followed by the phony humility. The communication was removed without a response being sent. By the time noon rolled around, Ethan had ceased making calls. It was at that point that Sophia began. The first voicemail she left was brief and professional in tone. "David, the credit union is requesting that you give them a call," she announced. "Without first obtaining your permission, they will not communicate anything. This is becoming a really severe matter." 5 hours later, the second one arrived. "David," she said, and all of a sudden, the edge had disappeared, and it was replaced by tension. "Please, we need to sit down and talk." At the end of the third day, her voice hardly sounded like her own. Dylan didn't mean for things to go this far. David. She made a hushed voice. The one that stayed with me for a longer period of time than the others was the one that said, I don't know what to do. He keeps asking me what's happening, and I don't have answers. Please call me. It brought back memories of Sophia in her younger years, when she would giggle at stupid advertisements, stress over the garden in the spring, and be proud of the way I managed to keep everything operating well. It was also her terror that I recalled. The manner in which she clung to Ethan as if he were to vanish without a trace if she let go of him. It's possible that fear can cause otherwise good people to perform poorly in math. Tom arrived home early on the afternoon of the third day and saw me sitting on the front steps with my coat pulled up to my chest and my phone in my hand. His question was, "Are they still active?" "More so," I remarked. The wood squeaked beneath the weight of both of us together as he sat down next to me. "Are you all right?" The idea crossed my mind. I expressed my belief that this is the case. "I'm just weary." Tom gave a slight nod. "That is very typical. You are putting in a demanding effort." I turned my head to gaze at the street. There was a plow that drove by, and it threw snow into the tidy white walls that were along the curb. Everything appeared to be spotless and in order, as if the town had been reorganized in the previous night. Over the course of that evening I drove by my previous residence without slowing down. The light on the porch was on. There was Sophia's car parked in the driveway. Ethan's as well. When I anticipated to sense a tug, I didn't experience it. No compulsion to turn in. There is no natural inclination to make things better. I was instead aware of a distance. Distance that is clean and unobstructed. When I got back to Tom's house, I finished listening to Sophia's final voicemail one more time. The one in which her voice suffered a crack. This was not something that I was enjoying. I placed importance on that. It was not about punishing her in any way. Putting an end to something that had been decomposing for a considerable amount of time was the goal. One and only one message was typed by me. "We are going to have a public conversation." I took a moment to look at it before clicking the send button. After that, there was no sound from the phone. I was resting on the couch that night, and for the first time in my life, I did not hear my father's voice. Sophia's ranting was not audible to me. Ethan's sneering was undetectable to me. I was experiencing something that was more consistent than anger. It was not my intention to yell. I had no intention of engaging in a fight. I was going to rest my case and let the facts speak for themselves, in the presence of everyone who was significant. All limestone and narrow steps that have been worn smooth by boots for 100 years make up the Black Hawk County Courthouse, which is located on a quiet street in the downtown area. Despite the fact that I had driven by it 1,000 times, I never once imagined that I would visit those doors for the purpose of getting married. On that particular morning when I arrived, the parking lot was already 50% full. Among the vehicles that I recognized from the facility were pickup trucks, sedans with faded dealer stickers, and a few of automobiles. It took a while for the news to spread in a town of this size. It made its way in a circuitous manner, making its way through talks at gas stations and church corridors until everyone acquired just enough information to be fascinated about it. Inside there was a subtle odor of paper, aged wood, and the drying off of winter jackets to be found in the air. On the ceiling, the fluorescent lights made a faint buzzing sound. I took a seat on a sturdy bench and folded my hands on my lap, observing how steady they were. I was absorbed in the experience. After 10 minutes, Sophia finally showed up. She was dressed in a navy coat that I had purchased for her for Christmas 2 years prior. Her hair was set with care and her makeup was neat, but she was in a hurry. She appeared to be trying to count the number of allies in the room as she gazed about. Ethan arrived closely behind her, dressed in an excessively formal manner for a courthouse on a weekday morning. Clean jacket, brand new boots, and a clenched jaw. He took a look around the room before focusing his attention on me. On his face, I caught a fleeting glimpse of uncertainty for a fraction of a second. After that, it became more rigid. There was a gentle filling of the room. An employee of the credit union took a seat a few rows behind the other patrons. My lawyer gave me a single nod, remaining as composed as ever. In the vicinity of the wall, a couple of town residents whispered to one another while pretending not to stare. After taking her seat, Sophia did not look at me at any point. At the beginning of the proceedings, there was no drama at all. Nothing but names, dates, and voices that were calm and collected spelled out the facts in the manner in which facts prefer to be laid out methodically and without passion. The material, including the documents pertaining to the refinancing, the signatures, the asset structure that Sophia had just briefly seen a few years previously, the calendar of attempted transactions, and the account activity that had been reported, was brought out. There was a movement in Ethan's chair. During the time that the representative of the credit union was speaking, the point was made. Simply put, there is no allegation, no drama, simply an explanation. She stated that there were multiple instances of unauthorized attempts to access shared assets within a short period of time. Consequently, an automatic review was triggered. Suddenly Sophia's head jerked up. She stated that we had not committed any wrongdoing. There was a hand raised by the mediator. "Dear Mrs. Carter, I ask you." Ethan moved his body forward. "This is really absurd," he mumbled. Simply said, "This is money." What followed was a complete silence in the room. Over the glasses she was wearing, the mediator gazed at him. People get serious about money when they believe it isn't serious. It wasn't long before the subsequent section arrived. "It is the house." The phrase was taught to Sophia in words that were easy to understand, and her shoulders sagged. Not legalese, but the truth of the matter. Without David's permission, she was unable to use the house as collateral, leverage, or guarantee it. She could not utilize it under any circumstances. Not at any point in time. Ethan snorted with disdain. "You are not being fair." I refrained from looking at him. A turn was made by the mediator to Sophia. "While you were signing these documents, Mrs. Carter, did you take the time to read them?" Sophia parted her lips and then shut them again. "I trusted him," she said in a low voice. I finally spoke. "And I trusted you," I stated in response. When I was my partner, my voice carried further than I had anticipated it would. After that, Ethan stood up. "You planned this," he said at me, pointing at me. "You set this up so that you could control everything." A bailiff came up and took a position. "Sir, please take a seat." But Ethan did not. "I was fired from my job," he continued, his voice rising. "And you sit down," the bailiff said once more, this time with a greater volume. "I needed help." Ethan sank back into his chair, his cheeks red and his chest heaving from the effort. Holding one's breath caused the room to hum with the sound of it. She appeared to be staring at the table in front of her as if it were about to open up and consume her in its entirety. The judgment was not delivered with the force of a hammer when it finally arrived. It was not necessary for it to be. The mediator spoke steadily and in a comprehensible manner. The property would continue to be safeguarded. Up until the proper separation is completed, the accounts will remain frozen. In cases where there was an abuse of financial resources, further responsibility would be allocated in addition to the division of legal fees. At that moment, Sophia's eyes shifted to mine. She murmured, "I had no idea that it would come to this occurrence. One more time, I feared that I might lose him." A hush fell over the room. I stood in a sluggish manner. "The day you forced me to make a decision," I said. "You have lost me." I did not raise my voice. I switched my attention to Ethan. "I told you that I had apologized to you many years ago for not being your father. You owe me a great deal more than just an apology presently." His mouth was completely empty. After it was ended, individuals began to leave in small groups while whispering to one another. My hand was shaken by the representative of the credit union. Tom gave me a single applause on the shoulder and smiled as if he had just witnessed a combat that was balanced. And that is how it ought to be. Sophia lingered close to the entrance. She referred to David. Her gaze caught mine. What I stated was that I hope you find serenity. When I finally made my way past her and out into the chilly air of Iowa, I felt something lift off my chest that I had been carrying for a longer period of time than I had anticipated. The apartment was quiet in a way that hadn't been the case in my previous residence. There is no television humming in the background. Nobody is smashing doors. There is no tension humming under the flooring, which is a sign of poor wiring. Simply the gentle ticking of the wall clock, accompanied by the constant hum of the refrigerator performing its duties without making any complaints. 2 weeks after the courthouse, I moved into my new home. The Riverwalk is not too far away from this cozy one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of town. It's nothing grand. There is a balcony that is just big enough for a folding chair and a cup of coffee, and the walls are beige, and the carpet is brown. The type of location that you select if you have exhausted all of your efforts to impress somebody. On the very first night that I was there, I ate a sandwich that was still in its wrapper while sitting on the floor with my back against the couch. Mustard, turkey, and a straightforward approach. Also, for the first time in a very long time, I did not have a tightness in my chest. The work continued in the same manner as it had in the past. The factory continued to smell like oil and metal that had been heated. The machines continued to malfunction at the most inopportune times. Younger males continued to complain about their shifts, while older guys continued to act as if they were not aware of their complaints. There were a few individuals that inquired. It had spread throughout the town in the same manner that it does in a place like ours. "David, how are things doing at your house?" I gave a slight nod. "Yes, we are making progress." So that was sufficient. From that point on, I made it a habit to visit the VFW on Friday evenings. There were the same long tables, the same awful jokes, and the same fish fry that for some reason tasted better as you got older. Tom never failed to offer me a seat. He pushed a drink across the table one evening and said, "You smiling more." I hadn't noticed, but he was true. I was smiling more than I had before. Only about a month after the hearing, Sophia sent a single text message. "I'm sure you're doing fine." I admired the message for a considerable amount of time. But I didn't despise her. I too was taken aback by that. One sentence was typed back by me. "I pray that you are able to find some serenity." That was the end of it. I was informed by people in the community that Ethan had left not too much longer after that. Or perhaps a cousin who lives in Illinois. Still another new beginning. I sent him my best wishes. To tell you the truth, the world is already challenging before you start giving it the incorrect things. There was a Saturday morning when Tom and I decided to go fishing at James Lake. We brought 2 inexpensive fishing rods and a thermos of coffee with us. The water was placid, with a grayish-white coloration that gave the impression that it was contemplating something quite significant. Very little was caught by us. None of it mattered. At one point, Tom leaned back in his chair and asked, "You ever regret it?" I thought about the kitchen, the ultimatum, the smile, and the way my stomach had dropped when Sophia spoke the word divorce as if it were a weapon. I found myself thinking about all of these things over and over again. My mind wandered to the couch at Tom's apartment, where I was sitting with the phone in my hand, and having just composed and deleted an apology. My palms are resting on the bench in the courthouse. "No," I told them in the end. "It's a shame that I kept my mouth shut for such a long time." Tom gave a slight nod. "That makes sense." My father's voice came back to me one last time while I was driving home that afternoon with the windows cracked and the sun getting low over the fields. "If a man begs today, he will pay for it forever." Now, I have a different understanding of it. The issue was not one of pride. It wasn't about coming out on top. Understanding when your own voice counts more than maintaining calm at whatever cost was the key to success in this situation. I did not come out on top. I just couldn't bring myself to lose myself. Those 3 words that I uttered in my kitchen, "I'm done here," were not intended to be a kind of retribution at anyone. They were intended to serve as a gentle reminder that I still had some control over my own life. It turned out that was sufficient in the end. If you thought this narrative was familiar to you, if you've ever swallowed your words in order to keep things calm, or if you've ever wondered how much of yourself you've given away in order to avoid conflict, I hope that it brings to your attention something that is both straightforward and significant. When you plead for peace, you are not getting it. The decision is entirely up to you. If you found that this story prompted you to reflect on something, you might want to consider telling it to someone who could benefit from hearing it. You should also make sure that you are registered to the newsletter if you want to hear more tales like this one, stories about standing up in a respectful manner, legally, and with dignity. We appreciate your attention. I was slapped and falsely accused of trying to seduce my sister's husband. My family believed the lies and blames me for an affair that never happened. Sophie approached me at my parents' backyard barbecue and slapped me across the face so hard my ear started ringing. "Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore." I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie stared at me and said, "Mommy says, you deserve it because you're a whore." My cousin replied, "What the hell?" And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. A 7-year-old had called me in front of my family, so everyone was staring at Sophie and then at me. I had no notion why. "Sophie," I shook, "why would you say that to me?" Sophie didn't respond. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. She'd never looked that hateful before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. "Get away from my daughter." Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. "Emily, what is happening right now?" I ask. "What did I do?" I ask. My father responded, "Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly." Emily didn't listen. I was her sole concentration. "You know exactly what you did," Emily yelled. "My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, And then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, that's not true. Immediately. Shut up, Emily shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat, and when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. My mother said, oh my God, Lily, behind me. The mob of family members seeing my life come apart whispered. None of that happened, I said. Emily, I swear to you, none of that happened. So, my husband is a liar? Emily said. Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan just made all of this up for fun? Nathan grabbed Emily's shoulder. Babe, don't hurt yourself. He whispered. She's not admitting it. No, Emily turned him away. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face. I checked Nathan, who was behind my sister with his jaw clenched and eyes on the ground. He shook his head slowly. He appeared traumatized. He looked like a man describing a non-event. Nathan is lying. I responded, cracking up. Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't say his name. Emily yelled. The texts, Lily. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I couldn't help weeping. What pictures, Emily? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened. I saw them myself, Emily added. I felt insane. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face. There were no texts. There were no images. Nathan has never received anything from me. Please, Emily, I pleaded. Nathan is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Babe. He hoarsely told Emily. I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. Emily was crying, as did my mother. I watched my life fall from the middle. I called out, Mom. Turned to locate her by the broken glass. Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this. My mother's disappointment filled my chest. I think you need to leave, Lily, she whispered. Dad. I called, but he was already headed toward the house with a suspicion. I stood there surrounded by people who were meant to adore me, but none looked at me. Nathan was watching, and when Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he grinned at me small, short, and private to let me know he had won. He hadn't. I wouldn't urge my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He merely thinks he won because he lied before I did. He doesn't comprehend. I'll expose him. His current confidence will be his downfall. His own words will des Nathan his story by week's end. I'll update. Sophie, my niece, approached me as I grabbed a burger from the grill at my parents' backyard BBQ and slapped me across the face, ringing my ear. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie glared at me and said, Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. My cousin exclaimed. What the hell? And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. Everyone stared at Sophie and then at me because a 7-year-old called me A in front of my family. Why? I had no idea. Sophie. I shakily murmured. Why would you say that to me? Sophie didn't reply. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily, and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. This much hatred had never crossed her features before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. Get away from my daughter. Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. Emily, what is happening right now? I asked. What did I do? My father responded, Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Emily didn't listen. She was all on des Nathaning me. You know exactly what you did. Emily fumed. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, "That's not true." Immediately. "Shut up," Emily shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. My mother said, "Oh my God, Lily," behind me. I heard whispers in the crowd of family members watching my life fall apart. "Emily, I promise to you, none of it happened." Emily asked, "So, my husband is a liar? Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan made this up for fun?" Nathan approached and grabbed Emily's shoulder. "Babe, don't do this to yourself," he said. "She's not going to confess it." "No," Emily shrugged. "I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and declare my husband a liar to his face." I looked at Nathan, standing behind my sister with his jaw clenched and his eyes on the ground. He was shaking his head slowly back and forth. He looked sad and terrified. He looked just the way a man should appear while recalling something that never happened. "Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't you dare say his name," Emily shouted. "The texts, Lily. The photographs you've been giving him for months, urging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything." "What texts?" I couldn't stop crying. "What images, Emily? There are no texts. None of this ever happened," Emily responded. "I saw them with my own eyes. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him. So don't stand there and lie to me. No texts, no pictures. I had never sent Nathan anything. I felt insane. I said, 'Emily, please.'" Nathan came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I'd tell you everything, and he grabbed my wrist and said, "No one would ever believe me." Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. In a shaky voice, he informed Emily, "This is exactly what I was scared of, baby. I warned you she would spin everything around and try to make me the bad person. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart, but I couldn't keep lying to you anymore." Now Emily and my mother were crying, and I stood in the middle, watching my life pass. I turned and pleaded, "Mom, please, you know me. You know I would never do something like this." My mother's disappointment in her eyes made me feel it in my chest. "I think you ought to leave, Lily," she whispered. "Dad," I called, but he was already striding toward the house with a suspicion. The people who were meant to love me didn't look at me, but Nathan did, and as Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he looked at me and smiled small, brief, and private to let me know he had won. He didn't, but I wasn't going to beg my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He only thinks he won because he told his lie before I could tell my truth, but he doesn't realize I'll make a plan to expose him. He's so confident right now, and that will be his downfall. He'll write his own Nathan story before the end of the week. I'll update you. I drove home from that cookout with my hands trembling so badly I had to pull over twice. I cried until I couldn't breathe in a grocery store parking lot. Emily accused me of. That night is so vivid I feel terrible. It was her birthday party. She leased the back room of her favorite Italian restaurant and invited everyone she knew. I wore a green dress because Emily always claimed green was my color and I wanted to look beautiful for her big night. Nathan greeted me first as I entered. He said I was gorgeous and kissed my cheek. Brothers-in-law do that, so I said thanks without thinking. They praise wives' sisters. It need not signify anything. But then I observed him staring at me over supper, not my face. Lower. Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, his glances made me feel vulnerable, so I tugged at my dress neckline. Nathan muttered, "That dress is doing things to me, Lily." I giggled nervously and moved to talk to my cousin on my other side when Emily got up to use the restroom. I swore I misheard him. He was odd and pleasant like some men are after too much drink, I told myself. The alternative was too dreadful. So I told myself many things that night. Everyone went to the main room for cake after supper. Emily wished with her eyes closed and hands clasped at the head of the table. I saw her happy face and thought how lucky she was to have found love. Perhaps I'll find that too. I sneaked into the kitchen for water. Because the wine was banging my head. I stood at the sink, filling a glass and rubbing its cool edge to my forehead, in the quiet room. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Nathan stood in the doorway when I turned. His typical smile was absent. He looked at me with a new expression. Hungry. Only one word describes it. He looked famished. There you are, he said. I've been trying to get you alone all night. I laughed out of nothing. What are you talking about? Come on, Lily. He pushed off the doorframe and walked toward me. Don't play dumb with me. I see how you look at me when you think nobody's watching. I see how you dress when I'm around. That green dress tonight. That was for me, wasn't it? One at sea. One at sea. One at sea. One at sea. The sink edge smacked my lower back as I backed up. The counter was cold through my thin dress. I remember thinking this couldn't happen. This must be a joke. Nathan, I don't know what you think is going on here, but you need to stop. He didn't. He kept walking till he was in front of me. I could smell champagne on his breath and watch his pupils widen in the dim kitchen light from so close. Then he grabbed my waist. He touched my hips through my dress and I froze because my brain couldn't process it fast enough to react. Emily doesn't appreciate me, he added, practically kissing my ear. She doesn't look at me the way you do. We could be so good together. Lily. Just once. She need never know. I shoved him so hard he stumbled backward and nearly collapsed. Get off me. Get off me, I shouted, loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to travel into the main room. What is wrong with you? My sister Emily. I would never hurt her. Nathan lost his charm and became ugly. His jaw tightened and his eyes grew hard. I was terrified of him for a moment. You're making a mistake, he whispered. I was being polite. I offered you a chance. However, you can play it that way. The way he fixed his shirt and gazed at me made my skin crawl. Just so you know, he said. I'll tell Emily you came on to me if you tell her about this chat. Tell her you've texted me for months. Lily, she'll believe me if I say you hurled yourself at me tonight and I turned you down because I love my wife. Since I'm her spouse and you're her envious single sister who's never been married, she'll believe me. Air exited my lungs. You're insane. I muttered. I tried to push past him to the door, but he grabbed my wrist and squeezed so hard that I gasped. He answered. No. With a calm, icy, and terrifying voice. If you do, I'll disnathan you. We'll set your family against you. Mom, Dad, cousins, everyone. After I'm done, they'll think you tried to break up your sister's marriage. Do you want that, Lily? Do you want to perish on that hill? I snatched my arm from him and fled the kitchen. My wrist was throbbing, and his fingers had red marks. I found Emily in the main room, surrounded by family singing happy birthday, and I almost grabbed her arm, pulled her aside, showed her my wrist marks, and begged her to believe me. But Nathan had followed me out of the kitchen and was standing across the room, watching me with a "I dare you" look on his face. Everything he said made terrible sense, and Emily would believe her husband over her single sister, and my parents would believe the devoted son-in-law over the daughter who had never succeeded in a relationship. Everyone would take his side because Nathan was charming and successful, and I was just Lily. So, I hugged my sister, and wished her a happy birthday, went home, and didn't say anything. I thought if I avoided him in family events, he would forget about it and move on, and we could all pretend it never happened. Nathan didn't move on. While I kept quiet to keep the peace, he was telling Emily lies about texts and pictures that never existed, building his case against me one whispered conversation at a time, making himself the victim and me the villain. By the time I found out, it was too late. Sitting in that grocery store parking lot with tears in my eyes, I realized my biggest mistake. I gave him a month to poison my family against me while I sat in silence, hoping it would all go away. I handed him the knife he used to stab me in the back because I was so focused on avoiding conflict. Nathan always underestimates the people he hurts. He thought I was broken and would disappear. He had no idea what I was capable of when I stopped being afraid. To determine the damage's extent, I called my mother, who answered on the fourth ring. Lily, her voice was icy, not furious, but disappointed. I don't think we should be talking right now. Mom, please, I say. Just let me explain. Everything Emily stated at the cookout was false. Nathan made up everything. He hit on me at the party. After I rejected him, he threatened to turn everyone against me. Silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing and the TV playing quietly. I envisioned her sitting on the couch in the living room where I started to walk and open Christmas presents every year, where I had cried on her shoulder when my first boyfriend broke my heart. I said. Nathan showed Emily the text messages, my mother replied, her voice husky and subdued. He showed her your photos. Lily, I saw them. They were in my sight. Heart stopped. What? The text? The images? I saw your letter to him. What you sent him I saw. Emily showed me her phone. My steering wheel grip turned my knuckles white. No texts, Mom. No images. Never mailed Nathan anything in my life. What he showed, Emily, was phony. Made it up. He made up proof because he knew no one would believe me. My mother sighed. Lily, honey, I want to trust you. I do. I saw those messages. Your writing was frank and desperate. I didn't realize you could speak like that, because I'm not. I responded, crying again because I didn't write them. Mom, please listen to me. Nathan lied. To impersonate the victim, he wrote false texts. He did it, but how? All of you are buying it. What made him do that? Why would Nathan go through that? My mother wondered. What's in it for him to frame you? Because I refused him, I answered. He tried to kiss me in Emily's party kitchen, and I pulled him away and warned him I'd tell her. Mom. He threatened me. He pinched my wrist forcefully, leaving marks. My mother spoke again after a lengthy quiet, exhausted. Lily, I don't know what to believe. Really don't. I know Nathan has always treated your sister well. He's always treated this family well. Those messages appeared real. Timestamps, phone number, everything matched. Then let me show you my phone, I said. Come over now and see my genuine texts. You can browse everything. It's obvious I never send him anything. Please, Mom, let me prove it. The couch shifted as my mother whispered. I can't do that. Emily made me promise not to have any contact with you until you admit what you did and apologize. Lily, after seeing everything, I agree with her. I suggest you reflect on your actions. She ended the call before I could respond. I stared at my phone, feeling like the ground had swallowed me. Nathan hadn't lied, he had evidence. He created an alternate reality with fake texts and pictures that fooled my mother. I called my father, but he didn't answer. I texted him, and the message stayed on for hours before he replied, give your sister some space. Calling my cousin who asked, what the hell? When Sophie hit me, my call went to voicemail. 3 days went by without a word. I went to work and stared at my computer screen without seeing anything. I went home, made dinner I didn't eat, and watched TV I didn't see. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, hoping someone would believe me, but I only got spam emails and app updates. On the 4th day, I left my apartment to get groceries because I had run out of everything and couldn't justify starving myself. As I walked to my car, I saw Nathan's SUV parked across the street, sitting in the driver's seat and watching my building. He smiled and waved like we were old friends running into each other by accident. Every instinct in my body told me to run, get in my car, lock the doors, and drive away, but I was so exhausted, angry, and done being terrified of this man that I just stood on the pavement and watched him approach. Hey, Lily. He began, standing a few feet away with his hands in his pockets, and smiling the charming smile that had fooled my family. How are you doing? How are you doing? Nathan, what do you want? I asked coldly. He stared worriedly at me from the side. I wanted to check on you. Verify your health. I regret how everything went down in this difficult situation. I watched him. Feel bad? I repeated, disbelieving. I do. This awful was never my intention. I hoped you would let it go so we could move forward. You had to threaten me. You made me feel guilty for liking you. Considering that, what transpired after that is up to you. This man's boldness, shamelessness, in front of me blaming me for his actions. Those texts and pictures are fake, I responded, shaking. You made them, so they're false. Your ego couldn't handle rejection, so you lied to delete Nathan from my life. Nathan smiled steadily. Lily. That's it. My knowledge is irrelevant. Only what others think matters. Now everyone thinks you're a desperate woman who tried to take her sister's spouse. Mom believes. Your dad agrees. Emily is convinced. I was thorough, therefore nothing you say will change that. I kept from backing away as he approached. You should have remained quiet, he whispered. That night in the kitchen, You should have kept your mouth shut and none of this would have happened. You had to threaten me. You had to act like I was a predator for wanting you. So, now you face the consequences. He touched my cheek with one finger. Don't touch me. I smacked his hand so hard it rang off the buildings. Nathan giggled. That fire. Lily. I always admired that about you. Emily accepts anything I say. You fight, nevertheless. So sorry it happened this way. Together, we could have been amazing. You're delusional. I say. I would rather die than let you touch me. That can be arranged, he remarked, so casually that I didn't realize the danger. I'm kidding. Mostly. You should know I told Emily. I suppressed my wrath at Nathan playing victim in his own home. Please. I wailed again. I don't deserve it, but I need closure. I'll give you one opportunity and then leave you both alone forever if you want. Just a face-to-face apology will help me heal. Emily sighed. Let me talk to Nathan. Let me talk to Nathan. I'll call you back, she said, hanging up. I stared at my phone on my couch. 20 minutes later, she called. Okay, she answered. Lunch at home with parents. 6. But Lily, I promise to God, I will never speak to you again if you try anything or cause drama. Your only chance. Avoid wasting it. I won't, I agreed. Thank you, Emily. I won't. I won't. I won't. Many thanks. I adore you. Quietly, I love you too, that's why this has been so hard. On Sunday, I spent 2 hours getting ready. I did my makeup carefully, just enough to appear put together without looking too hard. I curled my hair and let it fall loose about my shoulders, as Nathan had complimented me at a family dinner 2 years earlier. I wore a top I knew would draw attention, low cut but not too low, fitting but not too tight, just enough to make him look and wonder if I had worn it for him. At 6, I arrived at my parents' place. My mother opened the door and gazed at me with an unreadable expression. Lily replied, I'm glad you decided to do the right thing. Me too. Mom. I whispered. I walked into the dining room and saw everyone seated, my father at the head of the table looking uncomfortable. Emily and Nathan on one side. Sophie, between them. And an empty chair across from them that was clearly for me. The humiliation chair, where the accused begged forgiveness. I sat down and watched the table. I could feel everyone watching me. Especially Nathan. When I looked up, he was staring at my chest. He stared at it for a second too long before realizing I was looking at him and moving over to his plate. Good. I had his interest. My mother made small talk about the weather. My father asked me a few work questions, which I answered in short sentences. Emily barely looked at me. Sophie kept asking why everyone was so quiet. I apologized 3 times and said I was ashamed of myself. I told them I was getting professional help and understood if they never trusted me again. I kept looking at Nathan, and every time I did, he was already looking at me. By the time my mother brought out dessert, he wasn't even trying to hide it. He was staring at me while Emily talked to my father about Sophie's school. He kept looking at my top and then at my face, and each time I caught him, I held his gaze for just a second too long, not long enough for anyone to notice, but long enough to make him wonder. After dinner, I stood up and said, Emily, can I talk to you and Nathan privately? I want to apologize to you both privately. Emily looked at Nathan, who nodded slowly but looked at me. Fine, Emily said. Let's go to the living room. We left the table, and I stood in front of them. Nathan, I said, looking directly at him. I was confused and lonely and mistook your generosity for more. My illness was my fault. I shouldn't have placed you in that position. You've always been a nice spouse to my sister and father to Sophie. I hope you'll forgive me. Nathan stared at me for a long time, trying to figure out if this was true, if I had given up, and whether his plan had worked as well as he anticipated. I appreciate that, Lily, he continued. I know this was hard to say, and I forgive you. I want our family to progress. He hugged Emily. I told you she'd come around, baby. Just time to comprehend everything. Emily nodded and wiped her eyes. Thank you, Lily, she replied. I appreciate it. I miss you terribly. I hugged my sister and said I missed her. Over her shoulder, I looked at Nathan. He was smiling the same confident smile he had worn at my apartment when he threatened me and arrogantly certain that he had won. But this time, when we met, I smiled back. Confusion, interest, and hope flickered across his face. He believed my grin and outfit meant something. He thought I had finally recognized what I was missing when I pushed him away that night in the kitchen. I would let him think that until it devastated him. After everything he had done, Nathan still wanted me. I noticed how he stared at me over dinner, how his eyes kept finding reasons to drop to my chest, and the smile he gave me when Emily wasn't watching. Now he believed maybe I wanted him back. Good. Let him believe that. Let him become so confident that he stopped thinking straight and neglected to protect himself. 2 weeks until the next family dinner, I had 14 days to get Nathan so desperate for me that he would say anything to get me, and then I would make him say it to his wife. The next day, I started texting him innocent family stuff with a touch of something warmer. Nothing that could be used against me. Nathan, do you have Emily's pasta recipe from last week? I want to try. Sophie's dance recital time? Send her flowers. Your supper understanding was appreciated. It meant more than you realize. He answered every mail within minutes. First carefully. Okay. Here's the recipe. The Saturday recital starts at 3. Family is everything. After a few messages with happy faces and winking faces, he started texting me first by the end of the week. I've been thinking about you. Hopefully everything is fine. You looked great Sunday. Yes, green is your color. Emily takes Sophie to her mom's this weekend. It will be lonely here. I ignored those messages and watched the little notice that told me he was typing, not typing, then typing again. He was perplexed and desperate to figure out where we were. I dressed even more carefully for the second family dinner, low cut but not too low, fitted but not too tight. I sat across from Nathan at the table and caught his eye whenever Emily looked away. Sometimes I smiled. He was drowning, and I was the only one who could throw him a rope. He didn't realize the rope was attached to an anchor. After dinner, my mother asked who wanted to help with dishes. As expected, Nathan said, "I'll help, babe." I volunteered quickly. "You stay and relax." Emily looked shocked. "That's lovely of you." Nathan and I entered the kitchen together, and when we were alone, he was too close. I could feel his heat behind me while the dish was cleaned. "You've changed lately," he whispered. "You mean what?" "I watched the dishes. How you've texted me. The way you stare at me at dinner." He got closer and breathed on my neck. "The way you dress." I stopped the water and slowly dried my hands before turning around and leaning on the counter. Nathan was inches away, his eyes black with want. "I've been thinking about that night," I whispered. "In the kitchen at Emily's party," he gasped. "Yeah, I was scared," I answered. I was afraid to say yes. "Nathan, I pushed you away and pretended I didn't feel anything, but I can't stop thinking about it. What I missed, what could have happened?" He touched my arm and I tried not to recoil. "I knew you felt it, too," he whispered. I glanced up at him. I was wondering if maybe we could find some time to talk alone without anyone around. Nathan slipped his hand from my arm to my waist, where he gripped me that night. "When?" "Again, next Sunday," I said. "You do the dishes, but I'll give us more privacy." His smile was painfully big. "You're serious?" "I'm serious," I said. "Nathan, I'm obsessed with you. Since that night. I can't." I was afraid to admit it. I heard footsteps, and left him as my mother entered the doorway. "How are those dishes? Almost done, Mom?" I responded brightly, but Nathan stared at me like I had offered him the moon. 1 week to figure out the final piece of my plan. All I had to do was get her close enough to hear it, without him knowing she was there. I spent the next 3 days mentally walking through Emily's house, remembering every room, closet, and hiding spot. I remembered the master bedroom walk-in closet with the slatted doors that look right into the room. Emily could see and hear everything in the bedroom from there, and it would look dark and empty from the outside. "Hey," I said, warmly and sisterly, calling Emily on Wednesday. I was wondering if I could come over early on Sunday before the family dinner. Set up and spend time together. "Just us two." "That would be great," she said. "I've missed our sister time." "Me, too. Recently, Nathan has been really lovely. He continues texting me to check in. Make sure I'm okay. Emily, you're blessed to have him." I heard a beat of quiet when the seed was planted. "He texts you?" "Supportive stuff. Nothing odd. He's being a good brother-in-law, checking on me." "Right," Emily murmured, but her voice had changed. A tiny fracture in the foundation. "Good." I wanted her to monitor her husband more intently than ever. I arrived at Emily's house 2 hours early on Sunday and found Nathan's car gone. He took Sophie to get ice cream. Emily said, wanted to give us some girl time. I planted tiny seeds of mistrust during the first hour of cooking. Nathan looks stressed lately. Everything okay with you? He's texting me often. Hope you don't find that odd. I think he's trying hard to reconcile. Sweet. Actually. Each word was meant to make Emily question her husband's interest in her well-being and develop the slightest seed of skepticism that would grow when she learned what he actually thought of her. Emily said she would take a quick shower once we finished cooking. Make yourself at home, said. Nathan should be back soon. This was my chance. Actually, I said, can I use your bedroom bathroom? That one down below is soapless. Sure, go ahead. I entered the master bedroom upstairs and saw the closet as I remembered. Sophie, yelling, Mommy, we got sprinkles. Emily coming down the stairs to greet them. Perfect sight lines to the whole room, dark enough to be unseen from the outside. Then Nathan asked, where's Lily? Upstairs. Emily said. I left the bedroom and descended the stairs, where Nathan stared at me eager. He said, hey. Gently. When I reached him, hey. He was in my space after we entered the kitchen alone. So tonight, he muttered. Am I on? Actually, I was thinking. I admitted slowly. Maybe we shouldn't do it here. Too risky. Suppose someone enters? His face showed disappointment. Then when? After dinner. When everyone goes. Tell Emily you're exhausted and want to sleep. Then text me. I'll tell my parents I forgot something and return. Nathan exclaimed, want to return? To my house? To your bedroom? I want to do this correctly, Nathan. I desire perfection. It seems he would faint. Are you serious? It's been on my mind for 2 weeks. I need to know what would have happened if I hadn't pushed you away. I must feel what was lost. I'll text you the second she falls asleep. Don't wait that long, I add. Just tell her you need to rest. I can't wait. The rest of the family arrived, and supper was torture. Every minute felt like an hour. I played my part perfectly. The contrite sister glad to be back, the lovely daughter helping her mother, the fond aunt playing with Sophie in the living room. Nathan watched me with greedy, yearning eyes, and I watched the clock on the wall, counting down the minutes until I could Nathan him. After dinner and everyone left, I pulled Emily aside. I may have left an earring in your restroom. Can I run up and check? Sure, Emily. Want help looking? No problem. I remember where I stood. I was upstairs in her bedroom and examined the closet again before texting Emily. I can't find it. Will you help me look? It may have rolled inside your closet. She entered the doorway a minute later. You think it fell where? Somewhere in the closet. I opened it for extra towels, and guess it fell off when I bent down. Emily entered the closet and searched the floor. I don't see anything. Keep looking, I replied, a small silver hoop. Perhaps in the corner. I texted Nathan, upstairs, bedroom, Emily showers. I'm done waiting. He rushed up the stairs and into the doorway, breathing hard. When he spotted me, his face brightened up. Where's she? He whispered. Shower. I nodded to the bathroom door. We have a few minutes. He entered the room and closed the door. I cannot believe this is finally happening. He approached me. I've been thinking about you all week. Since that kitchen night, I've been thinking about you. Tell me, I began, approaching him, what you've been thinking about. His hands gripped my waist again, possessively. I've wondered what might have occurred if you hadn't pushed me away. Maybe you should have let me kiss you. Show you what you missed. Would have happened? I asked. I would have took you right there in my wife's kitchen. He added. Desperate. Emily has no idea what I can do. She's boring and predictable in bed. But Lily, I knew from the moment I saw you that you were unusual and required someone who could handle you. A quiet sound came from the closet. Listening, Emily shifts weight. What else? I asked. Nathan drew me closer. I wanted to test you against that counter and show you manhood. I wanted to hear you shout my name when my wife blew out her birthday candles in the next room. I always wanted you, not Emily. You? When I shouted no and pulled you away, his face clouded. I spent weeks complimenting you and making you feel special, but you rejected me like I was nothing and disgusting. If I couldn't have you, I'd Nathan you. How? Tell me how you did it. Nathan giggled. Easy. I faked the texts on a messaging app. I made the photos too. You spent a month telling Emily how desperate you are. Watching each family member turn against you. Smiled. My favorite part, you crawled back. Your apology. You sought forgiveness. Now you're in my bedroom prepared to fulfill my original desire. I said, say what you did. I want to listen. I made it all up. Nathan boasted. Every word an image. Nobody sent me anything. I lied and made your family despise you. I made it all up. I made it all up. Lily, no one believed you. I'm the loyal spouse and you're the jealous sister who can't handle rejection, so nobody will believe you. Emily stood in the closet doorway, staring at her husband with an expression I'll never forget. Her hands were shaking and her face was colorless. Tears filled her eyes. When Nathan turned back and spotted his wife, his face turned paper white. She had heard every confession, every insult about how boring she was, and every detail of how he had desnathaned me to cover up his treachery. He had nowhere to hide. Nathan staggered away from me. Emily, babe, this isn't what it looks like. Emily shakily said. I heard everything. I heard every word you just said. You made it up. Texts. Images. You made my family detest Lily for not sleeping with you. Nathan raised his hands. Wait. Just hear me. Lily set it up. She duped me into coming. She made me say that. Nothing was real. Just telling her what she wanted. Emily hollered. I heard you say that. You said the texts were faked. You said the photos were fake. You said no one would trust her over you. Lily is fooling you how? I watched Nathan's face change from panic to rage to desperation to calculating. He was looking for a way out. But there was none. His own words doomed him. Emily, baby, I love you, he croaked. I protected our family at any costs. Lily was dangerous. She wanted to split us. Just defending what we have. By framing my sister? Emily yelled. By letting my daughter call her auntie in front of our family? By making me think my blood assaulted my husband? She cried now. Do you understand what I said to her? What I did to her? Our mother won't look at her anymore because of you. Nathan, you ruined her life. You destroyed my sister-sister bond. Because your ego couldn't handle her no. Nathan pleaded. Everything I did was for us. You're a coward, Emily spat. You did it because the notion of a woman rejecting you was so awful that you had to play victim. Instead of handling that like a grown man. You ruined an innocent life. She passed him and stood next to me, squeezing my hand. Get out, she said. Come on, Emily, talk about this. Let's discuss this downstairs. Get out of my house. Louder, harder. I don't want to see you. Your voice bothers me. Please never come near me or my daughter again. Nathan's desperation turned ugly. This is my house. You can't dismiss me. Emily called 911 with our address and stated, my husband won't leave, and I'm unsafe. I have proof of his stalking and harassment of my sister. Emily, hang up the phone right now. Nathan gasped. You're being frantic, sir, Emily remarked, holding back tears. If you're still here when they arrive, I'll tell them everything. You tormented my sister. How you grabbed her hard enough to brand her. You created evidence to discredit Nathan. How you revealed everything thinking no one was listening. My phone recorded it. I saw the voice memo app on her phone as she recorded from the closet. Nathan's confidence collapsed in real time. His shoulders sagged and his face went gray. He grabbed his keys off the dresser and looked at us with hatred. This isn't over, he added. Enjoy. I guarantee it. After storming out of the bedroom, the front door slammed so forcefully the house rocked. His car started and drove out of the driveway so fast I heard tires squealing. Emily shook as she stared at her husband's location. I'm so sorry that I believed him. She cried in my arms as I said, you didn't know he manipulated you. Her apology continued as I hugged her, feeling years of sisterhood heal. My family rejected my marriage to the person I loved because he was poor. My father tried to sabotage his career. Now, my mother apologizes. My family rejected me because I married the wrong person. They want to go back in after meeting his parents. My father gave the ultimatum 4 weeks before my wedding. He called at 9 p.m. on a Thursday as I was sending invitations at my kitchen table, and his voice was icy and controlled, as if he'd already made a decision, and wanted me to know it was definite. If you marry this man, you are no longer part of this family, he told you. There was no introduction or explanation, simply a straightforward remark that marked the end of 26 years as his daughter. I asked why, and he laughed. However, the sound lacked comedy and instead conveyed disgust. You understand exactly why, Sophie. We raised you better than this. We gave you every chance, sent you to the best schools, introduced you to the right people, and you chose to throw it all away for someone who works with his hands like common labor, someone whose family probably can't even afford to contribute to the wedding. It's embarrassing. The word hung in the air between us like poison. David and I first met 16 months ago at a community garden project where I was volunteering as part of my nonprofit job. He was establishing an irrigation system. His hands were coated in dirt as he explained to a group of elderly Vietnamese gardeners how to maintain the water pipes. He addressed them with care and respect, never speaking down or simplifying beyond what was required. When he grinned, his entire face changed. I previously dated investment bankers and lawyers. Men my parents approved of. None of them had ever looked at anyone the way David did at the gardeners, as if their knowledge and expertise were as important as his technical abilities. My mother picked up the phone next. Her approach was different, softer, but more cutting. Sweetheart. Your father and I just want what's best for you. You're making an emotional decision without thinking about your future. What happens when the novelty wears off and you're stuck with someone who can't provide the lifestyle you're accustomed to? What happens when you have children and realize you've trapped yourself in mediocrity? She used the word mediocrity, as if it were a diagnosis, a disease I'd contracted that she desperately wanted to cure. I informed them that David ran his own contracting business with 10 staff and consistent contracts, that he had put himself through technical school while caring for his younger sister, after their mother died, that he was nice and thoughtful, and made me happier than I had been in years. My father responded quickly and brutally. Then, you have made your decision. The call ended, and I sat at my kitchen table, surrounded by half-addressed invitations, my hands shaking so badly that I couldn't hold the pen. Don't expect us at the wedding. Don't expect any financial support. Don't expect to be included in family events, or to have access to your trust fund. You've chosen him over us, so live with that. David returned home from a job site an hour later, and saw me still sitting there in the dark. He didn't inquire what had occurred. He simply drew me into his arms, and let me cry till nothing remained. When I eventually told him what my father had said, he stiffened his jaw but kept his voice calm. We don't need them. We'll build our own family better than the one you came from. My sister, Anna, called the next morning. She seemed cautious, as if she were negotiating a hostage situation. Dad's serious, Sophie. He's already changed his will. Mom's devastated. But she won't go against him. If you just postpone the wedding, give it a few more months, maybe they'll calm down and we can figure something out. I asked her why I needed to postpone my wedding to appease our parents' snobbery. She sighed, as if I were being purposefully difficult. Because they're family. Because Dad controls everything. Because you're making this harder than it needs to be. The following 4 weeks were spent in solitude. My parents returned the wedding invitation unopened. My brother Ryan quit returning my calls and texts. My aunts and uncles, who had always been friendly and present in my life, were suddenly too busy to meet for coffee. Only my cousin Laura contacted me, and she informed me that she had been instructed not to attend the wedding if she wanted to maintain her good standing with the family. She cried as she said it, but she did not come. When David's family learned what had transpired, they had diverse reactions. His father, Robert, a quiet man who owned a small restaurant supply business, arrived at our apartment with his wife, Linda, carrying containers of cooked food. Family who treats you like this isn't family, Robert said in cautious English, his accent strong but his message obvious. You have us now. We take care of our own. Linda held me. And I burst into tears again, overwhelmed by the simple acceptance of people I barely knew. The wedding took place on a Saturday afternoon, at a modest botanical park. 45 persons attended. None of them are connected to me by blood. David's extended family occupied 2/3 of the chairs. His sister Eva served as my maid of honor because I no longer had a sister willing to stand by my side. His cousin Chris escorted me down the aisle because my father had made it obvious that he regarded that honor cancelled. When the officiant asked whether anyone had any objections to the union, the silence felt rebellious, not awkward. We were surrounded by individuals who wished us happiness. Robert and Linda hosted the reception in their garden, which was decorated with string lights and mismatched tables obtained from neighbors. Someone's uncle played guitar, and Linda's sister managed the meal with military precision. David's grandmother, who knew no English, grabbed my hand and shouted something in Spanish that Eva interpreted as, "You're one of us now. We don't abandon our children for stupid reasons." The old woman's eyes were angry as she said it, challenging me to fight. I legally changed my name. Sophie Turner became Sophie Reyes. It felt like losing a skin that had never fit properly. My father had always made it clear that I was a Turner of the Connecticut Turners. As if our bloodline represented something more than old money and prejudices. Being a Reyes represented something different. It referred to unconditional acceptance and belonging without expectation of performance. He worked more, took on additional tasks, and insisted on paying for all of our bills, even though my severance would have helped. His pride was both laudable and annoying. I found new work at a different nonprofit, earning half of my old pay, and we adjusted. I ate out less, discontinued subscriptions, and learned to economize in ways that my background never required. It was equally humbling and clear. Month 17 of the marriage saw an unexpected development. David's company won a large contract to renovate a historic building downtown. The project would last 5 months and employ the majority of his crew full-time. He returned home with the signed contract and grabbed me up, whirling me around our small kitchen and laughing. "This changes everything," he explained. "This is the kind of work that leads to bigger contracts. We're going to be okay. Better than okay." The job continued smoothly until month 3, when David received a call from the property owner. There had been complaints filed with the city regarding permit irregularities. Nothing precise, just enough ambiguity to necessitate an investigation and briefly suspend the process. David spent 2 weeks dealing with inspectors and paperwork, ensuring that all permits were correctly filed and granted. The delays cost him both money and credibility. When the inspector ultimately cleared everything up, he stated that the concerns had come from an anonymous source who appeared to have intimate knowledge of the project timeline. David and I sat at our kitchen table that night, and I watched him connect the dots. His expression ranged from perplexity to comprehension to cold fury. "Your father did this," he explained. "It wasn't a question. I tried to deny it, to believe that my father wouldn't damage my husband's business out of spite, but I couldn't. It fit in well with his pattern of punishing those who defied him. He had cut me off financially. Now he was threatening David's livelihood. The message was plain. Choosing me resulted in consequences." I contacted my father's office the following morning. His assistant stated that he was unavailable. I called his cell phone, and it went straight to voicemail. I sent him an email directly inquiring if he was behind the permission concerns. The email bounced back with an automated response stating that his filters had blocked it. He had set his system to reject anything from my address. The premeditated savagery stole my breath away. When I dialed Anna's cell phone, she finally answered. She sounded exhausted. "Sophie, I can't be in the middle of this. Dad's made his position clear, and I have my own family to worry about. I can't risk making him angry." I asked if she was aware of the permit concerns. The silence before her response told me everything. "I don't know anything specific, but Dad warned that your husband's business tactics might not survive inspection. He stated it would be unfortunate if someone examined too closely." The confirmation came like a physical blow. My father was using his connections and resources to ruin David's business. Not because David had done anything wrong, but because simply punishing me monetarily was insufficient. He needed to showcase his power, to show that opposing him had escalating consequences. The petty nature of it was astonishing. The threat was real. David refused to be intimidated. He documented everything, hired a lawyer to analyze the complaints and his responses, and ensured that all future permission applications were excellent. The project concluded 2 months late and over budget, but it was completed. The building owner was pleased enough to issue a positive recommendation. Other clients admired David's professionalism under pressure, but the damage remained. The 2-month delay had prompted him to reject down other opportunities. His image in the sector suffered from murmurs concerning dependability and problems. The second year of our marriage proved more difficult. Money remained tight. I took a second part-time job writing grants from home. David worked 60-hour weeks in an effort to regain momentum. We were fatigued and stressed. And for the first time, I realized what my mother meant about novelty wearing off. Except that the novelty wasn't wearing off. It was battling sabotage and solitude while attempting to build a life together. We debated more. They struggled to find time for each other. I felt the weight of my family's rejection, in unexpected and devastating ways. Ramon and Linda provided consistent assistance. Sunday dinners at their place became a sanctuary. Linda's cooking, Ramon's gentle wisdom, and the easy fondness of David's extended family, who met every week to share food and stories. His grandmother would pat my hand and say things in Spanish that I was gradually coming to comprehend. Los árboles verdes, crescent, and tormentas. Strong trees develop during storms. I wanted to believe her. Month 23 saw a crisis. David fell from scaffolding on a job site, breaking his wrist and 3 ribs. The injuries were not life-threatening, but they prevented him from working for 5 weeks. His workforce could do lesser jobs under his leadership. But the business suffered. I watched him struggle with being sidelined, the anguish and fury, and the concern that this setback would exacerbate the harm my father had already done. His medical insurance covered the majority of the expenditures, but not all of them. We maxed up our credit card to pay the deficit. I swallowed my pride and called Ryan, informed him of David's accident, and asked if he might provide us with a short-term loan. We would repay him with interest as soon as David returned to work. Ryan remained motionless for a long time before saying, "I can't do that, Sophie. Dad will find out, and I can't afford to be on his bad side right now. I'm sorry, but you made your decisions, and you have to live with them." He hung up before I could reply. The betrayal went deeper than my father's initial rejection. Ryan and I had been close growing up. He was the one who taught me how to ride a bike, helped me with my math assignments, and stood up to bullies in middle school. He was now refusing to help when I really needed him since our father's approval was more important than our connection. The transactional character of my birth family's love became impossible to ignore. We made it through David's recovery thanks to a combination of savings, side job I took up, and a loan from Ramon, which he insisted was a gift rather than a loan. "Family helps family," he replied cautiously, refusing to share payback details. Linda brought food 3 times a week. Eva organized a meal train with other family members. They surrounded us with practical support, and never once made us feel like a burden. The contrast with my own family's abandonment was clear and unambiguous. David recovered and returned to work with a passion that bordered on obsession. He rebuilt his firm through sheer willpower, doing tasks that other contractors would not touch, working harder than anybody else, and demonstrating his dependability time and over until the whispers of troubles subsided. The 3rd year of our marriage was more monetarily successful, but the emotional toll of the previous 2 years remained. We made it out alive, but the incident had changed us. I discovered I was pregnant in month 38. On a Sunday morning, the test came back positive, and I sat on the bathroom floor for 20 minutes, crying, before telling David. When I eventually showed him, he drew me in and said, "This is going to be amazing. We're going to be amazing parents, better than the ones you came from." I wanted to believe him, but my anxiety was overwhelming. My parents had abandoned me. What if I wasn't sure how to be a better parent? What if their poison affected me in ways I couldn't detect? Linda hosted a baby shower for me in her backyard, which was filled with David's extended relatives. Women I barely knew offered gifts, advice, and personal stories about their pregnancies and children. His grandmother held my developing belly and prayed in Spanish for the baby's health and happiness. It was humbling to receive love from folks I had known for less than 4 years. I thought of my mother, who hadn't contacted in 3 years, didn't realize she was going to be a grandma, and had chosen pride over relationship. I sent my parents a letter announcing the pregnancy, not because I expected them to care, but because I wanted proof that I had tried. That when this child inquired as to why they did not know their maternal grandparents, I could honestly reply that I had made an effort only to be rejected. The letter was returned marked, "Returned to sender," in handwriting that I recognized as my mother's. She'd gotten it and returned it unopened. The message was clear. I was dead to them, as was their grandchild. Anna called back 2 weeks later. "Mom's upset that you told other people about your pregnancy before telling family." I cracked a joke. A sharp noise that surprised us both. I attempted to tell her. She returned my letter unopened. She made her decision. Anna sighed. She wasn't sure what was in the envelope. She assumed it was another attempt to guilt-trip them about the wedding. "You should try calling." I questioned why I should be the one making an effort when I had been cut off for liking the wrong person. Anna had no response. Our daughter, Maya, was born on a Wednesday, in April. 8 pounds, 6 ounces, perfect, healthy, and ours. David cried as they placed her in his arms. Linda and Robert arrived at the hospital within hours. His grandmother embraced Maya and cried, murmuring blessings in Spanish. Eva took almost 1,000 photographs. The waiting room was full with David's family members celebrating his new life. My family stayed conspicuously missing. I made one more attempt. I sent my parents a birth announcement with Maya's photo and information. This one was not returned, and there was no response either. The quiet remained unbroken. My daughter will grow up not knowing half of her genetic family, because they felt her father wasn't good enough. The injustice made me literally ill on certain days. On other days, I was relieved that Maya would never have to experience their conditional affection. Motherhood consumed the following year. Maya was colicky and demanding, and I loved her with a ferocity that scared me. David was a hands-on father who changed diapers at 3 a.m. When she couldn't sleep, I would walk the floor with her. We were fatigued, broke, and happier than we had been since our wedding. Linda showed me how to cook traditional meals. Robert made Maya's cot with his own hands. The family who had accepted me proceeded to shower us with practical affection. In our 4th year of marriage, David's business finally earned a profit. The historic building project had resulted in 3 more improvements. His reputation had regained. He hired 2 more staff, and rented a professional office space, rather than working from our flat. We moved into a little house, with a yard for Maya to play in. Nothing lavish, but ours. Built on his efforts and my commitment, uninfluenced by my father's money or approbation. Maya was 18 months old when she received the call on Saturday morning. I nearly ignored an unfamiliar phone number. When I answered the phone, Anna's voice sounded weird. "Sophie, I need you to listen." Without hanging up, "Something's happened, and Mom wants to talk to you." I inquired what had happened and why she thought I'd care after 4 years of silence. Anna's voice sank to a whisper. "Just please, she needs to talk to you." When my mother answered the phone, her voice was different, smaller in some ways. She inquired how I was doing, and I replied that I was fine, waiting for the true reason she had called. She inquired about David and Maya. I responded minimally. Finally, she stated, "I saw David's parents last week at a charity gala. Linda, who runs a foundation that provides meals to food-insecure families, and Robert, who apparently sits on the hospital board and has been a major donor for years, were presenting a substantial check to a children's hospital. They were receiving an award for their community service." Her words were stilted, as if she were reading from a script she hadn't written. I felt something chilly creep into my chest. "So, you're calling because you realized Robert and Linda Reyes are philanthropists, that they're the kind of people you consider respectable? Is that what it takes for you to acknowledge I exist?" My mother tried to cut me off, but I kept going. "You cut me off because you believed David came from nothing, and that his family was inferior to yours. Now you find out they give away more money than you spend on country club fees, and suddenly I'm worth talking to again." My mother's tone became defensive. "We didn't know. If you'd told us about his parents' background, things might have been different." The comment was so ludicrous that I started laughing. His parents' background? You mean Robert immigrated at 23 with $500 and built a successful business through 40 years of hard work? Or Linda came from a family that lost everything and rebuilt it? You mean those backgrounds, which you never bothered to learn about because you were too busy being embarrassed by David working with his hands? She explained that my father wanted to meet with us, that they had made a mistake, and that they wanted to rebuild the relationship. I inquired what had changed in 4 years, aside from her social discomfort at discovering Robert and Linda's philanthropic activity. She couldn't give me a response that didn't sound cold and hollow. I hung up after telling her I needed time to process. I sat on my couch, staring at nothing, while Maya played with blocks at my feet, completely unaware of the earthquake that had just shattered my life. David returned home from a hardware shop run, and discovered me still sitting there. When I narrated the call, his expression went through a range of emotions, before landing on a firm distrust. "So, they want back in now that they know my parents aren't who they thought they were. Now that they've realized cutting you off might have been a miscalculation," he joked. Miscalculation, as if it were profanity. I nodded, hesitant to trust my own voice. We chatted for hours after Maya went to bed, working through my anger and sadness, as well as my conflicted desire to reunite with my family, despite the fact that they didn't deserve it. David was explicit about his boundaries. "If we do this, if we open that door, it's on our terms." They apologize to both of us. They acknowledge what they did was wrong. They meet my parents properly, and treat them with respect. And if they slip even once, we walk away and don't look back. I agreed, but privately wondered if my parents were capable of genuine apology or if this was just another manipulation. I contacted my mother back 4 days later and informed her that David and I would meet with them, but there were certain conditions. She accepted too fast without questioning what the terms were. And I realized it was more about avoiding social disgrace than truly healing ties. We agreed to meet at a neutral restaurant the following Sunday. My tummy was churning with anxiousness all week. Sunday dawned cold and gray. David wore a suit he'd purchased expressly for this occasion, refusing to give my parents a reason to critique his appearance. We arrived 5 minutes early, and they were already sitting at a corner table. My father had aged in 4 years, with new lines around his eyes and mouth. My mother appeared brittle in a way I didn't recall. Anna was also present, perhaps serving as a buffer or witness. The first 10 minutes were spent in agonizing small conversation. My father asked about Maya in the same tone that individuals use when checking a box on a list. My mother complimented on the restaurant's decor. Anna glanced at her water glass, as if it could afford her escape. The assumption that their comfort was more important than accountability led me to delete the message halfway through. I did not call back. Anna arrived at my residence 4 days later without contacting first. I opened the door to see her standing on my porch, unhappy. "Can we talk?" I invited her in and made tea as she sat at my kitchen table. Maya was napping upstairs. The house was silent save for the kettle's whistle. Anna put her hands around her mug and murmured, "I've been a coward. I watched them treat you like garbage, and said nothing because I was scared. I chose my trust fund and Dad's approval over my sister. I'm sorry." The apology had a different impact than my parents' attempts at reconciliation. Anna's voice shook with genuine regret. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying before her arrival. I sat opposite from her and inquired, "Why now? What has changed for you?" She shook her head. "I watched you walk out of that restaurant. You were so forceful and clear about what you deserved. I realized I've been weak my entire life. I've let Dad control everything because it's easier than standing up to him. But it's cost me you. And it's cost Maya her relationship with her aunt." We spoke for 2 hours. She informed me about life in the family after I left. Ryan had become more strict, in an attempt to be the perfect son to fill the void I had left. My parents spoke about me in clinical terms, as if I were a problem that could be fixed by letting go. How the holidays felt hollow in my absence. She cried, as she described seeing Maya through mutual friends' social media posts. Knowing she had missed the first 18 months of her niece's existence, because she was too terrified to defy our parents. I asked her what she wanted now, and she said, "Honestly, I want my sister back. I want to know Maya. I want to stop being the person who chose money and approval over love. I know I don't deserve it after standing by for 4 years, but I'm asking anyway." I looked at this woman who'd been my closest friend growing up, who'd abandoned me when I needed her, and who was now asking for a chance I wasn't sure I could give. Maya began crying upstairs. I went to retrieve her, and when I returned with my kid on my hip, Anna's face crumpled. "She looks like you did at that age." I let Anna hold Maya and observed my sister's cautious kindness with this niece she was meeting for the first time. Maya looked at Anna with the same distrust that toddlers have of strangers. But she did not cry. After a few minutes, she reached for Anna's jewelry, and Anna giggled, which I hadn't heard in years. I advised her, "If you want back in, it has to be real. You can't disappear again if Dad gets angry. You can't choose their approval over showing up for Maya. She deserves better than conditional family." Anna looked at Maya and nodded. "I understand. I'll prove I'm serious for as long as it takes." She began coming over every Sunday afternoon. At first, I kept a close eye on her, watching for signals that she'd return to the safety of our parents' approval. But she kept turning up, bringing age-appropriate toys, learning Maya's routine and preferences, and inquiring about my life with genuine curiosity. We slowly and gently rebuilt trust. My parents' attempts to reunite persisted. My father sent flowers with a card that said, "Family forgives." I returned them with a message that stated, "Family doesn't abandon." My mother called regularly until I blocked her number. They arrived at Robert and Linda's restaurant one evening, evidently hoping to run into us. But Robert gently informed them that we were not present, and that they were not welcome to wait. The attempted manipulation via numerous avenues was taxing. Ryan contacted after 6 weeks of radio silence from me. He said that our parents were hurt and puzzled by my failure to reconcile, that they had made a sincere attempt, and that I was being stubborn. I inquired if he remembered refusing to lend me money after David was hurt. The stillness on his end was prolonged. Finally, He stated that it was different. Dad had stated his position clearly. I told him that was exactly the issue. Our parents' positions had always been more important than our relationships, and I was tired of living with conditional affection. David's business continued to grow. He was awarded a contract for a new medical building that would take 8 months and employ 15 people. The irony was not lost on us. My father attempted to undermine David's career, but instead pushed him to become more cautious, professional, and driven. Obstacles had made him stronger. David recruited a company manager and a qualified accountant, relocated to a larger office, and began rejecting down lesser tasks to focus on larger projects. Success felt sweeter, because we earned it despite the sabotage, not because of familial ties. Year 5 of our marriage brought unexpected changes. Ramon had a health scare that landed him in the hospital for 1 week. David and I visited on a daily basis, along with what seemed to be his entire extended family. Ramon's relatives were always present in the waiting room, bringing food, telling stories, and supporting Linda through her worries. My parents never visited anyone in the hospital unless it was socially necessary. The contrast and how these two families operated couldn't have been more obvious. Robert recovered and redoubled his charitable efforts. Linda joked that she had created a monster, but her eyes shone with pride. I learned more about their history during those weeks, how Robert worked 3 jobs while growing his business, how Linda began cooking for elderly neighbors and grew it into a charity that now serves thousands. How they gave back to the community that provided them with opportunities. Their riches was enormous, yet they wore it softly, emphasizing impact over appearance. My mother arrived at my place unexpectedly one Saturday morning. David was on a job site. Maya and I were preparing pancakes when the doorbell rang. I answered the door, and there she was. Well-dressed and meticulously made up, but visibly uneasy. "I need to talk to you," she said. I almost shut the door, but something about her expression stopped me. I invited her in, but did not provide coffee or comfort. She sat at my kitchen table as Maya ate pancakes with serious focus, dripping syrup everywhere. My mother looked at her granddaughter with an emotion that I couldn't read. Finally, she continued. "I've been going to therapy. Your father doesn't know. I've been working through some things about my own parents, and how they raised me, about class and value, and what I was taught to prioritize." She paused, watching Maya attempt to use her fork properly. "I was educated that some people were more important than others, that appearances and social standing trumped character. I taught you the same things." I waited, unwilling to make things easy for her. She said, "I met David's parents properly last month, had lunch with Linda at her charity, and she showed me what they do, the families they aid, the lives they've touched, and I realized I'd been so focused on Robert and Linda's appearance on paper, that I never recognized who they really were. I never bothered to learn, and I did the same thing with David, judging him based on preconceptions and prejudices, without ever giving him a chance." Maya finished her pancakes and hopped out of her chair, strolling over to her toy box. My mother noticed her movements and murmured, "She's beautiful. I've missed so much." Her voice cracked at the final syllable. I said, "Yes. You have by choice." She nodded, tears streaming down her nicely made-up face. I know it was my choice. Your father's choice. And we were wrong. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to apologize for cutting you off. For forcing you to choose. For missing these years with you and Maya. And for teaching you that love was conditional when it should have been unconditional." I inquired what she wanted from this meeting, and she looked at Maya, who was playing with blocks on the floor, and said, "I want to know my granddaughter. I want to make amends for the rift I created with you. I want to be better than I was or was raised to be. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, but I'm asking for a chance to prove I've changed." I told her I needed time to think about it, and discuss it with David, which she accepted. She asked if she could hug Maya goodbye, but I told her no, because Maya didn't know her and I wouldn't confuse her with strangers claiming to be family. I sat on the floor with my daughter and cried while she patted my face, trying to comfort me in the way that toddlers do when they sense distress. David came home to find me still on the floor, Maya napping against my shoulder. And I told him about my mother's visit. Watching him process it, after a lengthy pause, he continued, "It's your family, your decision. I will back whatever you pick. But I need to know they will not hurt you, or Maya again. If we open this door, they must fully respect our boundaries." Anna arrived that evening, and I informed her about our mother's visit. She wasn't surprised. Mom's been different recently, more contemplative, and less bothered about what others say. I'm not sure if it's the therapy, age, or true guilt. Maybe all three. I asked if Dad was changing as well. Anna shook her head. Dad is still Dad. He's trying to figure out why his money and contacts didn't help, but I don't believe he completely understands what he did wrong other than miscalculating David's family's standing. We decided to meet with both of my parents. But this time at Robert and Linda's house on our territory. With our support system present. The symbolism was not subtle, but it was important. My parents would have to enter a space that represented the family they had rejected, and they would have to interact with Robert and Linda as equals, not as charity cases or social climbers. The meeting was scheduled for the following Sunday afternoon, and that week felt interminable. I practiced what I wanted to say. David prepared for a possible confrontation. Linda prepared enough food to feed 20 people. Even though only 8 would be there, and Ramon made sure his English was impeccable, refusing to give my father any reason to dismiss him. The tension in everyone's preparations was palpable. Sunday arrived, sunny and warm, and my parents arrived exactly on time, my father's expression carefully neutral, my mother visibly nervous. Linda greeted them at the door with graciousness that put me to shame, offering refreshments, showing them to the living room, and making small talk about the weather. As we sat in Ramon and Linda's comfortable living room, surrounded by family photos and evidence of a life well lived, my father looked around with an expression that could have been appreciation or assessment. Ramon shook my father's hand firmly, not deferentially, but not aggressively, and they established themselves as hosts, not supplicants. My mother focused on Maya, who was playing with blocks in the corner, overseen by Eva, and the hush lasted until David stated, "We're here to set ground rules. If you want to be a part of Sophie and Maya's lives again, here's how you do it." He laid out our criteria, which included a full apology, and an acknowledgement of particular harms. My father's face darkened with each point David made, and when he was finished, he said, "These seem excessive. We are willing to recognize that mistakes were made on both sides." Ramon spoke for the first time, his accent careful but his words clear. No mistakes on both sides. Only one side made errors. "My son married your daughter in love and respect. You replied with rejection and cruelty. That is all." The room was silent. My father looked at Ramon as if he had been slapped, and Ramon said, "You want to repair now that you know we are succeeding. But we were successful previously. You didn't want to know. You made a judgment without knowing," Linda continued. "In our culture, family is everything. We would never forsake a child who chose love. This isn't typical. This is unacceptable. If you want to be a part of Maya's life, you must acknowledge that you failed your daughter. Completely failed her. And you must do better." My mother was silently crying. My father's jaw worked like he was grinding his teeth. And Ryan and Anna, who had come as witnesses, were uncomfortable. I found my voice. "Everything David listed is non-negotiable. These are the basic prerequisites for admission to my family. You'll apologize explicitly for cutting me off, damaging David's business, returning my unopened letters, and missing Maya's birth. You'll admit you were incorrect without qualifier or explanation. You will treat Ramon and Linda as equals, not based on their nationality, language, or anything else. And you'll show that you've changed by taking continuous action over months. One slip, one condescending comment, one attempt at control, and we're done forever." My father stood up. "I won't be dictated to by my own daughter, or lectured by people who don't understand our family dynamics." He walked for the door. My mother stood but didn't accompany him. She looked at me and said, "I accept your terms. All of them. I will perform the work. I'll earn my way back." She stared at my father. "With or without you." His reaction was almost hilarious. My father looked at her as if he didn't know her. "Ella Lanner, we're leaving." She shook her head. "No, you're leaving. I am staying. I'm meeting my granddaughter properly. I apologize to my daughter and her spouse. I am learning to be better than I was raised to be. You can join me or not, but I'm done putting your pride ahead of our children." Her posture had changed. She'd been brittle when she arrived, but now she stood taller and more solid. My father looked around the room at everyone watching him, at Ramon and Linda, who'd maintained firm boundaries, and at David, who hadn't backed down. He stood there for a long time, then sat back down hard. "What precisely do you want me to say?" The following 3 hours were both painful and necessary. My father struggled to apologize without defending himself. My mother cried through her apology, but did not make excuses. David shared how the sabotage had affected his business and his sense of safety. I discussed the isolation and grief of being cut off. And Ramon and Linda shared their own experiences with family betrayal and forgiveness. By the end, my parents had agreed to family therapy and individual therapy for my father. They had acknowledged specific harms and apologized without qualification, and they had committed to demonstrating that they had changed through their actions. My mother begged if she might hold Maya, and I said yes, watching my daughter gingerly enter her grandmother's arms. Maya inspected my mother's face intently before touching her cheek, a comforting gesture she'd learned from me. My mother broke down entirely, and the weeks that followed were tentative. My parents came to Ramon and Linda's house for Sunday dinners, fitting into the established routine rather than demanding separate accommodations. My father was stiff at first, uncomfortable with the casual warmth and multilingual chaos of David's extended family. But he showed up, listened more than he talked, and observed how Ramon and Linda interacted with their children and grandchildren with obvious affection and no conditions. My mother took to Maya with a gentleness that surprised me. She asked permission before giving gifts, followed bedtimes and routines, accepted correction when she overstepped, and faithfully attended therapy, sharing insights she was learning about her own upbringing and the prejudices she'd internalized. Slowly, very slowly, I began to believe that the change was real. Ryan remained distant, loyal to the family structure that benefited him. But Anna fully integrated into our lives, becoming the Aunt Maya deserved. She brought her own daughter to play dates and family dinners, raising her child differently than we'd been raised, and creating something better from the wreckage of our family patterns. A year after the confrontation in Ramon and Linda's living room, my father approached me at a Sunday dinner. We stood in the backyard while kids played, and adults talked inside. He looked older, tired, but somehow more real. I was wrong, he said. Not just about David or his family, but about everything. About calculating people's worth using their bank accounts and family names. About treating love like a transaction that required clearance. About cutting you off when you made a choice I didn't understand. I waited for the caveat, the justification. But none came. He continued. I missed 4 years of your life, Maya's early years. I'll never get that back. And it was entirely my fault. Not yours or David's. His voice broke slightly. I'm grateful you gave me another chance, more appreciative than I can describe. I'm trying to be better, to be the father you deserved all along. I hugged him, the first physical contact we'd had in 5 years. He held me closely, shivering with grief or relief. David's business grew into one of the most respected contracting firms in the city. My father, in an effort to make amends, recommended David for projects through his business connections, but always disclosed the relationship and let David's work speak for itself. David appreciated the referrals, but never relied on them, preserving the independence that defined his success. Maya grew up surrounded by 2 families who loved her completely. She learned Spanish from Ramon and Linda, practical skills from David, and compassion from witnessing her grandmother's transformation. She never knew a time when her maternal grandparents weren't present. But she grew up hearing the story of how family can be lost and rebuilt through accountability and change. Years later, at Maya's 8th birthday party, I witnessed my father conversing with Ramon, 2 men who had once been adversaries but had become friends thanks to the bridge their children had built. My mother played with Maya, truly present in a way she had never been with me as a child. Anna's daughter and Maya ran through the yard like sisters. David stood with his crew, men who had become loyal employees because he treated them with dignity and paid them fairly. Linda came to stand by me and watch the celebration. You did good, she murmured in her meticulous English. You stayed strong when it was difficult. You demanded respect. You built something beautiful from something broken. I leaned against her, this woman who'd accepted me after my own mother had rejected me. We all did, I whispered. All of us together. She gripped my hand. Yes, each of us. That is what family implies. The past could not be undone. The 4 years of desertion and pain would remain part of our story. But we had created something better on the other side. A family that prioritized character above connections. That judged value through kindness rather than bank accounts. That knew that belonging was won via presence and respect, rather than compelled through obligation or blood. My parents realized too late that the family they had rejected was exactly what they needed. And we'd discovered that knowing what you deserve, and refusing to accept less, can be the most powerful thing you can do. Thank you for staying till the end. The gift I wired you was $500,000, Grandpa said, but my family stole $450,000, leaving me with only $1, Math BB's $250 check to show for it. I expressed my gratitude to my grandfather for the Math BB's $250 payment. When my grandfather finished carving the turkey, put down the knife with surgical precision, and said, "The gift I wired you was $500,000. I actually laughed because the envelope my mother had slipped me an hour earlier contained a Math BB's $250 check. Ethan Walker is my name. I work as a digital thief hunter and am 29 years old. Denver-based Sentinel Tech employs a cybersecurity analyst. I've provided 4 federal court testimony, assisted the FBI in recovering $3.8 million in ransomware payments, and tracked Bitcoin fraud in 14 different nations. I am skilled at tracking money through the most obscure parts of the internet. As it happens, my own family's Thanksgiving dinner was the scene of the largest heist in my professional life. My sister Sophia called 3 days prior to the holiday. I was in my flat, watching a phishing operation out of Estonia on 3 monitors that were flashing with code. I was always skeptical of the brightness in her voice, the tone she employed when she pretended not to desire something. She greeted him as, "Hey, Jordy." I interrupted the trace I was running and said, "Nobody calls me Jordy except her. Listen about Thanksgiving. Maybe you should skip it this year." "Why?" "Grandpa's really tired lately. The doctor said he shouldn't have too much excitement. You know how he gets when you visit. I want to stay up talking, show you his old maps, and tell those stories about Korea." She chuckled, but the joke seemed artificial. "We're thinking of a quiet holiday, just the local family. Denver is where I call home. Bridgeport, Connecticut, is home to my family, a very handy distance of about 2,000 miles. Since when does Grandpa want quiet?" I responded. That statement may have been accurate. Since he turned 87, and his cardiologist told Mom he needs to reduce stress. The only member of my family who had ever truly listened to me. Grandpa Charles Montgomery Walker, a retired civil engineer and decorated veteran, had been slowing down but asking that I skip Thanksgiving. Sophia went on, "You should probably save the airfare money. I know consulting pays well, but those flights from Denver aren't cheap." In her 33 years, Sophia had never been concerned about my money. In 2019, she borrowed Math BB's $500 from me for a business opportunity that later proved to be a multi-level marketing scam. Never reimbursed me. 6 months later, when I inquired about it, she said I was being petty about money amongst siblings. When I said, "I'll think about it," before I could reply, she hung up, saying, "Great. Love you. Bye." I sat there looking at my screens for a while. There was a problem. The tempo of that exchange was similar to that of the phishing emails I examined. The phrases were perfect, but the underlying programming was malicious. Grandpa had opened a joint account with me when I turned 18, and I checked it out using my banking app. He had used Math BB's $4,500 to seed it. I was informed that it was for emergencies. "You're smart with money, Ethan," he had remarked. "This is just in case you ever need a cushion. You have no," he had really said again, "Ethan." I had only used it once, 2 days before exams in my junior year of college, when my laptop died, returned it in 6 months. I hadn't touched it since. $2,200 was displayed on the balance. I thought that was about right. Something forced me to click through to the complete transaction history, even though it was the original Math BB's $4,500 less the laptop loan and 13 years of low interest. My stomach fell. The 14th of August 2024. $450,000 in incoming wire transfer. Love-filled memo for Ethan. Grandpa. The 15th of August 2024. $475,000 was sent out by wire. The destination is an external account that ends in 7,392. Memo, chance for investment. I gazed at the screen. Math BB. $450, $0. In a day, gone. Because someone had left just enough to prevent a Math BB's $0 balance notice that could have notified me. The account now displayed Math BB's $500. I had trembling hands. I cautiously put my coffee mug down as if it may break. Before speaking with a fraud prevention representative, I had to make 3 transfers when I phoned the bank. "Mr. Walker, I'm showing that the wire was initiated with valid login credentials and two-factor authentication, the agent said. Patricia was her name. She sounded worn out. Do you not recognize this transaction? I didn't make it. The IP address shows Bridgeport, Connecticut. Is that a location you visit regularly? My family lives there, but I haven't been there since July. I see. And you're certain you didn't authorize anyone to access this account on your behalf? She hesitated and said, completely certain. I heard someone typing. Mr. Walker, we also have a document on file. A power of attorney form signed by you on August 10th granting authorization to more typing. Claire Walker, would that be your mother? The space was skewed. A power of attorney is something I never signed. The signature matches our records. More typing. Then the signature is forged. This time it's longer. I'm flagging this account for investigation. You'll need to file a formal fraud report. I'm sending you a link now. I'm also going to need you to verify your identity with several security questions. 20 minutes were needed for the verification. My coffee had gone cold by the time I hung up, and the Estonian phishing operation I had been following had ceased operations, most likely moving to another server farm. I opened the power of attorney file that I had received via email from the bank. It was a PDF with appropriate legal language and good quality. The bottom signature appeared to be mine. I knew I hadn't signed it, but the looping G and the sharp vertical stroke on the J were the same. When I sign legal documents, I have a very particular tendency. In the upper right corner of the signature block, I always add a small diagonal mark, invisible, until you're trying to find it. After witnessing too many contract fights in the computer industry, I developed a paranoid tendency. There was no mark on this signature. I enlarged the image. The ink pressure was too consistent and incorrect. This was a digital composite that was most likely made by sewing together several signatures that were scanned. Professional job, but not enough professional. I created a folder, took screenshots of everything, and began mapping the money route with the same meticulous attention to detail I applied to corporate investigations. Grandpa deposited Math BBS, $450 into the joint account on August 14. Money was deposited into Ryan Carter's account on August 15. Sophia blogs from the Maldives on August 16. Flight logs. Because of my job, I have access to several databases, but only for valid security reasons. Shown 2 first-class tickets to Malay Maldives from JFK. Bought on August 14. Ryan Carter and Sophia Walker are travelers. $16,500. August 20. Announcement of engagement. Cartier Manhattan sold the ring. If you know where to go and have the proper credentials, finding credit card records is surprisingly simple. It may be argued that this was a legal gray area. I didn't give a damn. It was easy to see the trend. Somehow, Sophia had persuaded Grandpa to send me money by wire transfer. Knowing he would never say no, she most likely told him I needed it for something before transferring the money right away into her fiancé's account and using it to buy an expensive trip and an engagement ring. However, I was troubled by the power of attorney signature. Sophia wasn't like that. She lacked the sophistication to falsify legal documents, but she was impetuous, careless with money. I opened the page once more and took a closer look at the signature. Although the digital composite was good, there was one more thing. Microscopic differences in ink density and minute irregularities in pen pressure indicated that this had been practiced. Before the final version was created, someone had traced my signature several times. I thought it looked like Mom's handwriting. Last year, I received a birthday card from her. She had truly remembered, which was uncommon enough to be noteworthy, so I had saved it. The G's downstroke curled slightly inward, matching the capital letters, the cross's precise angle on the T. My signature was falsified by my mother. I reclined in my chair. Denver spread in the November afternoon sunshine outside my window. On I-25, traffic is flowing. Individuals going about their daily lives unaware that mine had just collapsed. It buzzed on my phone. Sophia texted. I gazed at the message for a whole minute. So, you're definitely not coming. Thursday, right? Just want to make sure so Mom doesn't overbuy food. She responded quickly after I texted. Actually, I changed my mind. I'll be there. I had never mentioned that. Really? Are you sure? I thought you said work was crazy right now. Work can wait. 3 dots emerged, vanished, and then reappeared as I typed, family's important. Okay, great. See you Thursday. I printed all of the evidence I had acquired. packed my laptop and portable projector I used for professional presentations, and made travel arrangements. 47 papers in all, including bank statements, credit card receipts, airline data, screenshots of Sophia's Instagram, wire transfer information, and the fake power of attorney. When I graduated from college, Grandpa gave me a leather portfolio, which I placed in it. I could see the irony. I arrived at JFK on Wednesday, hired a car, and drove to Bridgeport in the kind of chilly rain that makes November in Connecticut seem like the end of the world. I spent the evening creating a presentation after checking into a Hampton Inn that was only 15 minutes from my folks' house. A case study, wire fraud, a title slide, and a family investment opportunity. How $Math BBS 450. $0 turned into $Math BBS $250 is the subtitle. I worked on the timing. The entire disclosure will take 12 minutes, including deliberate pauses for maximum effect. I've testified in court, presented to boardrooms, and instructed jurors on intricate cybercrimes. This ought to have been simpler. No. It wasn't. I had grown up with these people. I learned how to ride a bike from my sister. For 2 years, my mother took me to a robotics club every Saturday. My father, who was family but had never really been involved. However, they had stolen from me. Not only the cash. My grandfather's gift, his confidence, and his will to assist me had all been taken. And they had done it with such ease and casualness. At 2 p.m. on Thursday, I took a car to my parents' place. At 4, dinner was served. The timetable had been texted by Cannaby have you likes? From Agent. The timetable had been texted by MIHC. 414.com from Agent. 41414.com. 414.com from Agent. Mom. Very well planned and regulated, with appetizers at 4, turkey at 5, and dessert by 6:30. After pulling my laptop bag up the front step, I parked on the street. With its cream-colored colonial, black shutters, and the maple tree in the front yard that I had climbed as a child, the house appeared much as it had always done. Innocent and typical. I knocked, but Mom opened the door first. She drew me into a rehearsed hug and said, "Ethan, you made it. I'm so glad you decided to come after all. Wouldn't miss it." She had on her lovely cashmere sweater with the pearl buttons. Her hair was styled by a professional. Her smile had a fragile quality to it. Sophia's in the kitchen. Ryan is here. Too. I know you haven't met him yet. He's wonderful. You'll love him. I accompanied her inside. The smell of pie, stuffing, and turkey filled the home. Grandpa had his reading spectacles on his nose and was reading the newspaper in his usual recliner by the fireplace. When I walked in, he looked up. "Ethan." A smile spread across his entire face. I walked across the room and gave him a cautious hug, saying, "There's my boy." He felt weaker than before. His grip was still firm, but the bones were more noticeable beneath his cardigan. He inquired, "How's Denver treating you?" "Good. Really good. Working on some interesting cases. Still catching the bad guys. Always," he said with a smile. The words struck more forcefully than they ought to have. "That's my grandson. Justice before everything. If you may be for more Gevelos. If you may be for more Sal. The silence of with revided here. And their silence of with revided. When there with be give from with revided. When their silence of with revided here. When there with revided. When the store to do for more silence." Sophia emerged from the kitchen, Ryan following like a pricey accoutrement. Since I last saw her, she had lost weight. The type of weight reduction brought on by stress, eating nothing, and drinking green juices. Tiny rainbows were thrown over the wall by the engagement ring when it caught the light. "Geordie." She also gave me a hug. And when I didn't quickly pull away, I could feel her stiffness. "This is Ryan." "Ryan, my little brother Ethan." Ryan held out his hand. He gave a solid, well-practiced handshake, saying, "Great to finally meet you. Sophia talks about you all the time." Every aspect of him was dumb, rehearsed. The way he stood with his shoulders back and chest open, the smile, the eye contact. Alpha stance, the assurance that resulted from never having to say no. "Congratulations on the engagement," I replied. "Thanks, man. She's 1 in a million." He kissed the top of Sophia's head and drew her close. She was radiant. Genuinely shone. Genuinely. Either she compartmentalized the theft so thoroughly that she had persuaded herself it hadn't occurred, or she was a greater actress than I'd given her credit for. Dad was watching football on mute in the den. When I stepped in, he looked up and nodded. "Ethan, good to see you." "You, too, Dad." There wasn't much more we could say to one another. We didn't. "Appetizers," Mom said. We assembled in the eating area. Everything was picture perfect, with the table set with fine china and lit candles. Mom and Dad sat on either side of Grandpa, while Sophia and Ryan sat across from me at the head of the table. It was an aggressively normal chat. Ryan discussed a recent vacation to Scotland for golf. Sophia talked about her new job at a marketing company. Mom talked about the current pick for her book club. Dad remained silent and drank wine more quickly than was sensible. I waited. Mom got up at last. "I almost forgot. Ethan, Grandpa wanted me to give you something." She vanished into the kitchen and returned with a white, business-sized envelope bearing my name in her handwriting on the front. She whispered, "From Grandpa," and put it in my palm. "Don't mention the amount. He's a bit embarrassed that things are tight this year." I took out the envelope. There was a check inside. "Pay as directed by Ethan Walker." Grandpa's shaky signature on $math BBS $250 written in my mother's hand. The space awaited my response. I turned to face Grandpa. His warm, proud expression, which I had known all my life, was observing me. Saying thank you, Mom's shoulders eased as she said, "This is really generous." Sophia sipped her wine. Ryan looked at his phone. For dinner, we went into the living room. A platter of turkey. Serving plates and sides. Everything was planned out like a painting by Norman Rockwell. While Mom managed traffic and ensured that everyone received the appropriate portions, Grandpa carved. Sophia started telling a tale about her wellness getaway in Fiji last month. The meditation sessions at sunrise were truly life-changing. I feel as though I'm at last learning how to truly appreciate the present, and be present. Ryan gave a nod in agreement. She returned a very different person, more self-assured and self-assured. I questioned whether he was aware that I had spent $math BBS $16,500 on the retreat. Most likely. He appeared to be the type of person who looked over receipts. I looked at Mom. "Ethan, you should try something like that. All that computer work. You need to learn to enjoy life. Disconnect sometimes," I remarked. "I enjoy life just fine." The irony was astounding. "Do you? You're always working. Always so serious. Life isn't just about chasing criminals in cyberspace." Dad poured more wine for himself. The fourth glass. Grandpa got up and used a fork to tap his water glass. The table fell silent as he spoke. "I'd like to make a toast." "I'm an old man," he said. "I've lived 87 years, fought in a war, built bridges that are still standing, raised a family. But one of my greatest joys has been watching my grandchildren grow into the people they're meant to be." He turned to Sophia and then to me. "Sophia, you've always known what you wanted and gone after it. That determination will serve you well in marriage and in life." She grinned and began to cry. "And Ethan?" he asked, his voice becoming more passionate. "You've always been my quiet one, thoughtful, principled. You don't take shortcuts. You do things right, even when it's hard. That's rare these days." He went on to say, "I wanted to help you take the next step. Buy a house, start your own firm if that's what you want. You've earned it, and I hope the gift I gave you will make that dream a little easier to reach." I felt my throat tight. He held up his glass to Ethan. "May you build something lasting." Everybody's glasses went up. I lifted mine. "My words? Thank you, Grandpa. We're clear." His smile wavered as he said, "Thank you so much for the $math BBS $250. The table became still. "What $math BBS $250? He questioned. After taking it out of my pocket, I held up the check. Grandpa's expression shifted as he said, "This check? The one Mom gave me before dinner from you. Math BBS $250. Something sinister replaced the confusion. Mom clattered her fork against her plate, asking, "Claire, what is he talking about?" "Dad, you're confused. You said things were tight. The gift I gave Ethan was $500,000. Stillness. Complete. Deafening silence. Halfway to Ryan's mouth, his wine glass froze. Sophia had turned white. Dad looked at his plate as if it held the answers. Something desperate had crumpled onto Mom's face. "Dad, you're not remembering correctly," Mom said once more, raising her voice. "Your medication? The doctor said it can cause confusion." Grandpa's words sliced through the room like a razor. "I'm not confused. I'm icon. Transferred $math BBS $450 into Ethan's account on August 14th. With trembling hands, he took out his phone and began scrolling, saying, "I got the confirmation email, I saved it. Mom, please. Let's talk about this privately." "You're getting upset," she replied. Grandpa responded, "Show me the account, Ethan," disregarding her. "Pull it up right now." ATS. My laptop was already out of my backpack. I opened it. The area was lit by candles, and the screen shone blue. I turned the laptop around so Grandpa could view the bank statement. Incoming wire. Math BBS $450, $0. August 14. August 15th. Math BBS $475, $0 outgoing wire. Math BBS 2, $500 is the current balance. Grandpa gazed. He put his hand to his chest. I believed he was having a heart attack for a terrible moment. Then he murmured, "Where did it go?" I turned to face Sophia. Now she was crying, mascara beginning to smudge, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Though he appeared ready to run, Ryan kept his hand on her shoulder. I answered in a low voice, "That's what I'd like to know, too, Grandpa." With her hands clutched at her sides, Mom remained upright. "This is a family matter. We can discuss it later privately." I opened the folder on my desktop and said, "No. We're discussing it right now." I took out the portable projector, placed it on the table, moved the stuffing and mashed potatoes away to create space, and then connected it to my laptop. My first slide lit up the white wall behind Grandpa, an opportunity for family investment. A wire fraud case study. Dad lost his hand and dropped his wine glass. Like blood, red wine smeared across the white tablecloth. Individuals began to rise. Mom's sister Patricia, cousin Ava, and her husband, Uncle David, and Aunt Sarah, who had been quietly in the corner. Slowly, then more quickly, they retreated. "We should go," Aunt Sarah whispered. "This is between the immediate family." They simply walked away. 3 times the front door opened and closed. Automobile engines began to run. Only 6 of us were left when the chaos subsided. Sophia, Ryan, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and myself. I moved on to the following slide. The bank transfer records expanded to a size that was readable from the other side of the room. Grandpa starts a $math BBS $450, $0 wire transfer as a present for me on August 14. On August 15th, math BBS $475, $0 was transferred to Ryan Carter's external account by someone having access to the joint account. Ryan frozen. The following slide. Sophia timestamped and dated her Instagram posts. My sister posted from the Maldives on August 16. I bought 2 first-class tickets from JFK to Malay. August 14th. Math BBS 16, $500. Sophia sounded like an injured animal. The following slide. The ring of engagement. Zoomed in. August 20. Announcement of engagement. Cartier Manhattan sold the ring. August 19. $30,000. Ryan got to his feet. "I don't have to sit here and listen to this." "Sit down," urged Grandpa. Despite being quiet, his voice was powerful. Ryan took a seat. I moved on to the following slide. The signature on the fake power of attorney is highlighted. Claire Walker was given power of attorney over the joint account via this paper, which was submitted to the bank on August 10. It's a fake signature. Here, and here. Take note of the variations in pen pressure. I made use of a laser pointer. My mother's handwriting, not mine, is reflected in the letter forms. Now Mom was crying too, but her tears were filled with rage. "You don't understand what we've been through. The medical bills from your father's surgery. Dad's surgery was covered by insurance," I said. "I checked the mortgage. It's current. I took out the documents. You had no right. I had every right. You stole from me." The following slide. Audio recording. This is a voicemail left by Claire Walker on August 28 to Arthur Harris, attorney at law. I filed a fraud report and was able to obtain it through legal discovery. I hit the play button. The room echoed with Mom's voice. "Arthur, we already spent the first installment. If Ethan finds out, he'll go crazy. We need to paper this over. Can you help us create some kind of, I don't know, legitimate explanation? Maybe a loan agreement or something. The reply from Arthur Harris. Claire, this is fraud. I won't be a party to it. You need to tell Ethan the truth before this gets worse. Mom's voice once more. You don't understand. Sophia needed the file ended. Mom looked completely devastated. The words came out more forcefully than I had intended. I was trying to help your sister with my money. You have a good job. You don't need. That's not the point. The point is that Grandpa gave me a gift, a life-changing gift. And before I realized it existed, you took it. You falsified court documents. You told him a lie. You misled me. And after taking everything, you gave me a math BB2S $250 check as if it were a good gesture. Sophia was now crying uncontrollably. I just needed the wedding in 6 months, so I'm really sorry. I freaked out when Ryan said we had to make a good impression. So, you stole from me? It wasn't like that. What was it like then, Sophia? Explain it to me. She was unable to. Ryan stood up once more, determined this time. Lose my number, he said to Sophia. All of it. This family, this drama, whatever this is, I don't do this, he said as he left. The front door banged shut. After him, Sophia yelled. I actually let out a yell. She then betrayed me. Face blotchy, mascara smeared. You just destroyed my entire life. You destroyed it yourself when you chose to steal. She reached for her coat and purse and said, I hate you. She also departed, saying, I hate you so much. As she pulled away, her automobile squealed its tires and roared to life in the driveway. During it all, Dad sat still and gazed at the wine stain that was growing across the tablecloth. He stood up at last. He said, I'm going to bed, but no one heard him specifically. He made his way upstairs. We heard the door to his bedroom shut. There are now 3 of us remaining. Grandpa, Mom, and me. Mom was trembling. She covered her face with her hands and slid into a chair. I thought it would be okay. I thought you'd never find out. I thought you thought wrong. Grandpa got to his feet. His face was fixed in a way I had never seen him do before, and his hands were steady now. Anger, sorrow, and betrayal. He took his phone out. Mom grabbed his arm. Dad, please don't do this. Think about the family. Think about Sophia's future. Think about. .com. Silently. I am thinking about it, he said. I'm thinking about how I trusted you. How I called you before I made the transfer. Told you I wanted to help Ethan. Asked you to make sure he knew it was from me, that it came with love, and you took that trust and turned it into theft. Dad, he said as he withdrew from her and called 911. With her hands joined in prayer, Mom literally fell to her knees. Please don't do this. I'm your daughter. I made a mistake. Please. Grandpa said, this is Charles Walker at 847 Maple Drive in Bridgeport. Into the telephone. I need to report a theft. Mom broke down in tears. The kind of sobbing that sounds like it's shattering. After 18 minutes, the police showed up. One cop was younger than the other. Officer Lee Sun-wen has 5 years of experience, while Officer Martin Chen has 23. I had a folder ready for them already. Every piece of evidence is arranged, chronologically. They looked over everything systematically while sitting at the dining table with the turkey cold and the candles burned to stubs. Officer Chen addressed Grandpa as Mr. Walker. Do you want to press charges? Yes. You've. Are you certain this is your daughter? I'm certain. He gave me a look. And you, Mr. Walker? Ethan, do you want to pursue this? I recalled Sophia's yelling, Mom's tears, and Dad's abrupt departure. I remembered the years of Thanksgiving dinners that would never take place again. Destroyed holidays and broken families. And Ryan's contemptuous departure. Then I remembered the look on Grandpa's face when he had prepared that toast. He was proud, loved, and had saved for years to be able to provide his grandchildren with something special. Yes. I said. I want to pursue this. Guan, the officer, made notes. We'll need you both to come to the station tomorrow to file formal reports. We'll also need to coordinate with the bank and possibly the FBI since this involved wire fraud across state lines. Mom looked up, face blotchy and swollen. FBI. Wire fraud is a federal crime, ma'am. It was as if she folded in on herself. Around $11. Mathram PM $. The cops departed. Mom was curled up like a kid on the couch. My laptop, projector, and evidence folders were all packed. I was led to the door by Grandpa. I said to him, "You okay?" Sadly, he grinned. "Last night before you arrived, your mother told me she'd given you my check. She said you'd thanked her. Said you were grateful things weren't as tight as you'd feared. Said the math BBS, $250, would really help with your rent." The manipulation was amazing. And I believed her, he added. Because why wouldn't I? She's my daughter. I raised her. I thought I knew her. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Don't be. You did the right thing. It's her choice to live with. His hand touched my shoulder. It was the same hand that taught me how to tie my shoes, cast a fishing line, give solid handshakes, and meet people's eyes. When you called and thanked me for the math BBS $250 at dinner, he muttered. I almost let it go, almost convinced myself I was confused. My memory was faulty. Maybe I hadn't actually sent the full amount because it was easier than believing my own daughter would do this. He hesitated. But then I looked at your face, and I knew you were giving me the chance to see it, to really see what they'd done. You were protecting me from living the rest of my life as their fool. I had a stiff throat. Last night you thanked me for math BBS $250, stated the man. Tonight you proved you're worth more than any amount I could ever wire you. He was 87 years old, frail, and the strongest guy I had ever met, so I gave him a cautious hug. I love you, Grandpa. I love you, too, Ethan. Now go home. Get some sleep. In the November rain, I took a car back to my hotel. At a traffic light, I checked my phone. I didn't listen to 4 voicemails, 6 from Mom, and 17 missed calls from Sophia. I blocked their phone numbers. Grandpa and I went to the Bridgeport Police Department the following morning to sign statements and file official reports. James Stevens, an investigator with 11 years of experience in financial crimes, told us that although it would take months to develop, the case is strong. Power of attorney fraud, wire fraud, possibly conspiracy. The evidence you've compiled is better than most of what we see from professional investigators. I am a professional investigator, I said. Just usually for corporations, not family. He inquired, how does it feel, going after your own family? I considered that to be fair. The consequences were rapid and widespread. The police report and possibly one of the relatives who had seen the altercation during Thanksgiving were the likely sources of the stories leaked to the local media by Monday. Family Thanksgiving ends and theft charges appeared in the Bridgeport Courier. Sophia was fired on Tuesday by her business, a boutique marketing firm that took pleasure in creating ethical brands. She yelled about it in her voicemail, so I know. I didn't hear it all the way through. After 32 years of membership, my parents' church, St. Matthew's Episcopal, asked them to resign from their voluntary roles on the fundraising committee. The official reason was too much bad press. Ryan Carter removed all of Sophia's pictures from his LinkedIn profile and set his status to single. For a week, his bio was taken down from his corporate website, but it was then put up with no information on his personal life. The lawyer Mom had phoned, Dr. Arthur Harris, actually reported the conversation to the State Bar Ethics Hotline, according to the bank inquiry. He had attempted to warn her off, according to the paper trail. Intent was established in part by that testimony. Federal accusations were brought in January. Claire Walker, forgery, wire fraud, and fraud conspiracy. Sophia Walker, conspiracy, accessory after the fact. Because the wire transfer included digital banking systems that were under federal control and crossed state lines, the FBI became interested. I spent 4 hours in a federal building in Hartford giving a deposition, going over each piece of evidence, database query, and screenshot. With 14 years of experience in white-collar crime, Jessica Harris, the assistant U.S. attorney prosecuting the case, told me it was one of the cleanest fraud cases she had ever seen. Most families who steal from each other hide it better, she stated. Or the victim doesn't have the skills to document it thoroughly. You basically built our entire case for us. Saying, I do this for a living, just usually not against my own family, she said with a sorrowful smile. How does that feel? The detective asked the same question. Justice is the same response. August was the date of the trial. Mom's lawyer attempted to work out a plea agreement. I declined to take part in any deal that excluded incarceration. Grandpa supported me. Mom ultimately entered a guilty plea to reduce charges, 1 count of forgery and 1 count of wire fraud. Punishment: 3 years of supervised release, 16 months in federal prison, and full restitution of $math BBS 45,000, $0 with interest and penalties. As a result of her conspiracy plea, Sophia received a 12-month sentence, 2 years of supervised release, and an order to return the engagement ring. The week after Thanksgiving, Ryan had sold it. She didn't have the math BBS $26,500 she needed to buy it back at auction. An aunt loaned her the money. Following the court's order, the ring was sold, with the money going toward reparation. No charges were brought against Ryan Carter. Despite everyone's paid assumption that he knew the money was stolen, prosecutors were unable to provide proof. 6 months later, he relocated to Boston. In February, Dad filed for divorce. Cited my spouse's illegal behavior and our irreconcilable problems. The process was swift and unattractive. The house was his. Mom received nothing. Since Thanksgiving, I haven't communicated with any of them. Blacklisted them on all platforms. Blocked their emails. And blocked their phone numbers. Using my cousin Ava and Grandpa as middlemen, my dad made 2 attempts to get in touch. I said no both times. Reconciliation was not what I desired. Apologies were not what I wanted. I wanted them to realize that actions have repercussions. Trust is shattered by such treachery, and once it is destroyed, it cannot be restored. Since it's a lengthy drive from Denver to Connecticut, Grandpa and I now eat dinner once a month, generally by video call. I occasionally take a plane to visit. We don't discuss Sophia or Mom. We discuss my work, my life, his career stories, and his maps. He opened a new account and transferred a further $450,000 in March. It arrived with a letter this time. This is the gift I always wanted to give you, Ethan. Use it to start a business, buy a house, or create something meaningful. I know you'll do it right. I was stupid enough to trust your mother when she asked me to do something wrong, but you showed me the truth even when it hurt. That's the mark of true integrity. Love, Grandpa. I purchased a home. Craftsman 3-bedroom home in a nice Denver neighborhood, next to a park. Now that I have a home office, I have a suitable place to conduct my research. Although I enjoy my job at Sentinel Tech and they treat me well, I occasionally consider opening my own business. Grandpa uses the 2nd bedroom for his visits. There is nothing in the 3rd. Perhaps it won't be in the future. Sophia sent me an 8-page handwritten letter last week. It came in a simple envelope with no return address. It began, Ethan, I know you'll probably throw this away without reading it, but I have to try. What I did was unforgivable. I was selfish and desperate, and I didn't think about what I was stealing from you beyond just money. I watched her words disintegrate into confetti as I read the entire thing and then fed it through my shredder. Forgiveness is seen as noble by some. Perhaps it is, but I have no desire to be honorable. Being entire is something that interests me. For me, being complete meant removing those who attempted to divide me and sell the parts. My money was stolen by them. They attempted to pilfer Grandpa's present. They came so close, but I left them with something they would never be able to steal. My brother called the police to arrest my 9-year-old son for stealing a $12,000 Rolex. And my parents did nothing to stop it. My brother contacted the cops on my 9-year-old son, alleging he stole a $12,000 Rolex. My parents backed him up. While I was saving someone's life in the hospital, the police handcuffed my child and took him away. When I discovered what had truly transpired, I made certain that everyone involved paid for it. Here's the full tale. I am Daniel, a 42-year-old male cardiologist at a prominent hospital in California. A decent career, a respectable suburban home, wife Emily, and 2 children. At the time, Ethan was 9 years old, and Lily was 6. We live quite calm lives. I work long hours at the hospital and come home to help with homework. Weekends are for family time. Nothing spectacular, just a comfortable middle-class existence doing what I enjoy while earning a good living. The journey to becoming a cardiologist was not simple. 5 years of undergraduate studies, 5 years of medical school, 2 years of internal medicine residency, and another 2 years of cardiology fellowship. By the time I finished training, I was 33 years old, had significant school debt, and was just beginning out in my job. But I liked the labor, the accuracy necessary, the direct impact on patient survival, and the satisfaction of repairing something so intricate as the human heart. At 42, I've been an attending cardiologist for 8 years. I specialize in interventional procedures, which involve threading catheters through arteries, performing treatments, and occasionally cracking open the chest, when things go awry. It's high-pressure work that demands calm hands and clear thinking under duress. Life depends on you making the right decision in critical situations. That duty never gets lighter. But you learn to bear it. My hospital compensation is solid, over $350,000 per year, plus extra for being on call and conducting emergency procedures. Emily and I bought our 4-bedroom home 6 years ago, in a quiet neighborhood with decent schools. Nothing flashy, but quite pleasant. We aren't flamboyant people. Emily works part-time as a school nurse, primarily because she enjoys having her own career and contributing, not because we need the money. We save, invest, and live below our means. Financial stability is important to both of us. The medical profession is not for everyone. The hours are terrible. The stress is constant. And you literally have people's lives in your hands. But there's something tremendously rewarding about repairing a failing heart and returning someone to their family after they've reached the end of their life. That gratification is what keeps me going during the 60-hour work weeks and 3 a.m. emergency calls. My parents reside around 20 miles away, in a large Spanish-style mansion that they bought in the 1992. The property is on roughly half an acre and has a big backyard that is essentially a park. They have a patio with a built-in grill, a fire pit, and a little vegetable garden, which my mother tends to obsess over. The backyard has always been the main attraction for family gatherings. There was plenty of space for children to run around while adults talked inside. We still saw them on weekends because family matters, or so I thought back then. Sunday lunches were a ritual. My mother would prepare these extravagant dishes. If the weather was nice, my father would grill, and we'd all gather around their dining table like in a Norman Rockwell painting. Ethan adored going there. He would ask all week when we were going to see Grandma and Grandpa again. Lily was always quieter, more reserved. But I assumed that was simply her personality. She is naturally introverted. Or so I thought. My father has retired now. I spent 35 years working as an electrical engineer before retiring 6 years ago. Solid career, decent retirement package, and the house is owned outright. He's the pragmatic type. He fixes things himself. Has ideas on politics and sports. Pretty typical boomer dad. My mother stayed at home with Travis and me while we were growing up, then returned to work part-time as an administrator at a nearby community college. She retired 3 years ago, and now devotes her time to gardening, book club, and becoming unduly interested in everyone's affairs. Then there's my brother Travis, who is 4 years older than me, and is a successful attorney with his own firm. The guy created a name for himself in California legal circles, and he knows judges, prosecutors, and half of the police force, by first name. He enjoys reminding everyone about it too. Travis never fails to tell a story about winning a case, or networking with someone important during a family dinner. Travis opened his own practice approximately 10 years ago. After spending 5 years at a mid-size company building his name and client list, he now specializes in criminal defense, especially white-collar crimes such as embezzlement, fraud, and tax evasion, for which clients can afford to pay premium rates. His firm grew to approximately 7 personnel, including 3 other attorneys, 2 paralegals, and support staff. He earned at least $450,000 per year, if not more. He never provided exact figures, but he enjoyed giving hints about his performance. The guy drove a Tesla and wore Rolex watches. Yes, the irony. I lived in a McMansion in one of those gated communities where the HOA will locate you if your grass is more than half an inch long. Victoria, his wife, had a wealthy background. Her father operated a chain of car dealerships throughout Southern California. They sent their son Connor to private school, took European vacations every summer, and generally lived the lifestyle Travis thought would prove he'd made it. Travis never let anyone forget it. Every family gathering became his personal highlight reel. Stories about his most recent high-profile case, naming judges he played golf with, and indicating which prosecutor owed him a favor. My mother ate it up, always boasting about my successful attorney son, to anyone who would listen. My father was more modest, but definitely proud of Travis's accomplishments. Travis and I had never been close. He's always had this superiority complex, constantly trying to outdo me, or make subtle comments about my career against his. It must be wonderful working for someone else, he'd comment on my hospital job, casually ignoring the fact that I'm a specialist making good money, while he's drowning in business overhead and client acquisition costs. When do you plan to establish your own practice? He'd ask. As if working in a huge hospital was somehow settling. We have competed since we were children. Travis was the firstborn, the golden child, the one accepted to the greatest institution and then law school. My parents supported my decision to pursue medicine as a younger brother. But we never celebrated it together. When Travis passed the bar, my parents threw him a massive celebration, inviting half of the neighborhood. After I completed my cardiology fellowship, we had a family supper. That pretty much captures the scenario. What really bothered me was Travis's treatment of Emily and the children. He'd make snide comments about Emily's part-time job, implying that she was squandering her education by not seeking full-time employment. Never mind that Emily deliberately chose to provide more flexibility for our family. Travis couldn't understand anything that didn't fit his idea of success. Maximum income, prestige, and everything. Travis was contemptuous toward Ethan and Lily. He'd compare them unfavorably to Connor, discussing his private school successes, test scores, and intentions to attend Ivy League college. Ethan was a good student at his public school, made friends easily, and excelled in athletics. However, Travis thought it was plain and unimpressive. Lily's modest demeanor made her almost invisible to him. He'd forget her name and refer to her as the small one, when he bothered to acknowledge her at all. Connor is a decent kid, despite Travis's parenting. Quiet, polite, and seemingly embarrassed by his father's repeated brags. I'd see him playing with Ethan and Lily at family gatherings, acting like a good older cousin, and wonder how he turned up so well with Travis as a role model. Maybe Victoria balanced things out. She's always been more grounded than her spouse, even though she puts up with his nonsense. My parents' relationship with Travis and I was textbook golden child against scapegoat. Travis could do no wrong. If he missed a family gathering, it was due to his busy and essential schedule. When I missed one due to an emergency surgery, the response was, "Can't you find someone else to cover?" Travis's lavish lifestyle seemed enviable. My more modest options were too safe. I learnt years ago not to indulge with his crap. Allow him to have his own spotlight. He needs to feel superior. I had my career, my family, and my own notion of success that did not necessitate daily validation. But that relationship, in which Travis was always correct and I was expected to defer, paved the way for what happened. Travis was the authority figure in his world, and everyone else, including me, followed suit. Saturday morning, I spent an hour at home going over patient files and surgical notes. I had a complicated case scheduled for Monday, a valve replacement on a 6'2" with significant stenosis, and wanted to be prepared. Emily prepared breakfast as the children watched cartoons. This pleasant domestic scenario felt quite typical. There were no signals that our lives were about to disintegrate in a matter of hours. Emily drove us to my parents' home. I'm a poor driver, and she's gotten used to being my chauffeur on family trips. It is not that I am unable to drive. Rather, I am too careful to the point of discomfort. 15 miles below the speed limit. Excessive brake use. Treating every merger as if it were a military operation. Emily is patient about it. Takes over any time we go somewhere together. The children don't even question it anymore. Mom drives. Dad navigates and controls the radio. Ethan was jumping in his seat the entire way there, asking if Grandpa had mended the soccer goal in the backyard. My father had promised to repair the net during our last visit, and Ethan was holding him to it. Ethan has always been active and passionate about everything, believing that people will honor their promises. That trust was about to be shattered in the worst possible way. Lily sat calmly next to him, glancing out the window without saying much. I asked her a few times if she was all right, but she merely nodded and gave me one-word responses. Fine. Yes. Okay. I remember assuming she was tired or simply wanted to stay at home that day. Children might become cranky when faced with familial commitments. If I had known what was coming, I would have followed my instincts, turned the car around, and kept my children safe. Looking back, Lily may have felt something I didn't. Kids have that instinct, that feeling when something is wrong, even if they can't explain why. She'd always been more cautious about Travis's family than Ethan was. Ethan trusted everyone, until he had a reason not to. Lily observed first and decided later. She would sit silently during family events, observing interactions and reading the room in a way that most 6-year-olds do not. Travis had yelled at Ethan months previously for being too close to his car, concerned about fingerprints on the Tesla. Ethan had been hurt by the roughness, but he recovered within minutes. Lily, who had been observing from the porch, refused to approach Travis for the remainder of their stay. She'd literally moved to keep someone between herself and him. Emily and I noted her deliberate avoidance but did not pursue her further. Children are entitled to have preferences for relatives. We arrived about 9 a.m. Travis's family was already present. He, Victoria, and Connor are sitting in the living room. Travis barely looked up from his phone as we walked in, just gave me a quick nod before returning to whatever vital email he was reading. Even on weekends, the gentleman was continuously checking his phone for messages, as if he was managing a catastrophe. Connor was doing what all teenagers do, glued to his device, earbuds in, immersed in whatever digital world meant more than actual family time. Victoria greeted us pleasantly, however. She has always been the more personable part of that couple. She hugged Emily, complimented Lily's clothing, and inquired about my job. Normal small conversation makes the morning more comfortable. My mother was in the kitchen preparing lunch despite the fact that we wouldn't be eating for several hours. She's one of those people that begins cooking at dawn for a 1 p.m. meal. Needs everything to be flawless. Despite the fact that it was too early to start cooking, my father was outside playing with the grill. This was their routine. Stay busy, keep moving, and make sure everything is perfect for family gatherings. The first hour went as usual. Ethan dashed to the backyard, as if he had been released from captivity. He grabbed the soccer ball from the garage, and began dribbling around the grass, setting up his own game while Grandpa was still fiddling with the grill. I could hear him out there talking to himself, narrating his own soccer match, as children do. Ethan cuts left, beats the defender, and shoots for a goal. Lily remained close to Emily, sitting quietly on the couch, and occasionally coloring in a book she had brought. She had a full art supply bag, including crayons, markers, coloring books, and sketch paper. She'd set up in a corner of the room, creating her own little world as adults conversed around her. That was her comfort zone, being present but not necessarily participating. I talked to my parents about work, the hospital, and boring adult topics. I shared a few stories about recent cases. Nothing with patient information. Just general anecdotes about the difficulties of interventional cardiology. My father inquired about the technical aspects, genuinely interested in the procedures. My mother mostly listened, occasionally commenting on how stressful my job must be. Travis would occasionally chime in with stories about his latest case, ensuring that everyone knew how brilliant and connected he was. He was defending a CEO accused of embezzling from his own company. And, as Travis described it, he was single-handedly saving an innocent man from a corrupt justice system. Regardless, the evidence appeared to be pretty damning. In Travis's version, he was the hero who outwitted the lazy prosecutors. My mother hung on his every word, asking follow-up questions and marveling at his legal abilities. My father nodded along, clearly proud. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking about how Travis probably charges $600 per hour to defend people who have stolen from their employees. But whatever. Not my circus. Standard family gathering protocol. Everyone played their assigned roles. Travis, the successful attorney. I am a stable doctor. My parents, the proud grandparents. Emily, the supportive wife. The kids being kids. Surface level harmony. Masking all the underlying dynamics and resentments. Then at 10 a.m., my phone rang. Hospital emergency. My colleague's voice was urgent. Serious accident. Victim in critical condition. Heart trauma. Needed immediate surgery. Or the patient wouldn't make it through the afternoon. This is the reality of being a cardiologist. Emergencies don't care that it's Saturday or that you're at a family lunch. Someone's heart stops working, right? And suddenly your weekend plans don't matter anymore. I stood up immediately. Emily volunteered to drive me. She knew in an emergency situation, having someone who could actually drive properly would save precious minutes. Before we left, I checked on the kids. Ethan was playing in the backyard, happy as could be. Lily was still on the couch with her coloring book. I found my mom in the kitchen and asked her to watch the kids, give them lunch when it was time. We'd be back as soon as the surgery was done. She agreed immediately. Why wouldn't she? These were her grandchildren. My parents had watched them dozens of times before without incident. I had zero reason to think this time would be any different. If I could go back to that moment, if I had any idea what was about to happen, I would have grabbed both kids and brought them to the hospital to sit in the waiting room. But you don't know these things. You trust your family to do the absolute bare minimum. Don't harm your grandchildren. Apparently, that was too much to ask. Emily and I got to the hospital in 20 minutes. The patient was already prepped for surgery, and the situation was worse than initially reported. Severe chest trauma. Damaged ventricles. Internal bleeding that was filling the pericardial cavity. We spent 3 intense hours in that operating room working to stabilize the heart, repair the damage, and get this person's cardiovascular system functioning again. The surgery was successful. By 1 p.m., the patient was stable, moved to ICU with a decent prognosis for recovery. I felt that familiar rush of satisfaction. Another life saved. Another family that wouldn't be planning a funeral. Emily and I grabbed a quick lunch at the hospital cafeteria, then headed back to my parents' house to pick up the kids. We arrived around 2 p.m. The second I walked through the door, I knew something was catastrophically wrong. Ethan wasn't there. His laughter, his constant energy, the sound of him running around, all absent. The living room was dead quiet. Lily was curled up on the couch, her face pale, looking smaller than her 6 years. My parents sat across from her, looking uncomfortable. Travis's whole family was there, also silent, with this weird tension in the air that made my stomach drop. As soon as Lily saw Emily, she jumped off the couch and ran over, grabbing onto Emily like she was drowning. And Emily was a life raft. Her little shoulders were shaking. Then she looked up at Emily and said in this tiny, scared voice, "Mom, the police took Ethan away." Time stopped. I literally couldn't process what she just said. Police? Ethan? My 9-year-old son who was supposed to be playing in the backyard. The words didn't make sense together, like hearing someone say, "The sun rose at midnight." I spun around to face my parents, then Travis. "Where is Ethan? What the hell does she mean?" "The police apprehended him." Travis stood up slowly, with an infuriating calm expression on his face. He looked me in the eye and said, "Your son stole my Rolex, worth about $12,000. He refused to admit it and return it, so I called the cops." The room tilted. I had to brace myself against the wall because the rage and confusion hit me so hard I became dizzy. "You called the police on my 9-year-old son? Are you completely insane?" "He stole from me," Travis said, as if explaining basic math. "Actions have consequences. The cops will teach him how to behave properly." I couldn't believe what I heard. I turned to my parents, expecting them to explain that this was some kind of sick joke, that they had obviously intervened and stopped the madness. But they sat there silently, not meeting my gaze. My mother appeared uncomfortable. My father looked tired. Neither said anything to defend their grandson. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking with barely contained rage. "You let them take Ethan away? Your grandson? He's 9 years old." My father finally spoke, his voice quiet. "Travis claimed Ethan stole the watch. We asked Ethan several times if he did. He kept saying no, but Travis was convinced. The police arrived and took Ethan to the station for questioning." "For questioning?" I repeated slowly. "You let the police take my child for questioning without calling me first." "You were in surgery," she said weakly. "We didn't want to disturb you during an emergency operation." The logic was so twisted that I laughed. "So instead, you let the police take my son away and traumatize my daughter by watching it happen," Travis said, maintaining his calm, infuriating tone. "Ethan kept lying about not taking the watch. Sometimes kids need to learn the hard way that lying has consequences." That's when something inside me snapped. The protective parental instinct, the rage at this injustice, and the complete betrayal by my own family, all coalesced into a cold, focused fury. I took out my phone and called the police station, asking where my son was and requesting to speak with whoever was handling his case. They confirmed that Ethan was being questioned about theft. I told them that I was his father. I had never been notified, and I was on my way right away. Then I turned to Travis and said, "You just destroyed your own life. I hope that watch was worth it." He smirked. "Don't be dramatic. It's just a question." Emily and I left right away, taking Lily with us. Lily held Emily's hand throughout the drive to the station, silent tears running down her cheeks. When I asked her what happened, she said in hushed tones, "Ethan didn't take anything. I was with him the entire time. Uncle Travis is lying." At the police station, I found my son sitting in an interrogation room. A 9-year-old child is in a room intended to break adult criminals. The room was exactly as you'd imagined. Gray walls, a metal table bolted to the floor, and the ubiquitous two-way mirror. Ethan appeared so tiny in that chair, dwarfed by the institutional furniture. His eyes were red from crying. His entire body language communicated fear and confusion. When he saw me enter, his face crumpled. He jumped up from the chair and dashed over, wrapping his arms around me, his little body shaking with sobs he'd been suppressing. I could tell he was tense, filled with stress and fear. Children are not supposed to feel like this. They're supposed to feel safe, protected, and secure. But my son felt like a cornered animal. "Dad, I didn't take the watch," he sobbed, his voice muffled against my shirt. "I promise I didn't. I told them so many times. But nobody believed me. Uncle Travis keeps saying I'm lying, but I'm not, Dad. I swear I'm not." His desperate tone broke my heart. This was a kid who had never been in trouble, or lied about anything significant, and now he was being treated as if he were a criminal. I held him as my heart broke, and my rage grew. "I believe you, buddy. I know you didn't take anything. We're going to fix this." They kept asking me the same questions, Ethan continued, words spilling out now that he felt safe. "Where did you hide the watch? Why did you take it? What did you do with it?" I kept insisting that I did not take it, but they wouldn't listen. Uncle Travis was also there, and he told them I was lying. Why would he say that, Dad? Why would he lie about me? That was what hurt the most. Ethan didn't understand why an adult he trusted would falsely accuse him. His worldview was simplistic. Adults spoke the truth. Adults primarily protected children and their families. Travis had shattered the fundamental trust. The officer in charge of the case, a guy named Wright, came over with his report. He appeared to be in his early 40s, tired, and nearing the end of his shift. "The boy says he did not take the watch. We've been questioning him for about 60 minutes now, and without evidence, or an admission, we can't really proceed. We'll need to wait for the complainant to provide more proof of theft." "For 60 minutes, I repeated, keeping my voice level despite wanting to scream. "You questioned my 9-year-old son for 60 minutes without his parents present. Without even calling us first." Wright had the decency to appear uncomfortable, shifting his weight, and not quite meeting my gaze. "The complaint was filed by his uncle, a well-known local lawyer. Travis is well known in the department, and has worked with us on numerous cases. Since you were unavailable during surgery, your grandparents confirmed that they had legal guardianship. We followed protocol for questioning a minor in custodial supervision." Conventional wisdom? The word tasted bitter in my mouth. Did this protocol include checking if the watch was actually missing? Or did you just take my brother's word and drag my child away in handcuffs based on nothing but his accusation? Did you verify that anything was actually stolen before you traumatized a 9-year-old? Wright's facial expressions changed. Something flashed through their mind, possibly guilt, or the realization that they had made a mistake. "We operate on good faith when complaints come from attorneys and family members. Travis insisted the watch was taken during the visit and that your son was the only person who could have taken it. He was very convincing in his certainty." "I'm sure he was. My brother's very good at being convincing. That's literally his job. But being convincing doesn't make him right." I was struggling to keep my voice calm and professional, when all I wanted to do was start breaking things. "Was it also protocol to use handcuffs?" Wright inquired, his expression becoming increasingly uneasy. Handcuffs were not strictly necessary given the child's age, and the non-violent nature of the accusation. Travis, the uncle, insisted on standard arrest procedure, saying it was important for the boy to understand the seriousness of theft charges, and that sometimes children need to experience consequences to learn. Travis had not just called the cops. He had specifically requested that they traumatize Ethan, handcuff him, and treat him like a dangerous criminal. This sealed the deal. "I want to file a formal complaint," I said, my voice cold and precise, "against my brother for filing a false report and against whoever authorized questioning a minor for 60 minutes, without parental notification. This wasn't about a missing watch, but about Travis asserting dominance, and putting my kid in his place. I also need copies of everything. The report, the interrogation notes, the recordings if you have them. Everything. Every word. Every document. Every piece of evidence that will show exactly what happened here today." Wright nodded slowly, as if he realized the situation was about to become a major problem for everyone involved. "I can make that happen, but sir, I have to tell you that your brother has important connections with the department. Several officers here have worked with him professionally. The captain considers him a friend. If you pursue this, it may become complicated." "Let it get complicated," I said, meeting his gaze directly. "I don't care if he's best friends with the police chief or the governor. He traumatized my child for something she did not do. That will have consequences. And if those consequences make some people uncomfortable, they should have considered that before handcuffing a 9-year-old, on the word of his uncle." Wright nodded again, looking resigned. "I'll get you those copies." For what it's worth, your son maintained his denials throughout the questioning. He never wavered, never changed his story, and exhibited none of the typical signs of deception. I mentioned it in my report. So, why keep questioning him for 60 minutes? Because your brother kept insisting that we weren't pressing hard enough, that the boy was a skilled liar, and that we needed to work harder to get the truth. He was extremely persistent. Obviously he was. Travis probably enjoyed watching Ethan squirm, demonstrating his power, and the overall performance. We got Ethan and Lily home. Emily ordered pizza, because cooking was the last thing on anyone's mind, and Ethan sat on the couch between us, still shaking occasionally, and appearing smaller than he should. Lily sat on Emily's other side, holding her mother's hand. Both kids had been traumatized by different aspects of the same nightmare. That night, after the kids had fallen asleep, Emily and I sat in our bedroom and planned our next move. I called a friend from medical school, who had gone into medical malpractice law, and asked for a referral to someone who handled false accusations and police misconduct. He gave me a name, Jennifer Walsh, an attorney who specialized in this type of case. I took a personal day, and went to see Walsh on Monday morning, bringing all of the police documents, explaining the entire situation, and not holding anything back about Travis's connections or my parents' complicity. She listened to everything, took notes, and then sat back with an expression I couldn't quite read. "This is bad," she finally admitted. "But it's also extremely actionable. Your brother made a false police report. The officer violated procedure by failing to notify you immediately after your minor child was taken into custody. There's also the question of the watch itself. Has your brother proven that it is actually missing?" "No idea," I admitted. "For all I know, he put it somewhere but forgot where. Or he's lying outright to make a point." "Then we start there," Walsh said. "We demand proof that the watch was stolen. We demand interrogation records and recordings. We document everything that happened to your son, and build a case not only against your brother, but also against the department for how they handled the situation. Your brother's connections might have gotten him this far, but they won't protect him from documented misconduct." Over the next week, Walsh filed motions and demands, and the police department was forced to turn over all records of Ethan's interrogation. We got recordings of the entire thing. 60 minutes of my terrified child insisting he didn't take the watch while officers and Travis pressed him to admit. It was one of the most difficult things I've ever listened to, hearing Ethan's voice get smaller and more terrified as the questioning continued. The recording also captured Travis coaching the officers on how to question Ethan, which questions to ask, and how to pressure him. An attorney using his knowledge of interrogation tactics against his own nephew. Walsh subpoenaed Travis's financial records and phone logs, looking for proof that the watch existed and was actually missing. It turned out that Travis had filed an insurance claim for the watch 6 months earlier, claiming it was damaged beyond repair, and his insurance company had paid him $12,000. When Walsh presented this evidence to the district attorney, they immediately opened an investigation. Travis's claim that Ethan stole the watch either didn't exist anymore, or he was committing insurance fraud in addition to filing a false police report. Travis's connection suddenly became less important when he was potentially facing multiple felony charges. The DA's office loved cases involving corrupt lawyers, because they made for good press and helped clean up the legal profession's reputation. While this was going on, my parents began calling, first my mother crying, asking why I was escalating things unnecessarily, and then my father, using his stern voice, telling me I was tearing the family apart over a misunderstanding. Travis also called, alternating between threatening me with legal action and pretending we could work this out between us. I blocked them all. Every phone number, email address, and any other way they could contact me. Emily did the same. We were tired of being the family members who tolerated mistreatment in order to keep the peace. My parents showed up at our house one evening, 3 weeks after the incident, and I saw them through the window. They had gift bags, probably thinking they could smooth things over with presents for the kids. I didn't even open the door, but yelled through it, "Leave now or I'm calling the cops." "Daniel, please," my mother responded. "We need to talk about this like adults." "Adults don't let their grandchildren get arrested for lies," I said. "Adults don't side with a liar over the victim." "Get off my property." My father tried again. "Son, Travis made a mistake. Can't we get past this? He is your brother." That's what sent me over the edge. He stopped being my brother when he handcuffed my son. You stopped being my parents when you allowed it to happen. This is not an error. This was a choice. All of you made decisions. Now you have to deal with the consequences. They eventually left, But not before I called 911 and reported them for trespassing and attempting witness intimidation. The police documented the incident and added it to the growing case file. Ethan was examined by a child psychologist, who documented the trauma caused by his interrogation, including anxiety, nightmares, fear of police, and trust issues. The report was damning, painting a clear picture of how the incident had harmed a child who had done nothing wrong. Travis was charged with filing a false police report and attempting insurance fraud, while Wright, the officer who conducted the interrogation, was charged with violating minors' procedures and constitutional rights. Although my parents were not charged criminally, I filed for a permanent restraining order against them, citing emotional distress to my children and their role in enabling the false accusation. Travis tried to use his connections to make it all go away. He called in favors, contacted colleagues, and tried to persuade the DA's office to drop the charges. But the evidence was too strong, the case was too public, and local news had picked up the story. Travis was a well-known lawyer, accused of filing a false report against nephew, and his reputation was rapidly deteriorating. The judge and jury heard my 9-year-old son's voice, scared and confused, insisting he didn't take the watch, while Wright and Travis pressed him to confess to something he didn't do. The trial for Wright was the first, and it was brutal, given all of the evidence Walsh had gathered. Wright attempted to defend himself, claiming that he followed protocol and had no reason to doubt Travis's story. However, the violations were clear. Failing to immediately notify parents, conducting an extended interrogation of a minor without counsel or parental presence, and allowing a civilian, Travis, to coach the interrogation. Wright was sentenced to 2 years in prison, fired from the police force, and permanently barred from law enforcement after a jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. He was also ordered to pay Ethan $1.2 million in damages. When the sentence was read, I saw him cry in court, his career and life destroyed by his own choices. Travis's trial came next. If Wright's trial was brutal, Travis's was devastating. The evidence of the insurance claim, combined with the false police report, painted a picture of a man who had either committed fraud or falsely accused a child to cover up his own mistake. The recording of him coaching Wright during Ethan's interrogation demonstrated calculated cruelty toward his own nephew. Travis's lawyer tried everything. The jury saw a powerful man using his position and connections to traumatize a child, and they weren't having it. Character witnesses spoke about Travis's community service, his successful law practice, and his family, but none of that mattered against the recording of Ethan crying, while Travis pressured officers to break him. Travis was found guilty of both charges. Ethan was sentenced to 4 years in prison, $450,000 in damages, and permanent disbarment. Within a week of the verdict, his law firm closed, and all of the connections he'd boasted about for years vanished overnight. It turns out that when you're a disbarred attorney facing prison time, your professional network decides they never really knew you that well. Travis broke down in court when the disbarment was announced. All those years of building his practice, reputation, and network were gone. Victoria sat in the back row, devastated, probably calculating how to support Connor and herself with Travis in prison and no income. I felt bad for her and Connor. My parents were not prosecuted, but a restraining order was granted, preventing them from coming within 400 feet of me, Emily, Ethan, or Lily. Despite the fact that they had done nothing wrong, Travis had made his decisions, and his family would have to bear the consequences. When the order was read in court, my mother cried. My father looked like he had aged 10 years, and I felt nothing. The judge's decision was unequivocal. Their failure to protect their grandson, as well as their subsequent attempts to intimidate us into dropping charges, demonstrated that they posed a continuing threat to my family's well-being. Maybe that makes me cold, but they'd chosen Travis over Ethan. They'd watched police take their 9-year-old grandson away and done nothing to stop it, and that's not something you forgive just because they regret it now. Life gradually returned to normal after the trials, and Ethan had some difficult months. After we cut contact with my parents and Travis, Lily began to come out of her shell more. He had nightmares about police, anxiety when he saw officers in public, trust issues that he needed to work through with a counselor, but kids are resilient, and with time and support, he healed. The nightmares faded, his smile returned, and he joined his school soccer team and became one of their top players. It turned out that she had always felt uneasy around them, but couldn't explain why. Children can sense things that adults don't, and she is now 9 years old, more self-assured, and actually talks and laughs during family dinners rather than sitting quietly. Getting rid of the toxic family members allowed her to be herself. I don't know what I did to deserve a partner like Emily, but I'm grateful every day. She kept Ethan and Lily's routine stable, and made them feel safe and loved in the midst of the chaos. 3 years later, we're in a good place. Ethan is 13 now, thriving in school, and a star player on his soccer team. When I watch him play, I remember that scared 9-year-old in the police station, and am grateful he overcame it. Lily is 9. Quieter than her brother, but genuinely happy. She hasn't mentioned her grandparents in 3 years, and I don't bring them up. When you let police handcuff and traumatize your 9-year-old grandson over a lie, you don't get to come back from it. I've blocked all contact with my parents and Travis, and other family members occasionally reach out, urging me to forgive and reconnect. But there's nothing to talk about, so I either hang up or walk away. Travis is serving his sentence, and from what I hear, prison hasn't been kind to an ex-lawyer. Wright's in a different facility, most likely having an equally rough time as a former cop. Their choices destroyed their lives, and I don't lose sleep over it. My parents tried to show up at Ethan's school once, apparently thinking they could see him during recess. The school was given copies of the restraining order and called me right away. I called the police, who arrived and documented the violation. My parents haven't tried since, and they'll eventually realize that the relationship is over. They made their choice, and they live with it. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. It greatly benefits the channel, and allows us to bring you more and better stories. Thank you. My MIL asked my husband and me to have only 2 children because she was concerned about the feelings of her daughter, who has struggled with infertility. My husband, James, and I have a 4-year-old boy. Our house is decent sized and 25 minutes from the hospital. James and I have been together 8 years, married 6 years. His mother, Sarah, was usually with us. She calls often, brings food, and offers to watch our son. Mostly, I liked her involvement. I never found her overpowering, although James reported that she sometimes became involved in other people's problems. I ignored it because she had never hurt me. Sarah has 2 kids. James is younger. Her 6-year-old daughter Rebecca married Michael 9 years ago. Rebecca and Michael had tried to conceive for 7 years. None of their 5 IVF cycles worked. 3 years ago, Rebecca informed me during a family dinner. She cried as she described how exhausting and expensive the procedure was, and how defeated she felt after each failure. I listened and offered support without interfering. I told Rebecca discreetly, before telling the family about my second pregnancy. A bistro near her office served us coffee. I told her the news and asked her to hear it from me before a family gathering. She embraced me and congratulated us. A few months later, she helped me choose nursery paint colors. She spent all Saturday afternoon at our house holding samples against the wall and recommending a green shade. I never thought she resented me or James for having kids. On my 4th postpartum day, Sarah visited the hospital. James got us meals in the cafeteria. Sarah entered with a diaper and baby clothing gift bag. She sat in my bedside chair and cooed over the infant. She asked about my recovery and the nurse's care. The first 25 minutes were normal. Her tone altered when she shifted in her seat. She wanted to discuss something serious with me. After adjusting the cushion behind my back, I waited for her. She stared at the bassinet infant and then at me. She remarked James and I were lucky to have 2 healthy children, which not everyone gets. I nodded, unaware of her meaning. She leaned forward and advised James and me to limit ourselves to 2 children. Confused, I blinked at her. She kept going before I could reply. She felt it wasn't fair to Rebecca that James and I had children so effortlessly after years of struggle. She stated Rebecca was too nice to say anything, but every pregnancy announcement upset her. Sarah stated someone had to speak up because Rebecca would never. I sat watching her. I inquired whether Rebecca told her anything. Sarah waved her hand dismissively and said Rebecca didn't need to say it. Anyone paying attention might see it, she added. She stated Rebecca sobbed to sleep some nights and deserved a family without being reminded of what she didn't have. Sarah stated she wasn't mean but that someone should consider Rebecca's sentiments. I told her our family decision was between James and me. Sarah grew stern. She stated I was selfish, and families should help each other. She asked for our consideration. Not much. Keeping quiet, I maintained that our family planning decisions were confidential. She stood up, grabbed her bag, and hoped I would consider her words. Then she left. James returned 12 minutes later with food. My response was delayed. I half ate my sandwich and glanced at the wall. Asked if I was okay. I told him his mother had just been there and that she had said something unusual. Put his food down and inquired what happened. Exactly as I remembered, I repeated the exchange. His face changed from perplexed to enraged in 4 seconds. He started typing on his phone. I inquired about his activities. He texted Rebecca to verify this. I advised him to wait until we got home. I didn't want him to text when unhappy. I saw his jaw clench during the visit after he put the phone down. We brought the baby home 4 days later. It was uncommon that James's parents didn't visit. Sarah usually offered to hold the baby while I showered or rested when we returned home. The silence was noticeable. James texted Rebecca 4 days after we returned home. He invited her to talk. She phoned him an hour later. When James called, I was folding laundry in the living room. Putting it on speaker let me hear. What was happening? Rebecca wondered. James described Sarah's hospital remarks. Long pause on other end. Rebecca replied that she didn't understand him. She denied telling Sarah to stop having children. She denied ever considering that. Was she sure? James asked. Rebecca's voice rose. She said she was sure and wondered why Sarah would say that. Rebecca indicated she would call back. She hung up. James and I gazed. He wasn't sure what to think. I suggested waiting to hear from Rebecca. She called 4 hours later. She sounded different now. She discovered something after reviewing her emails and messages. Sarah spoke for her for months or years, but she didn't realize it until now. Rebecca stated that other cousins had stopped bringing their children to family functions. She believed it was a coincidence, but now she wondered whether Sarah directed them not to. She said her Aunt Lily apologized for announcing her daughter's pregnancy at a family meal 7 months ago via email. Rebecca didn't understand Lily's apology, which perplexed her. She said that was good and glad for her cousin. Lily never mentioned it again. Rebecca also alleged Sarah posted about her infertility on social media. Rebecca repeatedly urged Sarah to stop sharing her sensitive medical information, but Sarah persisted. She wrote extensive posts about watching her kids suffer, and people offered sympathy and support. Rebecca felt uncomfortable, but she didn't push back since she didn't want to look ungrateful for her mother's concern. Rebecca was asked by James what to do. Rebecca said she would personally address Sarah. She promised to call later. James assured her we were available for assistance. Rebecca thanked us, and hung up. Rebecca visited Sarah the next day. James offered to go with Rebecca, but she preferred to do it alone. That night, she called. The talk went poorly, she said. Sarah claimed she was protecting Rebecca. Because Rebecca was too kind to speak up, someone had to. Rebecca said that wasn't her call. Sarah sobbed and insisted she was being a good mother. Rebecca stated a decent mother would respect her limits and not post about her misery on Facebook. Rebecca was ungrateful, Sarah said. After sacrificing so much to assist Rebecca through IVF, she believed Rebecca was turning on her. Rebecca said she never requested such support. Sarah said we were influencing Rebecca and trying to turn her against her mother. Rebecca ended the call. Next day, James called his mother. Sarah didn't reply. He left a voicemail for her to call him. She didn't. A text was sent. No reply. This lasted 4 days. Finally, Sarah texted that she wanted space, and that we heard her. James said they needed to discuss what happened. Sarah didn't reply. A week passed. Where was Grandma? Asked our son. James said she was busy. I received James's Aunt Elizabeth's mails. She wondered if Sarah was okay after posting vaguely on Facebook about being betrayed by her children. I emailed James the post screenshot. It said mothers give everything to their children and get nothing in return. The comments were full with folks sorry she was struggling and asking what happened. Elizabeth called me 3 days later. She wanted to tell me something. She stated Sarah had done this before. Elizabeth said Sarah would create problems where none existed so she could fix them. Elizabeth stated it lasted decades. She recalled 16 years ago when Sarah told Elizabeth's family her son was troubled and needed help. A family member unexpectedly visited his flat to check on him. He wasn't sad. He was fine. He was annoyed that everyone thought he was broken. Sarah mistook his comment about being fatigued from work and created a crisis. Elizabeth stated Sarah took James's cousin's engagement announcement similarly. Sarah said the relative was rushing toward marriage and needed a sense check. The cousin married after 6 years of courting. There was no rush. Sarah wanted to save her from a mistake. Elizabeth tried to talk to Sarah about it before, but Sarah always stated she was looking out for everyone. I asked Elizabeth why she was telling me now. She claimed Sarah had gone too far this time and needed to be stopped before she harmed more relationships. She stated Rebecca contacted her crying the night before, claiming she didn't know how to handle her mother. Elizabeth stated she would back Rebecca. After the kids went to bed, James and I discussed it. He was unaware of his mother's behavior. He used to think she was overprotective, but now he disagreed. I inquired about his plans. He thought the family needed boundaries. He promised to discuss it with Rebecca. Rebecca visited our house 4 days later. She brought Michael, her spouse. We sat in the kitchen while the kids napped upstairs. Rebecca reflected on everything and realized Sarah had been managing her life without her knowing. She mentioned she had been in counseling for a year to explore her infertile feelings. Her counselor suggested she be around babies and youngsters to recuperate. Rebecca wanted to be our children's aunt, but Sarah's interference was making it harder. Michael also observed it. He said Sarah would call Rebecca continuously to ask how she was doing and jump to conclusions if Rebecca didn't answer. He stated Rebecca was exhausted managing her mother's anxiety and her own. He stated they had discussed low touch before. But Rebecca felt guilty. Rebecca wanted to give Sarah clear boundaries. She wanted James to sign it to show Sarah their unity. James concurred. They drafted the message on Rebecca's laptop for an hour. Sarah was no longer authorized to represent Rebecca to anyone. Sarah was instructed to delete Rebecca's medical posts on social media. Sarah was barred from family functions until she respected these rules. The note suggested they would stop talking if Sarah broke these rules. The message was sent overnight. Sarah responded in $12, Mathram, Min, dollar. She said they were cruel and she didn't deserve it. She claimed they punished her for helping. Rebecca didn't reply. James didn't reply. Sarah sent 4 more urgent messages in the next hour. She threatened to never talk to them again if this was how they treated her. Then she claimed she couldn't believe they left her. She said she was erasing Rebecca's baby photos from her residence because Rebecca didn't like her. James turned off his phone. Rebecca followed suit. We sat silently for another hour while Michael was at our place. He stated Rebecca had prepared for this, but it still hurt. He promised to look after her. That night, they left at 12. Update 1. After sending the boundaries message, Sarah didn't contact James or Rebecca for 3 weeks. She then texted the family that James and Rebecca were unfairly excluding her from her grandchildren's life. She requested that her family contact us to stop disciplining her. Jim's uncle called the next day. Sarah seemed upset, but he didn't know what was going on. This was explained by James. His uncle paused, then stated he wasn't surprised. He stated he'd noticed Sarah's behavior for years but never spoke out because it wasn't his place. He claimed he'd tell the family what was going on. Elizabeth called a family gathering without Sarah. It happened Saturday afternoon at Elizabeth's house. I watched the kids while James went. He returned 4 hours later, saying it was eye-opening. Sarah overstepping or speaking for them without permission was a common story. The incident began when James's cousin Olivia falsely claimed Sarah had told her boyfriend's parents that Olivia was breaking up with him. Another cousin stated Sarah informed his employer that he was seeking for a new job when he wasn't, almost getting him fired. Family members sent Sarah a unifying message. They felt her actions were detrimental and she should accept responsibility. They adored her but couldn't keep going. They gave her 2 options. Accept her interactions with individuals would be restricted or cease speaking for them and respect their boundaries. Sarah replied again on Facebook. This time, she wrote about how her children had turned the family against her, and how she was blamed for caring too much. She stated mothers were constantly blamed for problems and she was weary of being villainized for protecting her loved ones. Over 150 people commented, most of whom didn't know the story. They advised her to keep tough, and that her kids would regret this. Rebecca called me after seeing the post. She called it quits. She tried to offer Sarah an opportunity to rectify things, but Sarah preferred to be the victim. Rebecca blocked her mother on all social media and stopped replying. She admitted it was difficult, but she needed to protect herself, as did James. He unfriended Sarah on Facebook and blocked her number. He found it bizarre but necessary. He waited for her to apologize or confess her wrongdoing, but she never did. She always talked about how hurt she was, not how her actions hurt others. Sarah came to our house 3 weeks following the family gathering. I was home alone with kids. James worked. I watched her automobile enter the driveway through the glass. She exited and approached the front door. I didn't answer her knock. Again, she knocked louder. She called out to me to open the door. Just to see her grandchildren, she said. telling James what was going by SMS. He said not to open the door and left work early. Sarah waited 25 minutes on the porch. She continued knocking and calling. She stated she knew I was inside and being ridiculous. I locked the door and stayed in the rear with the kids. James entering the driveway ended her stay. He stepped out of his car and urged her to leave. She claimed she deserved to see her grandchildren. He told her to accept the consequences of her choices. She sobbed and said he broke her heart. He remained silent. He passed her and entered. She waited a few minutes in the driveway before driving away. James explained the scenario to police non-emergency line. While the officer suggested we could file a report if she returned, she fled when asked, so they couldn't do much. James wanted it recorded in case it escalated. The officer noted the information and advised her to call back. That night, Sarah emailed James. She didn't comprehend his treatment of her. She stated she was rewarded for always putting her children first. She prayed he would realize his mistake before it was too late. She didn't mention Rebecca. In the following week, Rebecca altered her locks. She mentioned Sarah had her house key, and she distrusted her. A camera was mounted on their front porch by Michael. Rebecca felt silly taking safeguards against her mother. But she didn't know what else to do. Elizabeth informed James that Sarah had been phoning her daily to get James and Rebecca to forgive her. Elizabeth told Sarah that wasn't her job, but Sarah didn't listen. Elizabeth considered barring Sarah since the calls were too much. James and I debated recontacting. I doubted it would alter anything. He agreed. Sarah had been given many chances to apologize, but she had always declined. He claimed he couldn't keep expecting she'd change. Son asked about Grandma again. James informed him adults occasionally disagree and need space. Our son questioned if Granny was furious at us. James stated Grandma needed to work on several things before visiting again because it was complicated. Our son accepted and resumed playing with his toys. Update 2. Letter from Sarah to our house. It arrived by mail on Tuesday. I recognized her handwriting on the envelope to James. James opened it at the kitchen table. The letter was 4 pages. Read it over his shoulder. The first page was about her missing us. She described how her house felt without her grandchildren. Her daily thoughts and prayers were for our reconciliation. The second page described her longtime efforts to be a good mother. She recounted her childhood help for James and Rebecca. She wrote about her sacrifices for their well-being. On page 3, things changed. She said she understood we were upset with her but thought we overreacted. She said all mothers made mistakes, and we were unfairly judging her. She said we would forgive and move on if we loved her. She said family should always stick together. The fourth page focused on Rebecca. Sarah wrote that Rebecca was always sensitive and she couldn't help protecting her. She never meant to overstep. But watching Rebecca struggle with infertility was the hardest thing she'd ever done. She apologized if she went too far, saying it was out of love. She ended the letter by hoping James would reconsider the boundaries, and waiting for him to contact her. James set down the letter and stared at it. Though it was Sarah's closest apology, he said it wasn't enough. He claimed she was apologetic for our feelings, not her actions. She didn't realize her wrongdoing, he said. The letter was photographed and sent to Rebecca. She phoned him an hour later. She was furious over the letter. Sarah was still making it about herself and her feelings, she claimed. She was frustrated that Sarah had spent years convinced Rebecca she couldn't manage babies, and now she was using that against her. Rebecca claimed her counselor helped her create boundaries. Her counselor cautioned her Sarah might guilt her into backing down. That's what the letter intended. Rebecca claimed she wouldn't reply. She stated Sarah could write 150 letters but nothing would happen unless she took responsibility. James stayed silent too. He filed the letter and didn't mention anything. Sarah wrote again 3 weeks later. This was shorter. She replied she had no other solutions. We refused to forgive her after she apologized. She stated we were stubborn and she was weary of trying. She stated we could cut her out of our lives, but she wanted us to know we were giving up, not her. James threw that letter away without showing me everything. He said it was repetitive. He was sick of her guilt tripping. Around this time, I discovered I was pregnant again. Before this happened, James and I had discussed having a third child and decided to go for it. I immediately thought about how Sarah would react when I got the positive test result. I also thought it didn't matter because she wasn't in our lives anymore. James and I agreed not to discuss the pregnancy online. In person, we told close friends and relatives. We requested they not share the news on Facebook to avoid Sarah finding out. Rebecca was among our first to know. She embraced me and congratulated us. She claimed intent. We heard from Elizabeth weeks later. Sarah had asked the family about our lives, she explained. Elizabeth told Sarah she didn't know anything, which was accurate. Sarah became convinced that the family was concealing something. Elizabeth claimed Sarah accused her of conspiring to exclude her. Elizabeth stated she was close to terminating contact because the chats were exhausting. James's cousin Olivia contacted him about the same time. She stated Sarah asked her to spy on us and report back. Olivia stated she told Sarah no and wouldn't participate. Sarah said Olivia betrayed her. Olivia blocked Sarah's number to avoid tension. Sarah left the family group chat, which grew increasingly active. More people told Sarah their stories. Several family members had been suffering with her behavior for years but never spoke about it to avoid trouble. Now that everything was public, people felt more comfortable discussing it. Michael proposed a coffee date with James. Cafe near James's office was where they met. Since cutting Sarah off, Michael said Rebecca was doing better. He remarked, Rebecca looked lighter, like a weight was removed. He claimed she was upset but no longer anxious about the issue. He said their home life improved since Rebecca wasn't spending hours on the phone handling her mother's emotions. James shared your sentiment. He hadn't realized how much mental energy he was wasting thinking about Sarah's thoughts and words. He stated not having her in every part of his life was strange at first but now felt natural. Another letter from Sarah followed a month later. This time, she sent childhood photos of James and Rebecca. She described each recollection on the back of each photo. She described taking James to school on his first day. She covered Rebecca's 10th birthday party. She concluded by asking how the youngsters in these images could grow up to treat her this way. James examined the photographs intently. He remembers those pleasant times. He claimed that didn't influence Sarah's grown-up actions. He returned the images to the envelope and placed it in the drawer with the first letter. Update 3. Now 8 months pregnant. We're having another boy. Our oldest boy turned 5 and our daughter is almost a year old. We have a routine without Sarah that works. Sarah tried to contact us again 7 weeks ago. She wrote nothing this time. Instead, she visited James's office. He came down for lunch while she waited in the foyer. He turned and returned to his office when he noticed her sitting there. He told building security she wasn't supposed to be there. She was removed by security. She didn't object, but she urged them to inform James she wanted to chat. James didn't return to the lobby that day. She emailed him later that night. She apologized for visiting his workplace, but she was desperate. She said she tried everything but failed. She said she would do anything to fix their relationship. James didn't reply. Rebecca got a similar email. Sarah missed her daughter and wanted to fix things. After reviewing everything, she realized she had made mistakes. She offered to listen if Rebecca would talk. Rebecca sent her counselor the email and asked for advice. She was free to choose, but her counselor advised caution. Rebecca remained silent. Elizabeth reported that Sarah had ceased Facebooking. Her profile was live, but she hadn't posted in a month. Elizabeth wasn't sure if Sarah was self-reflecting or finding a new way to get compassion. An uncle contacted James a few weeks ago. Sarah requested his mediation of her talk with James. The uncle informed Sarah that wasn't his job and that she needed to talk to James directly and respect his boundaries. Sarah became outraged and accused the uncle of bias. He refused to take sides yet wouldn't force James to do something he didn't like. Our oldest son stopped asking about Granny. I don't know if he forgot about her or accepted her absence. Regardless, he seems all right. He video calls James's dad weekly. James's father divorced Sarah 16 years ago, but they've kept in touch. He wasn't surprised by Sarah's behavior and praised James for setting boundaries. Rebecca dined with us last weekend. She and Michael helped us build the baby's crib. Rebecca announced that she and Michael had stopped IVF while we built it. After much discussion, she said they were comfortable with no biological children. She said they would consider adopting in a few years, but for now they were focusing on their love and life together. Cut off from Sarah helped her make that decision, she said. When Sarah repeatedly brought up her infertility and made it her life, Rebecca found it harder to move forward. After Sarah left, Rebecca felt like she could breathe and figure out what she wanted instead of what others expected. Michael stated they were getting away on weekends and reconnecting. Both of them benefited, he claimed. Rebecca grinned at his statement. Not in years had she looked so relaxed. Sarah hasn't responded in 4 weeks. I don't know if she's accepted it or planning something else. James thinks he's ready either way. We saved all letters and emails for documentation. We've advised the family to notify us if Sarah contacts them about us. Elizabeth said Sarah asked her last week if we were having another. Elizabeth said she told Sarah didn't know. Sarah stated she thought we were and that she was being kept from her grandchildren. Elizabeth didn't confirm or deny. She shifted the subject. Without Sarah's calls and visits, the house is quiet. It's unusual, occasionally, but mainly serene, says James. We don't seek reconciliation. We're not waiting for a meaningful apology. Just moved on. Our son starts preschool next month. Daughter beginning to walk. We're expecting our third child. These are crucial presently. Sarah chose and we chose. That concludes it. Move on to the next story. Story 2. After I informed her I was on a work trip, my date uploaded my photo on a dating blacklist. She told me. After months of singlehood, I believed I'd found someone great. Now she's bothering my coworkers. My picture is on a gossip website, and half my friends think I'm a serial dater. I work in pharmaceutical sales, which requires me to travel to hospitals and medical offices across the Northeast. The job pays well, but it makes dating difficult. I'm on the road at least 1 week a month, sometimes more. My friends disagree on how to handle this. Laura thinks Jessica's actions were inappropriate and could damage my reputation. I liked Jessica before all this. We had a connection I hadn't felt in a long time. After my last relationship ended, I wondered if I'd ever find that spark again. With Jessica, I felt it immediately, but now everything feels tainted. Lisa, my other close friend, thinks these groups are necessary for women's safety. Jessica has apologized and seems genuinely remorseful, but I can't shake the feeling that this is a major red flag. Why would she post my picture on a site like that after I'd been completely transparent about my job and travel? And if she's this insecure after one date, what would a relationship be like? First, thank you to everyone who commented on my original post. I received hundreds of messages, many from men who've had similar experiences with name and shame sites. It seems this is happening more often than I thought. I'm not Mark, Jason, Tyler, or any of the other names people messaged me about. Some commenters said Laura betrayed some woman code by showing me the post. Laura and I have been friends since elementary school. Her loyalty is to me, not to a gossip website. She saw my picture and told me, as real friends do. I was also criticized for not understanding the purpose of these sites, which began as a way for women to warn each other about dangerous men. However, many have become gossip forums that violate people's privacy. The cat Rachel wanted me to adopt had 3 legs and needed special care. I sympathize with the cat situation, but I travel too much to properly care for any pet, let alone one with special needs. I hope the cat found a good home with someone better suited to care for it. After thinking, I decided to meet with Jessica at a coffee shop near my apartment last weekend to discuss everything. Jessica apologized again for posting my picture and then lying about it. She explained she had severe trust issues after her ex-husband, not boyfriend, cheated on her with multiple women throughout their marriage. Jessica told me she deleted the post the morning after our phone call before I asked her to and showed me her phone with the deletion confirmation. She also said she'd never participated in private message discussions about me and had asked the group administrators to remove all comments related to my post. I asked why she didn't ask me if she had concerns. We had communicated openly up to that point. She admitted she acted impulsively after her friends questioned my travel timing. Instead of talking to me, she sought validation from strangers online. Jessica said she's been in therapy since her divorce, but she stopped a month before we met. She's now back to weekly appointments. I appreciated her honesty and her efforts to address the underlying issues. As we talked, I noticed Jessica checking her phone. When I asked why, she said she was checking for new comments about me. I said this was obsessive and unhealthy. She put her phone away but seemed anxious without it. Near the end of our conversation, Jessica suggested we try again. Maybe a second date with a clean slate. She promised nothing like this would happen again and said she felt we had a real connection. Part of me remembered the chemistry we had on our first date. The conversation flowed so naturally and there was definitely a physical attraction. Those feelings don't come often. After the coffee shop, I spent the weekend thinking about what to do. I spoke with Laura and Lisa again. Laura still opposed, giving Jessica another chance, citing the breach of trust. Lisa, who initially defended the site's purpose, now agreed Jessica's actions were excessive but thought people deserve second chances. Yesterday evening, Jessica texted me asking if I'd decided. When my phone buzzed with work emails or friend messages, I imagined her wondering if I was talking to other women. Trust had cracked before we'd built anything substantial. I called Jessica to explain my decision, saying I thought she was a great person with trust issues, but didn't think the time was right. Jessica cried and asked me to reconsider, saying she'd never felt such an immediate connection with someone. She described my bookshelf and living room artwork, which made the conversation uncomfortable. I never invited her to my house, so she only knew these details from the private messages she claimed not to have read. When I pointed this out, she quickly changed the subject. After nearly an hour on the phone, I firmly but kindly ended the conversation and wished her well with her therapy. I suggested that healing might be more important than dating right now. Jessica sent me a lengthy email this morning with screenshots of the entire name and shame post thread, including all comments and private messages, many of which she had selectively shown me earlier. Some of the details were more personal than I expected. Women made intimate guesses about my body, my bedroom skills, and my finances. Jessica's email asked for all the details so I could understand why she was worried. But it felt more like an attempt to make me feel vulnerable. Like she did when her ex deceived her. I haven't responded. I blocked her number and email address, and asked Laura to check the site periodically to make sure my picture doesn't reappear. Dating in the age of social media and warning websites is complicated. I'm taking a break from dating apps to focus on work. After 2 months, I wish I could say the situation has improved, but things have escalated in ways I never expected. 2 weeks ago, I represented my company at a pharmaceutical conference in Boston. A woman asked me at a networking reception, "Are you the name and shame guy?" I was devastated when she said she recognized me from my photo and was friends with a commenter. The conference was in a different location, 3 hours from where I reside. The woman wasn't hostile, she seemed amused, but the encounter left me feeling exposed and vulnerable in my professional environment. When I returned home, I found something even more disturbing. An anonymous account on a professional networking site had contacted several of my colleagues and clients, claiming I had mistreated women. 2 clients asked my boss about these allegations. Thankfully, my manager knows me well and dismissed the claims, but I had to explain everything, including the name and shame post and my single date with Jessica. The timing made Jessica the obvious suspect, but I had no proof. Following her disturbing email with screenshots, I blocked her email and phone number. 4 days later, Rachel, the woman from last summer who tried to get me to adopt her sister's cat, texted me to meet to discuss the situation with Jessica. Rachel apologized for her negative comment on the original post. She explained that after our date last summer, she was going through a difficult time because her sister was moving abroad and couldn't take the cat. She projected her frustration onto me and admitted her comment about me having anger issues was fabricated. As the school nurse, Rachel knew Jessica, who was a teacher. Rachel said Jessica had a history of obsessive behavior with men she dated. The school administration had spoken to Jessica multiple times about contacting student parents outside of professional contexts. Rachel showed me screenshots of a private group chat where Jessica discussed contacting my workplace and monitoring my social media with fake accounts to make me regret rejecting her. I asked Rachel why she told me this. She said she was looking for a home for another rescue cat, which is usual for her. She saw Jessica's posts about me in this private group and recognized my name. Rachel felt guilty about her earlier comment and wanted to warn me. Rachel and I ended up talking for over 3 hours. I followed his advice and met with our HR director privately yesterday. She was understanding and noted the situation. In for mining, and what you through made it have a, and to mention, and for munchin'. He also suggested documenting everything and possibly filing for a restraining order if Jessica's behavior continued or escalated. Laura says my picture and comments on the name and shame site have disappeared. The site administrators apparently purge content after a certain period. Or perhaps Jessica finally deleted everything as she promised. Since blocking Jessica, I haven't seen or heard from her, but I feel watched. Twice in the past week, the same car parked near my apartment building when I left for work and returned. It could be a coincidence, plenty of people in the building have visitors. This situation has reminded me of the value of long-term, trustworthy relationships. Laura and my other close friends have been incredibly supportive. I'm still taking a break from dating apps, but I met someone interesting at a friend's dinner party last weekend. Update 3. It's been 2 months since my last update. And I think this will be my last post about this situation. A lot has happened, and I want to give those who have followed my story closure. We exchanged numbers, but haven't made plans yet. The good news is that Jessica hasn't contacted my workplace or spread rumors about me, and the suspicious car I mentioned in my last update belongs to a new resident in my building. Paranoia sometimes makes us see connections that aren't there. I received an unexpected email from Jessica's therapist a month ago with her written permission. The therapist explained that Jessica was working through significant divorce issues and had recognized her behavior toward me was inappropriate and harmful. She wasn't asking for reconciliation or forgiveness, just acknowledgement. Jessica's therapist didn't say much about her treatment, but she said she was working on anxious attachment and trust issues. She hoped I would acknowledge receipt and wish her well in her recovery. The therapist thanked me and assured me this would be the last contact. Rachel then invited me to a fundraiser for the animal rescue organization she volunteers with. I went out of curiosity and enjoyed it. Rachel introduced me to her boyfriend of 3 years, which explained why she wasn't romantically interested in me after our date last summer, and we formed an unexpected friendship. She's passionate about animal rescue but otherwise normal and funny. The Name and Shame website has been interesting. The site that featured my picture changed its verification and moderation policies after a local news station interviewed several men and women who had been affected by false or misleading posts. Members must now provide evidence of concerning behavior before posting someone's information or image. Professionally, things have settled down completely. My colleagues no longer receive anonymous messages, and my company elected me regional sales manager last month. My boss cited my professional handling of recent personal issues as a factor. I went on a few dates with Kelly, 33F, an architectural engineer who has a refreshingly straightforward communication style. After 3 dates, we both agreed we were better as friends. No drama, no games, just honest adults recognizing compatibility issues. We still text about mutual interests. Last week, I created a new profile on a different dating app with more extensive verification procedures. I've had a few conversations, but no dates yet. I'm cautious about dating now, but I'm not letting one bad experience rule me out. This experience has taught me the most about boundaries and trust. I've learned to be more selective about who I let into my life without becoming cynical or closed off. I've also grown to appreciate long-term friendships built on mutual respect and trust. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and support. Some asked if I would ever give Jessica another chance if she completed therapy and showed real change. The answer is no. Not because I don't believe people can change, but because some bridges once burned cannot and should not be rebuilt.